And a very good morning to everybody today. Thank you, Narayan, for being our DJ this morning. Some nice elevator music there to get the morning going. And so thanks again, everybody, for welcoming you all for Sales and Marketing Saturday. So that's correct. This week, today, we'll be covering purely just sales and marketing. Sales and marketing is the bread and butter for all organizations, and it's what brings in the revenue. So today, we'll be kickstarting with none other than the highly esteemed Neil Parkhurst. So really, really grateful to have Neil on today. Hello there. Yes, so we are like to welcome Neil. Sorry, I'm getting a bit of feedback. Just bear with me 1 second. And just want to make sure everyone's muted. There we go. We can see Neil. And can I just double check that everyone is muted? Everyone is muted. Narayan, are you muted as well, please? I'd like to make sure everyone is muted before we begin. Excellent. Fantastic stuff. So without further ado, we can see Neil is live. We can see we've got live. He's on the live stream. Neil, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hopefully.
Excellent. Well, Neil, look, it's always a massive, great pleasure to have you. You are a superstar in the world of, especially, in the world of dynamics and especially around the field of customer services. But you'll be joining us today because customer services is joined up with many other processes,
Yes.
especially sales and marketing, and you will be covering omnichannel, which is obviously center to everything, really. So without further ado, Neil, handing it over to Neil.
Okay, so I'll share my screen and hopefully everybody can see it. If you can't, please scream at me.
Excellent. Yes, we can.
Okay, let's get started then. So I've got a lot of content in my demo today, as I'll explain in a minute, and I'll be lucky to get through all of this if I'm honest. So we're going to, as Raz explained, we're going to cover omnichannel for customer service, and he's quite right. Whilst it's described as being for customer service is very much linked up to your marketing efforts and your sales efforts. And actually, in one of the scenarios I'm going to show you, I am going to be using omnichannel to generate a lead, for example. So it's often your guys doing customer service who are going to generate new leads through next best actions, or maybe actually your contact center is all focused on outbound telesales calls and stuff. But before we get going, I better introduce myself. My name is Neil Parkhurst. Raz has given me a great introduction already. You can see me there. I'm the kind of cuddly grey looking one, if you can work out which one that is. I'm a Microsoft MVP and certified trainer. I work a lot in contact center space and omnichannel and that kind of thing. So that's why I'm talking to you today. Please check out my blog. There's a lot of information there about omnichannel and these kind of technologies, as I'll mention as we progress. So I'm going to make this demo heavy today, so there's not a lot of slides, so there's not going to be a lot of theory, but it might be worth us just considering or the use case as to where omnichannel fits in terms of the business. So obviously it's contact center focused. Now, in these times of COVID and stuff, you're talking about something that's getting a more and more important place in the organizations. I mean, I've been working with one, for example, that's got stores, and those stores have obviously been closed, and therefore they've had to rely on web chat and other means to engage with their customers through the website and stuff, and have had to beef up those areas. So it's quite a topical kind of subject at the moment. Now, as I say, I've got a lot of content to go through today. I am confident I will not get through everything that I'd like to cover, unless Raz lets me ramble on for the whole morning, which I'm more than happy to do. But what I have given you is, sorry, there's a bit of background noise. It'll go away in a second. What I have given you is, there's a link there to my blog. If you go on my blog and have a look at the omnichannel section, there's kind of a collection of all the blog posts I've been doing, and there are some videos on there to do with setting up parts of omnichannel and stuff. So if you'd like to dig deeper, there's some useful information on there for you, hopefully. Now, just one bit of theory before we get into actually demo, and I'll keep coming back to this concept. So omnichannel, one of the key things in it really is about routing the right conversations from the right channels to the right agents. And we're going to see quite a complicated setup of this, hopefully. So I wanted to explain the concepts. So with omnichannel, we have a number of channels, and I haven't even drawn them all on there. I kind of run out of space. So these are the ones I've actually got set up today, and time permitting, will demo as many of these as I can. So we get lots of different channels that our customers can engage with us on through these channels. And each channel that is aligned to what we call a work stream. Now, a work stream can have associated with it a set of conditions and routing logic. And ultimately then that chat that's coming in from whatever channel will end up being directed to a queue, and that queue is full of a number of agents. Now, this is where our capacity model comes in, because what we do is we say, well, each work stream is worth a number of points. So maybe a live web chat is 30 points, but maybe an SMS that has a slower response rate expected, maybe that's only worth 10 points. Each agent then, depending on their skill set or maybe the level of complexity of queries we expect them to deal with, will have a capacity, so that we can then work out who's the best agent for these conversations to go to. So who's got the most capacity. But we can also, as we'll see when we get into a more complex scenario, we can also add skills-based routing onto that. So different agents have got different skills, and therefore position them well to handle different conversations coming through on different work streams from maybe different pages on your website would need a chat widget which would be targeted at agents with different skills. Maybe they were looking at one product set or another, and you want to make sure that
I just lost sound there.
Thank you, Cheryl. Yes, we have. So we have lost sound.
Can everybody hear me?
There, we can hear you now. Thanks.
Can you hear me again?
Yes, we can. Thanks, Neil.
Do you only just lost it, or do I need to recap anything?
No, you literally just lost it last few seconds.
Oh, okay. I've just had a notification. I've got bad network quality. That's not a good omen, is it? Let's hope it's not going to cause me any problems. Right, so I'm going to get into a demo, and we'll come back to this routing concept in a second and expand on some of this in the demo. So I'm going to try and cover as much as I can. The three things I've put at the top I'm definitely going to cover, and that's web chat, virtual agents or bot integration, and also the common data service, so entity routing. I hope to give you a demonstration with all these working together, so true omnichannel, and how we can use that to generate leads in a potentially a marketing context. And then, time permitting, we'll look at some other channels. Now, if I'm going to run out of time, if there's in the bottom channels in terms of Facebook, Microsoft Teams, Twitter or SMS, if there's any people would particularly like to see how you configure those, stick that in the chat and we'll let Raz tell me which ones people are asking for the most, and I'll try and tailor what we're going to see based on what people would like to actually go through. So let's try and get into a demo. So very quickly then, how do we configure omnichannel for customer service to start with? So you can see I've gone into the Power Platform admin and I've got my environments here, and I'm just going to go into the admin center. So the first time you ever do this, you need to make sure you've installed customer service. Now, if you've got a production in maybe some sandboxes and you want to test this out, one tip is just enable a customer service trial in that tenant, so you'd get another trial instance, and that will give you the capability then to configure omnichannel. And all you do is you go to this applications tab, you find omnichannel for customer service. Mine's obviously already configured. You say manage on that, and you can add in your instances, not just the trial you've added in. You could then configure this to talk to your sandbox or your production instances, obviously as a trial, but if you wanted to then light it up in a development sandbox, for example, you could. You can see I've got two instances here and I've configured different channels. So to do this to start with, obviously you add an environment, but if I just show you the way mine looks, you basically just go through and see which ones do you want to add in and accept potentially whatever consent there is to actually light that channel up. You then save that, and the reason I'm not doing this live in the demo is you then go away for quite a long time whilst it provisions. It's not a quick process. It can take, well, in my experience, several hours. So, you know, kick it off, go away, leave it, and come back. It's quite a reliable process, but it just takes a chunk of time. So just be aware of that when you're setting it up. Once you've got that set up, what we end up with is 2 apps. And we'll be jumping backwards and forwards between these apps quite a bit in the demo. So we get an admin app, and then we get the omnichannel for customer service app here. So the admin app is obviously for your administrators to configure it, and then this customer service one here, omnichannel for customer service kind of hub, that's the one that your agents would be using, and we'll obviously have a look at that in a second. So I'll quickly show you the concept of setting up web chat, which is commonly going to be one you'll set up. So you've got the chat widgets here. I've created one earlier. So you just say you want a new chat widget. When you save this chat widget, it will generate for us a code snippet. And I'll come back and show you what we do with that code snippet in a minute. What I've then got is a growing number of options. Microsoft are rolling out enhancements to Omnichannel incredibly fast, really, really fast. So almost every time I go in, there seems to be new options in here. But I can, for example, decide whether I want file attachments to be passed backwards and forwards from the agent and the customer, whether I want the customer to be able to download transcripts and all sorts of other things about the how the chat widget will behave, even as far nowadays as saying, well, do I want to allow voice and video escalation from the chat and stuff like that? And I can define pre-chat surveys and all sorts of stuff. What we then do is we link to this work stream, or we create a work stream and link it. Now this is where the capacity starts to come in. So our work stream, each chat is going to consume 30 points. And I'll show you the meaning of that in a minute. And again, we've got quite a few options we can configure on our work stream, and we'll come back and have a look at some of the skills attachments and some of the more complex stuff in a second. Each work stream is associated with a routing rule, and I've got a very simple one here. So you could have multiple routing rules with multiple conditions, and I've just created a condition here to show how it would look. But this condition is just always going to be met. So I'm always just going to this default queue, but you could have different queues of different sets of users that maybe are from chats from different locations on your website, or whether the customer's authenticated or not, and all sorts of things like that. I've got a default queue, and then what I've got is a number of agents in my queue. I've got myself and my cat and my dog. We've all got different capacity. So this is where we say, how many points can each agent deal with? Now, each agent could be in multiple queues that goes across multiple work streams, but each work stream is worth a number of points. So I can cope with a number of chats. So if a chat was worth, say, 20 points, what we'd be saying is I could do 10 concurrent chats, or any mixture of different things from different channels. Notice I've also got a virtual agent in here in this queue, and I want to come back to that later and show you kind of how we'd route to virtual agents and bots and stuff. So let's have a quick look at this basic setup working. Oh, sorry, there's one more thing I want to show you. So I'll show you what I did with that code snippet. So I took my code snippet, and I could do this into any website, but I've got a portal that I've spun up, and I've just spun this up as a bog standard customer service portal, but it could be bespoke. What I've done is there's a content snippet where you define your chat widget, and I've just pasted that code in we saw earlier. Now you can do it there, and what that's going to do is light up the web chat on all your pages. Your alternative approach is to go to individual pages that you've got, and you could say, which one did I edit? This one, I think it was. You can basically say paste your widget in there. So I've got another chat widget we'll see later on, and I've just pasted that into my home page. So I've got a different chat widget on my home page to the rest of my portal. But hopefully you can get the idea that you just copy this code snippet into whatever website or portal you're using, and that lights up the chat within it. So here's my portal, and you can see I've got a chat widget. And I'm just going to start a chat to show you the kind of idea of the way the agent experience would work. Notice I've had an alert for Windows. So if the agent isn't actually looking at the chat and the chat comes in, we can enable notifications within Windows to give them a prompt. I'll just get rid of that. So if I go here to my agent experience, you can see I've got a chat coming in. I can accept or reject it, and you can alter the behavior of this. Also, after n seconds, it would, if I haven't accepted it, it would go back into the queue and find the next available agent that meets the criteria. So I'm going to accept this before it zips off. So I'm now into the chat widget. You can see I can potentially have agent scripts and run macros and things to help me identify who the customer is, maybe create cases and things. I've got this chat widget here, and I can obviously chat backwards and forwards. Now the actual chat, chat is chat once we're into it. I'm not going to spend a long time kind of demoing the fact that we can have a conversation backwards and forwards with the customer. There are some cool things in here though. So we've got things like real-time sentiment analysis. So if I put in some negative words, what we'll see here, we've got real-time sentiment analysis, so it's saying that it's negative. Now, from the agent's point of view, maybe that's a little bit gimmicky, because maybe the agent ought to be able to, have a bit of empathy and know that the customer's being a bit negative or positive. But what we can do is on a supervisor view, we could automatically send a supervisor a notification if a conversation gets to say very negative, and then the supervisor can monitor that conversation and maybe give the agent some guidance, or maybe even take over the conversation if they wanted to. The way these sessions work is quite cool. So I've got sessions, and I can, if I just show you, I'll search for the customer. If I press Control and click, that's opening me another tab within this session. And as an agent, I can then open multiple things. And if another chat comes in, as we'll see in a minute, we'll get another chat in here, another session in here. So to demonstrate that, I'm going to end this chat, but I'm going to leave this session open, and we'll see the sessions in as we move forward in more demo. So I'm just going to close this chat down because I've done with that. So that's a fairly simple chat widget. I've got a chat widget. I'm engaging with an agent, and that's it. Now, often when I've demoed this, that's kind of where I've stopped with the level of complexity. But when you start talking to real customers, the needs are actually a lot more complicated than that, on how the routing would work and the different options, and how we're going to work in hours and out of hours, and how we're going to integrate in with bots and things like that. So what I want to try and demonstrate is a scenario that's a lot more complicated, to give you, to show more channels, but also to give you a flavour of, potentially a more real world example. So in my example, I've got two start points. One is the live chat, which we've just seen, and the other is going to be a bot, and I'll show you that working. Now, I've actually got two concepts of the way we'd use a bot within our website to engage with customers. One I'd call a front-end bot. So the customer would talk to the bot, maybe asking frequently asked questions and things, and the bot would escalate to a human if it can't answer the question. And that's what this bot would be. Each of these widgets is linked to a queue. Now, with the bot, I'm just going to put the bot into the queue, so that's going to route to the bot. The queuing can be a lot more complicated. So with live chat, what I'm going to have is my frontline agent, so where most of my chat would go to start with, but then I might have another level of agent as my second line, if you like, who might be my more skilled agents. So what I can do is say, well, the chat's coming in, I'm going to route my frontline agents first, because that's the skill I want to go to. But if none of those are available, let's then go to the second line and start filling up the capacity. So you can see that I'm the frontline agent, I do most of the work, but my cat and the dog, they're the second line, and they would fill in any gaps that I can't handle. Then what I've got is a third level where if no agents are available at all, either because we're out of hours or just they're all busy, we're going to go to a bot. And this is what I describe as being a back-end bot. And the use case here is a slightly different scenario. So commonly what we're going to do is a bit more of a guided process where the bot's going to say, what's your name, what's your email address, how can I help you? And then that would generate a message, which might be an entity, might be a lead, for example, in a sales scenario, that would then get routed. So here, my bot is going to call a Power Automate that's going to create me leads. So that's my back-end bot scenario. Now, as I mentioned, my front-end bot, if that runs out of steam, that could transfer into this work stream. So actually, my front-end bot could go to the frontline agents, to the second-line agents, and then even maybe ultimately to the bot just to take a message because there's no agents available. That lead, in turn, can go to another work stream, which is the entity routing concept. So I could then pop that entity in front of the next available agent. And in this scenario, I've finally gone quite simple and just said, well, just give it to my frontline agents. So I want to show you how all of that's set up and how we configure that. So we'll end up looking at a couple of different types of bots and also entity routing as well as web chat. So we'll look at some of the setup first, and then I'll have my fingers crossed and hopefully show you all of it working together. So let's look at the skills-based routing logic to start with. On my chat, for example, so here on my chat, I can go to the work stream, and on the work stream, I can attach skills that are needed. So in this scenario, I've said closest match, and you'll see I either do closest match or exact match. So closest match is going to find, the closest match. And I've defined a type of skill called support level. And basically, I've added in here and said the support level ideally should be frontline support. Now, what that's going to do is it's going to look for frontline support first. If there was no agent for frontline support because it's the closest match, it would go with the next skill up in the list. So in my scenario, it would be second line or whatever you'd called it. So you might have different levels of agent there. And ultimately, if then it can't find any second line, it would go to, well, just anybody that's in the queue, that regardless of the skill. Now, if I look at my agent, so let's have a look at, jump into my user record. What we see is an omnichannel tab within our system user record. And if we look at omnichannel, you can see varying settings. So I can see what queues I've been assigned to, but you can also see what skills I've got. Now, if you're familiar with products like Universal Resource Scheduling or Field Service, this is actually the same bookable resource entity and the same skills scenarios that we use for Field Service and other parts of Dynamics. So what I've got here is an agent that's set up, and if I look at the omni-channel skills, I've got a number of skills. In terms of my support level, I'm a frontline support agent. And obviously, if I go and look at the cat and the dog setup, they've got support level, but it says second line support in there. And this rating value can be custom. So I've just dreamt up, I want to do it in terms of frontline and second line, but you could have any definition of characteristic or skill and any proficiency rating that you fancied having. So that's my skills. So that's how we're going to decide which agents to go to on top of the kind of routing I've showed you already. I just wanted to jump in and show you my Power Virtual Agents. Now, I don't know whether you've looked at Power Virtual Agents. They're actually really simple to set up. Basically, you just define what topics you want the bot to respond to. So what were the keywords to get varying conversation threads going? And then you have an authoring canvas that lets define how that works. And it's dead simple to use. And I'll show you the concept. Now, this bot that I've called Skynet, I actually want this to escalate to a human. So what I do is in the settings, you say transfer to agent. Now, this is a one-off thing, and I've already done it, so I can't repeat this. But basically, I'll have omnichannel offered to me as an option in here, and I'll click it, I'll connect to my particular instance, and then it'll give me this green banner saying it's successful. And that's all you have to do to then be able to connect this bot up with omnichannel. Now, doing that process will effectively create me a user record in omnichannel, and we'll have a look at how those users are used in a minute. So if you think of a bot really is just a user from an omnichannel point of view and can be on queues and routed to in the same way as a human can be once it's set up. Now, let's have a quick look at some of the topics, just to show you a flavour. I've created this topic here called omnichannel or USD. So it's a conversation thread that says, well, do you want to use omnichannel for customer service, or would you rather use unified service desk? And the bot would lead a customer through this set of questions. So what we get is a set of key phrases that might trigger this, and then we get this authoring canvas that I mentioned. Now, when this loads, I just want to quickly show you the concept of how we decide when to transfer, and we'll see this when it's working. So if I just try and reposition that on the screen, of course my screen's frozen. Okay, just going to refresh my browser because the screen's frozen on me. But basically what I've got here, maybe I should have waited. What I've got there was different responses the bot could give. A little bit big now. Okay, I'm having a few technical problems with drawing this, but basically I define the questions, I define the responses the bot will give, and ultimately I can have an end conversation. Oh, it's letting me do it now. Brilliant. I can have an end conversation. So here the conversation ends and just stops. In this scenario, though, I've asked 3 questions, and the answer is yes, no, or unsure. If the customer says they're unsure, then the idea is it would then transfer to an agent, so that this is where the bot would just hand off to an agent. And what I can do is I can put a message to the agent, so the agent would see what the customer was unsure about to help them engage with the customer in a kind of effective way. Now I've got a second bot, so that's my front end bot. Whilst I'm in here, I want to show you my other bot, so another scenario of how we might want to use a bot. So here we'd got a bot that would ask you some questions and then would ultimately transfer to an agent. In this scenario, I want to work differently. I'm going to only transfer to the bot if no humans are available. And I want to use this bot really as kind of a message taker to say, what's your email address, etc. Do you want to leave a message? And capture that information for later use. So again, I've got a set of topics. So we'll say this, yes, I want to leave a message topic, because that's obviously the route I want to take. And all we do here is we prompt for varying questions, and it puts the answers to these questions into these variables. So we've grabbed them. Now, you can see it says identify. So there's different types of entities or attributes that we could collect with the bot. So where I say it's an email, it would actually validate it. And if somebody typed in an invalid email address, it would say, well, no, can you give me an actual email address? And even with the phone number, if I type in a number that's too short or too long or something, it would prompt the customer to give them the correct answer. What it then does is run an action, so a Power Automate, and it just passes those variables in. And if we quickly just have a look at the Power Automate, it's really simple. all this is going to do, if we just edit it, is from the Power Agent, Power Virtual Agent, here's the options that were passed in. So here's the inputs. And optionally at the end, I could return a result back to say, yeah, that worked or whatever, or some dynamic values. And then basically, I'm just creating a lead record. Now, in the interest of being completely transparent, what I then needed to do in this Power Automate was this lead record needs to get dropped on a queue to be then routed to my agents. What I ought to have done is mapped out in a production one to get this lead or case or whatever you'd created onto the right queue to then process it if you wanted to queue it. You might not. You might just be okay just to create the leads and then somebody would look at them from a standard Dynamics view. So that's my bot. So my bot is creating me an entity. So I just wanted to show you the concept of entity routing, the setup with that. So we've got another channel in here, entity records, and you can see I've set up two channels, one for leads and one for cases, so it links the entity. So I'll look at the lead. Now, what you do have to make sure you do is I went into the lead entity in my Power Platform, and I said I enabled the lead for queues because I don't think that's done by default, whereas it was done by default with cases. So there have to be entities that can go on to queues. I can set some routing rules up that are exactly the same as we saw in the chat to route to a particular queue, and we link to a work stream, and that work stream then just governs how we'll pop these up in front of people. So the navigation's a little bit different for the entity channel, but the concept here of having a channel and a work stream and a queue is identical across all the different channels, and it's actually really straightforward to set up. One other thing that I did is I mentioned that I created the bots. So you can see I've got two bots that are old ones that expired on trial, so I've marked them as being dead. Here's my two bots that I've currently got. So I've got my back-end bot that's going to take the message and create leads that I've called Nobody Here, and my front-end bot that I've called Skynet for some reason. And these bots in turn can sit on queues the same as we've seen. So this is the system user record for my bot, and you can see it's linked to the queues. And if we go to omnichannel, here's the queue that it's on, and potentially it could have skills as well. Notice I've given the bot a crazy big capacity because the bot's capacity is basically infinite, could handle as many conversations as I throw at it, unlike a human who's got constraints on their capacity. So I've shown you quite a lot of theory on setup there, and I wanted to kind of show you the way this would work in a real world scenario. So here's my customer service agent. So this is me logged in. Now I've got a front line and a second line, so I need another agent. So here's another agent. I just want to, this will confuse me if I do it this way around. I'll do this way around. So this is me, the frontline agent. This is my second line agent. Now, if I got a lot of different windows going on here, because this is about as complicated as you could make this deliberately. So here's my portal. And what I want to try and show is how we're going to route between bots, frontline agents and second line agents, and see, a really complicated setup. So on my homepage of my portal, you see I've got a different chat widget, so I'm going to chat with the Skynet bot. And initially what's going to load isn't a human, it's going to be the bot. All good demos have a pause. Yes, he has come to life, good. So, hi, I'm a virtual agent, how can I help you? And if you remember, I'd got these questions about should you use omnichannel or unified service desk. So I'm just going to say omnichannel or USD is my question. And my bot's going to respond, selecting between these. Can be confusing. How many agents do you have? Well, I've got quite a lot of agents. I'm going to say I've got more than 20. And then my bot will take me through a series of questions, helping me to decide which is the best product for me, and ultimately would link me to a place where I could subscribe to that product ultimately. But do I have complicated business processes? Well, what's complicated? I don't really understand this question. It's a bit ambiguous to me, so I'm unsure. I don't know what you mean by complex. What are you talking about? So I'm going to say unsure. Now the bot doesn't know what to do, so no problem. Let me transfer you to a human. This is now getting routed to my human agent. So I'm going to try and shrink this out of the way and show you what's going on. Now, I've got two agents here. The agent it's gone to start with here is my frontline agent, and that's why it's come to me first, because even though I've got this chat and I've got some capacity being used, I'm available and I have the best skill match. Now, if I wasn't available, it would have gone to my second line agent, and I can simulate that by saying, no, I don't want to do this, and it will now look for the next best option. And you can see now it's popping up on the other agent, so my dog's scenario. Now, obviously, this is a bit weird because we're all on the same computer, but you have to kind of imagine that this would have gone to another agent at another desk, obviously. Now, hopefully, this agent now accepts it and begins the chat conversation with the customer. But actually, in this scenario, I want to show you the third one, which is I might want to finally go to a bot that would collect a lead. So I'm going to say reject that. Now, the experience for the customer then, you can see I'm a virtual agent. The humans aren't available right now. Would you like to take a message? And I'll say, well, yes, please. And now the bot's going to start asking me questions. So what's your name? Name up. What's your email address? But it's got to be a valid email. See, on the phone number, if I put a number that's too short, it's going to say, well, 999 can't possibly be your number. What's your actual number? Captures that. How can I help you? I would like to buy loads of stuff. They give a message, whatever the query is. And the bot would thank me and we'd come out. Now that's created the lead, and the lead would go into the routing model. Now, if everybody was busy, that lead would get routed once somebody comes online. I wasn't quick enough. Good. So what that did was that assigned the lead to me as a frontline agent. Now, you can see here the lead is actually sat in my dashboard. So that way of routing is probably quite common. So I'd route that to somebody. They don't necessarily have to respond to it instantly. I've just got the pop-up to say it's there, and it's sat there in my list of conversations, and I could open that whenever I'm ready. So as a customer, I can then open that. As an agent, sorry, I can open that when I'm ready, and we can see that I'm working with the lead record. I haven't got any agent script on this one, so I'll just shrink that. And I could work with the lead. I've got the customer's phone number there. I could phone him back, have a conversation with him about what their issues were, and either qualify or disqualify this lead. So let's disqualify it. Just say I didn't win that one. Can't win them all. But you kind of get the idea. I'd progress that lead through whatever sales cycle I've then defined. Incidentally, notice now I've got two sessions open, so I've still got that original chat open, and I'm also now working with this lead, and this is really important for agents that are multitasking in a way of jumping around lots of work. I'm going to close this tab down, and we can see as an agent, it will refresh automatically, but I'm just trying to click refresh from a demo point of view to see it happen fast. That lead is now completed because I've either qualified or disqualified it. So it's moved from my items I should be working on to my closed things because I've finished with it. And I'm now ready to work on the next thing. So hopefully you can kind of see, we've seen a lot there, and I hope I've managed to get that across quite clearly. Now, Raz, has anybody put in the chat that they want to see particular channels? So we've got Twitter, SMS, Teams, and Facebook.
Hi there. So far, no one's actually provided a specific channel. So what you could do is just go with Facebook or Teams, because I think they are the most commonly used ones. Well, David Olay saying Teams. Yeah.
Teams. Okay, let's do Teams. Right. I was going to say Twitter or SMS because people can actually send me tweets and text messages, and we'll see how that goes. But let's have a look at Teams. So the use case for Teams, commonly we're going to be talking about internal conversations. So I did some work with a really large company that had got potentially thousands of employees, and they needed an internal help desk, and they wanted to offer that up over Teams, but they need exactly the same features with being able to talk to your customers and stuff. And Teams is incredibly easy to set up. I guess by the fact it's a Microsoft product. So here I am in Teams. Obviously I'm in this conversation at the same time, which is a bit strange, but it'll work. So to do this, you need to create an app. So the first thing you do is you go to the apps option down the bottom here, and I'm just try and move that widget out of the way. That's right in where I want it on the screen. Okay, I search in here for the App Studio, and if you've not got it installed, you just click on it and you install it. It's a dead simple process. So you go to Apps and you find the App Studio. Once you've got App Studio, it'll be there in your apps, and you can go to the App Studio. Good. Finally got that to move. In the App Studio, you go to this manifest editor and you say create new app, and you can see I've created one here, and all I've done in this really is I've given it a name, and it generates me an app ID, and I've put some icons on it and stuff. And you could spend longer doing this, but that's basically all I did. You're supposed to put links to privacy statements and stuff, and you can see I just put random links to parts of my blog just to get it to work, because they are kind of mandatory fields. But I generated an app. What I then do in a second is I'm going to come back to this bots option. So that's all I did to be able to create myself a Teams app. I then went into Omnichannel, and you can see we've got the Teams channel here. And I said I wanted to create a new Teams channel, and I just give it a name basically and link it to my Teams work stream. Now, when I save this record, it will generate me this bot ID, and I'll come back and show you what I do with that bot ID in a second. And from that point on, configuring the Teams work stream is exactly the same as configuring any other work stream. I could put skills on it and routing logic and everything else that I could have with any type of channel in Omnichannel. So I then go back to my Teams app and I create a bot. So I just say I want to add a bot, and all I've done is paste in that bot ID to the bot that I've created, and simple as that. So if you just edit this, you can see I've just created a bot, and literally all I did was paste that in and save it. So let's see what that looks like. So then what I get is, here's my help desk app. Now, I spent no time at all creating this. What you could do with this is have a chat channel, but you could do things like adding in links to intranets or support pages, or you could set up all sorts of wikis or whatever as tabs in here to help people gain support themselves. To show the idea, I just put a link into my blog just to show that you could get information. If we go back to the chat, you can see I've had conversations before, but I'm just going to start a chat. So I have a problem with my laptop. So I want to talk to the support guys, and then we go back into Omnichannel. What I should see is it pops up from Teams, and I can accept that. And you can see that I can then have a Teams conversation in exactly the same way as I would any other conversation. No problem. What model do you have? Incidentally, while I'm here, there's this concept of it's not coming up. Of quick replies. So I could define for my agent quick responses. So if you've got standard ways you want to say things, your agents can search those and just be able to key them in quickly. So you can see I'm then having a Teams conversation. I've got the same sentiment routing and everything's the same. Notice here it knew that it matched on the email address, so it knew who the customer was, so it popped that for me automatically. So I was already into the right customer record, and then I've defined whatever agent script I'd need to help resolve the internal questions that were coming from Teams. It's worth knowing these agent scripts are all obviously completely configurable, and I can have different agent scripts for different channels because I'll get potentially different types of problems through different channels, or often different services on different channels. So you can see I'm into a Teams conversation and we're just having a chat now. It's the same as anything else. So that's the Teams one. Teams channel, I guess because it's all Microsoft product, is incredibly easy to set up. Teams is currently in preview. I don't know whether you noticed that. And that does mean there are some limitations. So I don't believe I can swap attachments or images backwards and forwards, for example. And I don't think I can escalate a Teams conversation into a voice call just yet. So there are some features I'd like to see in here, but it's a preview version and hopefully more things will come in. So that's Teams. I'd quite like to show Twitter, unless anybody's got a burning desire for a particular channel. I'll set silence as
yes. So Cheryl is saying yes, definitely. She would love to see Twitter.
Yeah. So Twitter, you have to set up a Twitter developer account, and there is a video on my blog or a blog post that explains this. So you go to developer.twitter.com. Now, to enable the Twitter API to be able to do this, so to be able to create apps, you have to apply to be a developer, and it felt like quite a complicated process to me to start with, because they do ask, unlike some of the other social channels, quite a lot of questions about what you want to use this for, and what type of people you'd be engaging with, and how are you engaging with people and stuff. But then I clicked submit on it, having completed all that, and I got a response back pretty much instantly saying that I qualified to be a developer. So I'm guessing there's actually some kind of artificial intelligence going on, because it was so quick. A human hadn't had a chance to review all my responses. So once you've done that, it's dead easy just to create an app. And if I just look at the details I get, basically, the concept of all these works very similar. So regardless of the channel, you end up with an API key and a secret, and that would, you have to put that into Omnichannel. Omnichannel will generate a callback URL, and that will have to go into the whatever service you're setting up, be it SMS, Twitter, or whatever. So you can see here where I've got the callback URL. That's come from my Omnichannel setup. So you can see it's got the name of my instance in there, and that gets generated for me. Now, this is, I believe, a live Twitter one. So if you did look for NP Dynamics Limited on Twitter and send them a direct message, I would get it. So we can see here, I've then gone in the admin, and I've gone into Twitter, and I've set up the admin, and a lot of these follow this. They're all slightly different screens, but it's a similar kind of concept. So I've put in my key and my secret to start with, save that. It then generated me the URL. I can then list what Twitter handles I've got. So I've just got this one, NP Dynamics Limited, and I've linked that to my Twitter work stream, and the work stream here works exactly the same. I think on the skills routing, I haven't put this in, so I'll put this in, which I ought to have done. I'm going to say exact match and routing, save that. and I just attach a skill, so my support level, and I want to go to frontline. So what I've just done there is create skills-based routing, but I did it slightly different to what I did previously, where I'd got frontline and second line. I want this to always go to frontline. So basically I'm saying that the agents who are going to pick up these tweets have to have frontline. Now, it might be worth, you know, if you're setting this up, if you do any changes like I've just done to the setup of a channel, typically that takes 15 minutes for it to sync into omnichannel and to start working. So I'm hoping that this chat actually comes to me as the frontline agent. I think it will, because I'm available. You can see here I've got the presence, and I could, as an agent, say I'm away. You can even create custom ones, so my cat could say it's gone off on a cat nap. So I'm sat there waiting for a tweet to come in. So if I go to Twitter, and I just say I want to do, if I go to messages, I just want to send a message in. So if I searched for NP Dynamics, oops, sorry, if I said I wanted to do a new message and search for NP Dynamics, it should come up. Can you help me with a problem? You can tweet that or message that through Twitter. Back in Omnichannel, you can see a chat request has come in. I'm going to accept that. And you can see here as an agent, it's come from Twitter, so I can have the conversation. Importantly, it's all behaving in exactly the same kind of way as all the other channels would, but the agent can see that it's Twitter. Tell me about your problems. So you can be engaging with customers through Twitter, web chat, whatever, all through Omnichannel. Now, something that might be worth mentioning on this kind of concept, I think with different channels, people expect different kind of response times. So if I'm having a web chat conversation with somebody, for example, and I ask them a question, I expect the agent to respond pretty much instantly. If I was talking on, as somebody is trying to talk to me, who do you call when you are afraid of ghosts? Ghostbusters, of course. This is a live channel, and I would keep getting these messages from people until until I ran out of capacity. So what I was explaining was you can you'd expect a fast response on web chat, but on, say, Twitter or maybe SMS and some of the other platforms, you don't necessarily expect fast responses. So what we can do in the setup is we can define how long it is before a conversation terminates automatically, and it would stay in my work items until that threshold's been reached, so I could keep dipping in and out. But if after, say, 2 hours, 2 days, whatever the time limit I set has gone by, then what can happen is the conversation would drop out of my dashboard and would go back in the pot, so then it would get routed to the next available agent again. So that's how you can handle those long running conversations. Notice that Mornay here, he sent me another message, so it says 1. So I am getting indications as an agent as to how many messages are sat on which of these sessions, and I've got another one. Really great demo. Brilliant. And then we can switch back to others, and you can see that one disappeared. Now, what's important about this as well, you can see that Bruce Wayne here at the top has got a red circle and an exclamation mark. That's telling me that's a negative conversation. So if I see the circle showing me that there's outstanding tweets or SMSs or whatever that I've not read, and it's gone red, that might be a nudge to me as an agent to go and look at that one, because the customers may be getting a bit frustrated because maybe I'm not getting back to them quick enough or whatever. So that's Twitter. I'm conscious I've got a bit of time left, but not masses. Has anybody got any questions they'd like me to address? I can't see the chat, I don't think, whereas you might need to do that for me.
There is a question by Davey saying, I can see how the agent gets engaged in the chat. Can you explain how the customer on Twitter engages in the chat as well?
So the customer, at the moment, Omnichannel is all about inbound. So in terms of the customer would always instigate the chat, be it on Twitter or your website. So basically all I did was go and send a message to NP Dynamics, that's the name of my company, and that triggered the start of the chat. Now, what we can't do at the moment with Omnichannel, and I say at the moment because it's in the pipeline, what I can't do as an agent is say pick up a case and then start a Twitter conversation with somebody. So I can't begin the conversation. It's always reliant on the customer beginning it. So it's an inbound service. Outbound is coming in the October wave, and I think it's going to go in preview next month. I think we're a few days away from having that scenario, and then I'd be able to send a tweet or an SMS to somebody and begin the conversation as well as receiving the conversation. So does that answer the question?
There's a follow-up question, is that does it only work with messages, not tweets?
Correct. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. So if you're looking at tweets, so things like Facebook posts or tweets and stuff, here what we're talking about are things that are open in kind of social media posts, and there might be posts on LinkedIn as well. That isn't typically where you're engaging directly with customer service agents or sales staff, because it's not a direct message that you're going to respond to. But you could look at varying social listening tools, and I think what you do then is, if you'd spotted something through your social listening tools that was needed somebody's attention, you could create a lead or a case or whatever entity you liked, and then route that to the agent so they could get somebody looking at it through that channel. So you'd have to put a bit of configuration around what is it I want to respond to on those. So it's not really about necessarily, so certainly the Twitter channel isn't about tweets, it's about Twitter messages, but you could do that social listening through other means.
And yep, so Davey's saying thanks, and Cheryl's saying perfect. There is a question by Coquelin who's asking, do you think Omnichannel could eventually replace USD?
So let me explain the current situation, and then I'll give you my view of where we might go. But that's just my view. We don't know where it might go. So currently, I wouldn't see that Omnichannel and USD are necessarily a direct replacement for each other. They've both got strengths and weaknesses. I think in particular, Unified Service Desk is great at the enterprise level stuff where I want a lot of automation or back-end system integration and stuff, or maybe bespoke telephony integration and stuff. It's quite good at that. But obviously, Omnichannel scores really highly on the routing and the ease of setup, and in lots of areas. So for a lot of simpler scenarios, definitely I'd be using Omnichannel over USD today. There is still a place for USD. Now, the one caveat is what you can actually do is you can take Unified Service Desk and you could have this Omnichannel panel arrive in Unified Service Desk. So you could actually mix and match both worlds. I would suggest that you only want to go down the Unified Service Desk route for large enterprise stuff, because it's a lot bigger a lot bigger project to get that up and running. There's a lot more effort involved in it than configuring Omnichannel. So I'm hoping I've showed that actually configuring Omnichannel is pretty easy and you can get up and running with it quicker. Unified Service Desk is a different beast. Will it eventually replace it? Well, it depends on what Microsoft put in the roadmap. So I don't think I'd ever say never. There is more and more features coming to Omnichannel with every release, and with every release, because there's more and more features, more capability, there has to be therefore more and more scenarios where you could easily use Omnichannel over Unified Service Desk. And if it's easier and it's a more simple configuration, why wouldn't you? So and I know I'm hedging my bets a bit, so I wouldn't say it's necessarily a direct replacement. It will replace it in a lot of scenarios if I do that as the answer.
And a question by Davies asking, is it because of omnichannel that the discontinuation of social engagement?
No, I don't think so, because social engagement was discontinued before omnichannel started, I think. So I don't think the two are necessarily related, the two decisions. And omnichannel, as I've explained, is more about your direct messaging, your web chat, where you're engaging directly with your customers rather than it being a social listening platform. So they are two different concepts, really. But when you get into them.
Great stuff. I believe that's the end of the questions. So I think that was perfect timing as well.
Excellent.
So we do have
That's
a few more
unusual for me.
Yo, cheers, Neil. Do you have a couple more minutes if you wanted to end on any final kind of notes or a wrap up or anything else that you wanted to cover?
Oh, well, I mean, I could cover Facebook and SMS and all sorts of stuff. But
oh no, yeah,
I definitely would run over then.
No, that's fantastic. So, do you have any final words or messages for everyone?
Yeah, well, just that I really would encourage people to go and give this a go, and particularly to start looking at the bots and stuff. I'm finding those incredibly powerful and easy to set up. Some quite complicated scenarios, as you've seen today. I deliberately made that a complex scenario, which is a real world example as opposed to a simple demo.
So just to wrap up, so once again, thanks again, Neil. Look, it's always a massive pleasure. And this was actually on short notice, by the way, everyone. So literally, I think it was only 2 days ago, wasn't it? It was 1 or 2 days ago. And so
hence why I haven't got many slides. It's all demo, but don't give that away.
But yeah, look, it's always a massive, great pleasure to have Neil to always showcase his practical use cases. As you know, often Neil is at the heart of in call center environments. Often, most of us out there are working in similar types of scenarios, and it's great to see it all working. This centrally plays an important role because often marketing is seen as an abstract thing, whereas the marketing is all about customer services. It's about how you deliver that seamless customer service engagement and experience. So it's all marketing is being redefined by these new omnichannel strategies, which Neil covered today. So again, thanks again to Neil for enforcing that and showcasing that. And off to the next session today. So again, Neil, remember to connect with Neil on Twitter. I'm sure you're all connected already with Neil on LinkedIn, Twitter. You're following his blog already. I'm sure most of you are already. But if not, please make sure you do. Otherwise, you're missing out. There you have it. So you have neilparkhurst.com. I've added that in the chat window. Twitter is Parkhurst Neil. And obviously LinkedIn, you should find him as well. So again,
that
thanks
Twitter
again, Neil.
We were using earlier. I'll not be responding to that one. That is just my test one. So.
Yes, please. Remember that, guys. So yeah, without further ado, so thanks again, Neil. And without further ado, it's over to Trisha. Trisha, are you there? I can see her in the chat.
I'm trying to unmute
there
myself.
You are. Hi. Excellent. Hi there, Trisha.
Hi everyone. Okay, so unlike Neil, I will not be sharing my video. It's way too early. I will, however, be sharing my screen. 1 second. Let me just get everything.
So for those who are not aware of what Trisha's been doing, so Trisha's been covering a lot on omnichannel, as well as customer insights. And today she'll be covering sales insights. There's a lot of things going on around sales insights. Obviously, she's going to share the gems. There you go. Yep, we can see your screen now. Yep.
Okay. Great. Give me 1 second. Okay, great. So, cool. So thank you for that. As Raz said, I'm going to be talking about sales insights. Now, if just a little bit about me. So my name is Trisha, and I am a D365 pre-sales solutions consultant. I work at DXC Technology. I do tend to talk a lot about omnichannel and Azure DevOps, primarily Azure DevOps, but I will be diversifying as I get more into the rest of the Insights products. So if you're not following me, please follow me on Twitter and LinkedIn. And I do have a blog where I do blog about the different topics. So please follow me there as well and subscribe. What we're going to go through is pretty much an overview, and I'm basically going to be starting from the absolute beginning, assuming that we don't really know anything about Insights and how it relates to the standard D365 products. Okay, then we're going to go into each of the different features based upon the module that we're going to be going into. What I'll do is I will save some time at the end for questions. So if you'd like to take yourself off mute and ask questions, then that's absolutely fine. Or just as we go, just put it in the chat window, and I'll respond towards the end as well there. Okay, cool. So Dynamics 365. Now, D365 is pretty much made up of several different modules, and each of these modules satisfy a particular business need. All the modules are built on top of what's known as like the Microsoft Power Platform, which really allows us to easily interact and integrate with the applicable modules. Now, the primary module and the star of today's presentation is going to be the sales module. Okay. Now, with the sales module is, it suits the purpose to provide a way for salespeople or the sales staff to be more efficient, more productive with information that they have, but also allow them to be able to streamline according to the business needs. So each business will have their own particular needs, right? And within sales, you can navigate through that journey, ensuring that everyone is sticking to the same script, but also with their own flavor, and with that data that they're putting into the system, they can actually maximize and be just more effective. Now, when we add on top of that, we have different add-ons that Microsoft provide, different add-ons like applications, AI apps, right? Now, one of them is Customer Insights, which basically provides a 360-degree view of customers. So, for example, if we had different systems, as we all do, you know, your old legacy systems that you just can't get rid of, how can we group information together in order to allow a salesperson to maximize and understand what their next best play is? This is where Customer Insights can come into play. It's also used by the marketing team as well. On top of that, we also have, well, this should now be Sales Insights. This is an older slide, but this is now Sales Insights. It used to be AI for sales. But what Sales Insights also does, it basically allows us to group the data together, utilizes machine learning in order to, again, I keep mentioning this, but it's really the name of it. It's maximizing on what you've already got without needing to do anything else. So without the salesperson needing to do any extra work, they're going to be able to get a lot more out of the system in order to prioritize leads, in order to build a better relationship with the customers, and therefore eventually do what the ultimate goal of any salesperson really is, to close that sale that much quicker. Okay, so with that, with Sales Insights, what I'm not saying is that you will have to choose or purchase an add-on in order to take advantage of the features. No, instead, what I'm actually saying is that there is some aspect of machine learning irrespective of the module that we choose, irrespective of where we choose. So if we start looking at D365 Sales, D365 Sales, if you have the enterprise version, already has some insights features available there. So for example, being able to ascertain whether or not the email being sent, if that's the best time to send it, or being able to see if they've clicked on your email, etc. etc., that's already embedded and native to D365 Sales Enterprise. You've also got the ability to automatically capture emails or appointments as they come into your Exchange calendar without having to go into your Outlook client. So from within D365 Sales, you can actually see, okay, there is an untracked email that needs my attention. So these are the different things that you can currently do within D365 Sales Enterprise. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be showing you some of those features and talking about what is the quote-unquote free version of Sales Insights versus the paid-for version. So you can take advantage of things if you've got Enterprise already. You've also got Sales Insights, and this is the meat of everything, really, because this then allows us to do the predictive lead and opportunity scoring, the predictive the predictive lead, the relationship analytics, and all the rest of the trends, and being able to do the goal, etc. So that's all grouped inside of Sales Insights. And I'm also going to be showing you those features as well. And then finally, one of the features that's not really talked about often, conversation intelligence. Now, conversation intelligence, you do get some of this wrapped up into the Sales Insights module, but it's also its own separate piece as well, which can then be used to provide continuous improvement to sales team, especially if they're on the phone. How can they get better at discussing things with their customers and interacting with their customers? So if we start off with the first part of the demo, in the first part of the demo, what I'm going to be showing you is how we can utilize the free version of Sales Insights. That's going to be Relationship Assistant. Now, I think this is not new. I mean, this is the Relationship Assistant has, I think, was one of the first pieces of Sales Insights that was actually released, and this is basically where we can utilize what's known as adaptive cards to guide an agent or a salesperson through what they might need to be aware of for the day. So you can have a dashboard with these cards that basically flag to say, hey, you got an email, this customer isn't so happy, you might want to contact them, or you missed this email, they are still waiting on the attachment you promised. So it's really just having kind of a virtual assistant, so to speak. You've also got email engagement, as I mentioned before, which really just enables you to see if your message is landing. So are people even reading your emails? Are they clicking on your attachments or your links? And then also finally, a version of auto capture, which is where in the contact or the lead record or the main record, you can see whether or not there is a pending untracked email that's associated to your inbox. So let me just pop out of this demo. One sec. I'm just going to bring this across. Okay, so what I have here is the first part, which is email engagements. Now with email engagement, as you can see here, I sent an email and it's actually tracked. But when I do send an email, what I actually get asked is if I want to follow the email. And now if I follow the email, what will happen is you'll see that there's an email engagement tab that appears. When the email engagement tab appears, you can actually see whether or not the email is being followed or not. You can set a reminder for yourself to say, okay, I need to chase this email to see if they've responded, etc. On top of that, you can see if the email's been opened, how many times, if there's any links or attachments or replies. Now, about email engagement, how it does this is by putting in a very tiny microscopic image in the email, which allows, which when downloaded, alerts Dynamics Sales Insights to let it know that the email has been opened. Right now, if the email has been opened, this is basically where it gets shown. Now, to track the attachments and the how many times the attachments have been viewed, the attachments, when you associate the attachment to the email, what actually happens is that attachment is then saved inside of SharePoint. And that's actually what's used to track that the attachments have been opened and how many attachments have been, how many times it has been viewed. So it associates a unique reference to it in SharePoint. So in order to utilize this, you will actually need three things. You'll obviously need to have, well, four things. You'll need to have Exchange. You'll have to have OneDrive and SharePoint configured as well. And you'll also have to have Bing Map enabled as well in the organization. Now, Bing Map needs to be enabled in the organization for the purposes of, if I send an email, there is one thing that it will ask me to do, which is this might not be the right time to send the email, and it's based upon the recipient's time zone. How it ascertains the time zone, it uses Bing Maps to help with that. So you will need to enable Bing Map in order to get the full benefits of email engagement. Okay. The next thing that I want to talk about is auto capturing and so auto capturing and then relationship assistant. So with auto capturing, I mentioned that it actually is shown in the timeline. So if I have an email that I've not seen in my inboxes yet, and I'm working on the record, what I'll see is the activity suggestion that pops up here. Now, to track it, all I need to do is actually save the email to my timeline. This will then allow this email to be seen by everyone in my organization that has access to this contact or the email record. That's based on security roles. Now, when I say that now everyone can see it, it's because it's looking at my personal inbox and looking at the contact using the email address that's associated. So for example, if Neil logged in as himself, he won't see this email. He will see any emails that's applicable to him. Okay, so it's looking at the individual's exchange and looking at it from that point of view. Okay, the other thing as well is being able to utilize what's known as the relationship assistant. So with the relationship assistant, you have different cards that you can configure. These are cards such as I might be in a particular area, and if if a meeting has been created, it can utilize the postcode and the town, city, to ascertain whether or not the area is close by, and then it will show nearby customers that you might also want to pay a visit to since you're in the area. As I mentioned, it could also show different things related to email, such as missing attachments, or you might have an unhappy customer or a customer that's mentioning a competitor. So you can flag whether or not you're interested in any of those. Now, I mentioned that you flag them, and that's simply because with the free version of Relationship Assistant, because there is a paid for version in the Sales Insights bit as well, you're not able to create custom cards. However, of course, you can create custom cards inside of the paid for version. So this could be if something happens in another system, if someone misses a payment, for example, you could create a relationship card for that account manager to chase. By the way, they have missed their second payment. You now need to be aware of this for when you're going to your meeting, and that could actually be shown up as a card on the Relationship Assistant. And that, as I mentioned, is basically done using adaptive cards. So if I just trying to find my mouse. There you are. Okay, so that's basically what this notification is. Okay, now I can, of course, open the appointment, email the attendees, and this is all because of the options that I have available to me with this card specifically, and I can choose to snooze it or close it entirely. So that in a nutshell is the three options that I have available to me with the Sales Insights, the D365 Sales Enterprise features, free features of Sales Enterprise in Sales Insights in D365 Enterprise. So the other areas of Sales Insights, we have the ability to utilize auto capture. Now, we talked about auto capturing briefly in the free version in D365 Sales Enterprise. It's not really free because you're still paying for it. It's just a part of that license. You also have predictive scoring for both lead and opportunity. And you also have talking points, which is basically where we can build rapport with the customer. So if I basically mentioned, to be honest, I wasn't really well last week and I was off, then it will flag up that I had maybe a health problem that I might be able to use to build my relationship with you. Because if I was also sick, I can empathize with that, you know, or I can relate to that. You also have, so with talking points, so Talking Points is now available, I believe, in the UK. Who Knows Whom is available only at the moment in North America. And that is because of there is some legal ramifications that they're still working out. You've also got relationship analytics. Relationship analytics is basically how we can ensure that we're building on that relationship. How frequently are you keeping in contact with your customers? How frequently are you seeing them, meeting them? And this is going to be different for each company. Some companies might want you to be in touch with a customer every 2 weeks via phone at least, but see the customer at least once a month physically. So with relationship analytics, you can assess the score to see if that's actually being done. And that will basically define whether or not it's a good relationship with the customer or not. And Who Knows Whom basically is if you want to be introduced to an agent or to a customer rather, how can we identify if anyone else has an existing relationship with that customer? So if we have an existing relationship with a customer, then we can leverage that to then be introduced. So this is really useful. For example, if you're a new account manager and you want to start building those relationships quickly, utilize the existing relationship that your colleagues have so you can actually build your own relationship with the customer. So that's where that really comes in useful. You've also got suggested activities. So with suggested activities, with suggested activities, this is where we can populate things in the notes area, and it will utilize what it's saying to try to prompt you to say, okay, do you actually mean that you want me to create a phone call or a meeting? So instead of having to then go off and create the meeting manually, the system is going to try and help. So this is all about, as I mentioned before, being more efficient, being more, supporting salespeople to reduce the amount of work, reduce their workload, and also being able to build your relationship so we can ultimately, ideally, get a result of a better sale or a quicker sale, So let's just go in and have a look at what that looks like. So with auto capture, what I'm going to do is just bring back up my system. Okay, so with auto capture, what the difference between auto capture is and auto capture is the difference between auto capture in Sales Insights and D365 Sales Enterprise is with Sales Enterprise, I had to go to the timeline, whereas in Sales Insights, this is in preview, by the way, so this is not going to be in the current version, but you can enable it in preview in a trial environment to have a look to see what it's going to look like. But with this, you can actually have an area where you actually go in and it just gives you the full list of actual suggestions. So you can choose whether or not you actually want to utilize this or not. Okay, so if you want to save it as an activity and then that will then allow everyone to see it, you can actually just utilize this view to do that. You also have contact suggestions. So what contact suggestions does is it basically runs through the list of contacts that you have in Exchange and pushes them through to D365 cells, but it's not saved as a contact until you save it as a contact. Okay, so that's basically the difference between the two and how they actually look. So the next thing as well that I want to show is, let's just jump to this, is the predictive lead scoring. I tried to track this properly. There you go. Yeah, so the predictive lead scoring. Now, one of the things that salespeople will tend to struggle with or have to deal with is being able to identify which leads they should focus on, which leads are worth their time effectively. And obviously we have a long history. They've been doing this for a long time, so they will have a lot of information that might already be available. Now, if that information is already available, what machine learning does and what Sales Insight does is it utilizes machine learning to understand what was successful in the past and why. So whether or not our sweet spot is leads with a budget between a certain amount that are in a particular industry that has any particular type of, it's looking at all this information, and then it's going to score that information, and we can then give that score a particular grade. So between a particular score, we can say between like 70 and 100, that's a grade A. Between 50 and 70, that's B, etc., etc. So I would probably focus on my grade A leads because these are the leads that are most likely, based upon our history, that we're going to win. Okay, so if I go into one of these leads, so if I go into, for example, Helen Thomas here, I can actually have a look to see the predictive lead scoring to see why it's actually given this lead a score of 95. And that's because I've actually rated this lead as hot, which means that it's definitely going to land. That there's a budget of this amount, that the source. So all of this is basically where and why it's giving that score. In the past, we weren't able to change the model that was being used to set the leads. But now it is actually possible, and I'm not sure if that's in preview or not. I will send a tweet out about it, but we can actually now choose which fields that make up this model. So if there's a custom field that you've created that needs to be a part of the model, you can now include it, and it can then use that to identify if the score, if the lead is a high value lead or not. Okay. Another thing as well, I talked about activity suggestions. So here we have a phone call, and in the phone call we put a note there to be able to identify to basically say what we actually needed to do as our next steps. So here, if I wanted to, I can't actually click on it. It's giving me that there's a new phone call suggestion. So all I need to do is actually click on edit and create. That will actually generate a new phone call against this lead. And what it also does, which I really quite like, is if you put in just have a 15-minute phone call, or let's have a catch up in 2 weeks, it actually picks up on that language as well and populates the necessary duration and also the date as well, based upon what I've actually put in to my suggestion as well. So I like that. I think that was quite cute. The next thing as well is after I identify that that score is quite good, what I can actually then do is identify another way to identify who I might want to interact with is based on the relationship that I have with the customer. So that's basically the relationship health score. The relationship health score is basically how frequently am I interacting with the customer, whether that be every week, every 2 weeks. And as I mentioned, this is something that is configured by your organization. So as an organization, you can make this decision, and that's going to be decided, and that's going to be used to identify or decide what the state and the options are, whether it not be good, fair, poor, etc. Okay. If we go into it in a bit more detail, we go into the relationship analytics tab inside the opportunity. Here you can actually see details about the interactions. How frequently are we having those interactions? You know, how many interactions and how much time is being spent between them and us? Because obviously, if we're spending a lot more time than them, are we more invested than them, than the customer? So is this actually a good opportunity or not? Pulling in from the email engagement, which again is actually a part of something that you can get in Sales Enterprise. What's the percentage of the leads of the emails are being opened, viewed, clicks? So are they actually responding to us? You know, and how quickly are they responding to us? And my favorite feature is the relationship activities, where we can actually now have a timeline to see the flow of the relationships that we have. And this is basically taking from the activities that we have against the system. So it's going to be very clear if there's a massive gap between 2 dates that we have not really been interacting with this client at all. Okay. Also, we can identify who our most contacted stakeholders are and our most engaged stakeholders. So are we actually contacting the right people? You know? So that is the other thing as well is, so I talked about some of the features that are, yes, currently available only within the North American market. But there was a feature that was, so both of them were only available in North America. And then one of them got released in inside of Europe. And I think that one was, actually, no, I think it was Who Knows Whom. I think Who Knows Whom is actually available in Europe, but I will double check, and again I will tweet that. But Who Knows Whom basically is utilizing Exchange and pulling in Exchange to see which of your colleagues have a good relationship with the customer. So if I basically click on my lovely graph, I like seeing it here because the closer you are to the relationship, it means the stronger your relationship is with that customer, kind of like these green bars. I can actually then choose to send an email to get introduced. So I can send an email to get introduced, and this email is basically utilizing a template. So you can actually associate a standard template that's associated that it will then use to just quickly just send an email to your colleague to say, hey, I want to get introduced to this person, right? And then also against talking points, as I mentioned that we were able to review the emails. So it's all utilizing emails. And as I mentioned, Sales Insights is not about giving the salesperson more work to do. It's about being able to leverage information that's already in the system, information that's already being provided, and being able to give them a different way of looking at that information, but also giving them more insights because then they can actually see trends. Okay, so you can then see the data for the different talking points and see what they actually said in those emails as well. So you can then interact with them and say, hey, you know, like I came down with the flu as well, or something like that. Don't lie, but you know, if you did, you can say that. Now, if I just go back to this. So in this piece of it, what I demonstrated was Sales Insights. We talked about how we could leverage auto capture. So we looked at a different way of utilizing auto capture in terms of the view, instead of having to go to each individual customer. We also looked at predictive scoring. And that predictive scoring that I demonstrated on the lead is, of course, also available on the opportunity as well. So you've got the view for lead score and opportunity score. You've also got talking points as well, which basically just allows you to build your rapport with the customer, to identify anything that you might be able to relate to with that customer and build that relationship. And also then utilize relationship analytics to see if how your relationship is with the contact, the lead, or the opportunity. Do you actually need to contact them more? Are you contacting the right people? To be able to build that the opportunity. Utilizing who knows whom to be able to leverage the relationship that your colleagues have. So you can then build your own individual relationship, and of course suggested activities, which then allows you to quickly create activity records or quickly relate records based upon the notes that you're putting into the system. So with all of these features are available in Sales Insights, we're able to pretty much make it easier for salespeople to do their jobs, really, without having them needing to do more work, because a lot of people see a CRM or D365 sales as big brother that's just there for them to do more admin. And with Sales Insights, it's not about admin, because they're not having to do additional work. It's just really, if they're doing it anyhow, being able to give them something, being able to give them the insights that they're going to need to be more efficient. Now, if we have a look at conversation intelligence is, again, like I really love Sales Insights, because depending on the area that you go, you can actually get so much value from the different pieces. So with conversation intelligence, what we use this for is being able to do continuous improvement for a sales team that might actually be on the phone. So if you've got a lot of companies nowadays, all calls have to be recorded. And if the calls are recorded, what tends to happen is for training and monitoring purposes. Now, if it's for training purposes, then you tend to have someone that's sitting there listening to the call and giving feedback to they might be listening to it in isolation, or sometimes they sit with the person and they listen to it with the salesperson or the person that was on the call, so they can actually know how to improve, where they could have actually said something different or improved or behaved differently. And what conversation intelligence does is this now automatically transcribes the call. It also assesses the sentiment of not only the caller, but also of the agent as well. And then also allows you to have that ongoing coaching, because it compares the call that you as an agent had with your other colleagues as well, to see, are you listening or are you over talking your customer? Are you shouting? It does all of that for you. So let's jump in and just have a look to see what that actually looks like. So I have set this up. I have set up conversation intelligence. To set up conversation intelligence, you do need to have an Azure subscription. The container, you need to create a container, and the calls need to be pushed into that container after you set up the environment inside of your Sales AI environment. When you set up the environment here, it just needs the container ID. So once you start pushing calls into that container, then what it's then going to do is it's then going to analyze that call, right? And when you analyze the call, it's then doing the transcription, it's doing the sentiment, and then it's grouping and doing machine learning based on that as well. But when you also push the call in, what it's also expecting is a JSON file. The JSON file and the call recording name needs to be the same name. And the JSON file it's expecting needs to have information about the agent, information about the call, so it can then be parsed through. Now, that information is key, and information about this is available, of course, in Microsoft Docs. If you are interested in looking at this further, just let me know, and what I can do is I can send that out as well, because it's actually it's not super complicated to set up. You just got to get the right JSON format and also the call recording available. But once you've actually got the call recording available, what can you do? Well, inside of Conversation Intelligence, here you can actually see the overall customer sentiment. And this is for the last 7 days as myself, who I'm logged in as. So it basically gives you the trend of the tracked words and competitors. Now, I am the one basically specifying what I wanted to listen out for. So it's if I wanted to be listening out for a particular competitor of mine, I can say that. And then in the transcription, it's going to listen out and flag which calls are mentioning that. Okay, as I mentioned before, it's actually comparing the different calls from my team. So I can see the talk to listen ratio in general, and also the calls that are associated to opportunities that are going well, the opportunities that have a good sentiment. What keywords are they using? You know, and then what's the different sentiment based upon the salesperson overall? What does that actually look like against the average? I can also then drill in to the sales view. So based on the team, I can actually see here the actual individuals. Now, not because a salesperson has like a negative phone call, it means that something is wrong. In fact, I've seen like some salespeople that they shout on the phone, and when they shout on the phone, sometimes the system actually takes it to say that's negative. It's not really negative. They're showing enthusiasm. So there is some obviously human nature that you still have to listen to the call. You still have to be aware of the personality of people to ascertain that the system is saying that it's negative, but it's really not. But what I use this and how we use this is really for keyword tracking and to basically ensure, again, you know, profanity, make sure everything is actually being said correctly. And if we wanted to, we could actually go in, as I mentioned the transcripts. So if I basically said I wanted to review one of the calls, you know, ad hocly, I can actually go into one of the calls, and as I listened to the call, what will then happen is it would play the call, and as I played the call, the transcript would actually go to where that call where it actually is in that call. So it's actually going through, seeing that, okay, the customer is talking and the customer is happy, and or they're not, you know. So these are the competitors that have been mentioned. As I mentioned before, we have to flag the competitors. We have to define what to listen out for. And but once we've done that, we can then relate it to the opportunity. And once we relate it to the opportunity, this doesn't actually get shown inside of Dynamics. I think that's something that's going to be coming next. For now, though, it's all within Sales AI. So it's all within the Sales Insights product. And this is something that's separate. So with Sales Insights, you get 3 hours of conversation intelligence available per user per month. Right. But if you wanted to take it further, then you'd have to get conversation intelligence on top of Sales Insights. So if we just went in just to have a review of the overview, and then what we'll do is we'll just look into some of the questions that you might have. So with Sales, D365 Sales, we looked at the features that you would have as part of that standard product. We have Relationship Assistant, Email Engagement, and Auto Capture. Sales Insights will give you these features as well. And note, I have not talked about the Teams integration and Business Card Reader and Notes Capture. I haven't talked about that. But those are also available, and they straddle the line between Sales Enterprise and Sales Insights. So there you'll have some free version in Sales Enterprise, but the bulk of that will be in Sales Insights as well. And then on top of Sales Insights, we also have Conversation Intelligence that's available that we can also levy. Are there any questions?
Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Tricia. Yes, there are questions.
Okay.
Let's begin. Okay. Sorry, could everybody just mute your mics? Possibly just... There you go, thanks. So Davey saying, for demo purpose, in case we need a lot of data to build a model, is there any out-of-the-box sample data that we can install to build a model? That's the first question.
So there are two options here. One, are you a partner? Or if you're a partner, then what you can do is you can, okay, so if you're not a partner, then what you would need to do is actually you would have to build up the data, unfortunately. So this for me, it has taken a while, because for the leads predictive scoring, that was fine. That only needed 40 records. But for opportunity scoring needs a bit more. It's not as bad as it was in the past. In the past, it needed like hundreds, but they have cut it down. But it doesn't help, because you still need the data, and you do have to get that data into the correct format, because it's looking for data that's within the year, and you need to have, for example, like 100 records that are closed, 100 records which are open, and it needs to be relatively realistic as well. So unfortunately, the answer is no. But if you were a partner, what you could actually levy is the demo builder functionality that Microsoft provide in CDX Transform. And what that does is that gives you access to an environment that's pre-populated for you, because they are aware that that is a limitation to demonstrate the product properly. But what they've assumed is that people are going to be using their actual data.
Thanks, Tricia. Harold is also saying that he couldn't find any data himself, so he had to manually do it. It took him about 4 hours. But as Tricia mentioned, there are partner resources available as well if you have access to them. The next question is by Harold, who is saying, note that the leads usually have a very limited set of data involved, so it is not easy to find patterns in the data in order to evaluate the calculation. The next question, Tricia, is by Coquelin. So Coquelin's asking, Sales Insights allows us to create custom cards. Is it possible to create custom model and train with some historical data and display the result in an adaptive card on a lead or opportunity? If it's possible, do we have to pay more to be able to create a custom model, or is it included in the Sales Insights license? Thanks.
So that would be a part of your Sales Insights license. It's not something that they'll tell you how to do, but if you put the pieces together, it's something that you should be able to do. For example, it is using machine learning, right? So the model is going to be there. You can change the model, like we talked about, for the predictive leads or opportunity. After that, they actually give an API where you can export that data. If you can export that data, you can then leverage things like Logic App Power Automate to take advantage of when you might actually want to surface a card. Do you see where I'm going with this? So it's not something that they've populated and said, this is how you do it. But the pieces are there. You have the ability to export the results of the model creation, and you have the ability to create your adaptive card and dynamically show it inside of Dynamics utilizing Power Automate. But that's a part of the Sales Insights license.
Great stuff. Dominique is asking, do you have a customer who has implemented that feature and uses it on a daily basis?
Which feature? We have customers that have implemented some of the features, not all of the features. So right now we're working with a customer that's implemented conversation intelligence, which is why I'm knee deep in that at the moment. And how they're utilizing it is they see the benefit where they used to send people out to do face-to-face meetings all the time, and they used to have to send feedback forms to the people that they would sell to, because of very regulated industry, and instead, now they're having to do phone conversations. The phone conversations have to be recorded. And what they would have is they would listen to the call recordings with the customer to make sure that the customer was happy with how the call went. Now, what they're going to do is they're going to be using conversation intelligence to kind of remove the need to have the customer on the call, because the call is recorded. You actually see, get the transcript, so there's no confusion over what was said. So they're going to trust that the conversation intelligence can actually tackle that and utilize that as a way to coach their sales team, instead of doing it the older fashioned way of sitting down and having everyone there instead. So yeah, we're using that now.
Thanks, Tricia. That's exactly what they wanted to hear. And Harold is asking a question. Did you get this data on conversation intelligence? Did you create it yourself in a demo system, or was it provided somewhere for demo purpose?
So two things. I have another system where I've got my demo data. The data that I showed is the pre-configured demo environment that I talked about for partners, simply because it looks prettier. Now, my data, of course, because it's real world data, it's not as pretty because I'm still trying to find the correct Unix code for the time. So it shows as a time well in the past when it shouldn't be, and I didn't have time to update it, so I chose not to show it. But I do have a system with conversation intelligence that is it's a more realistic data set. Not that this one isn't realistic, but yeah.
And Davey is asking, what are the out-of-the-box adaptive cards that are already provided by the system, and what can we use without any customization?
To be honest, it's going to be hard to answer that. What I would recommend is going to the Microsoft Docs site, and looking for the list, because there is a list of, I think, over 60 cards that are just available as standard, and they are added to a lot. So just keep an eye on that, have a look, and more than often you'll find things there that you'll just use. We've only ever had to extend twice at like 2 additional cards, because we are using that in other systems, especially the financial sector. We've used that there as well, and we've not had to extend it much. It's been fine.
Now, Tricia, you have an announcement to make, haven't you, regarding the next few weeks?
I do, but I don't. Did I put? Yeah, I did. Okay, so guys, who's on the phone? Please, I and a bunch of other people are putting together a Microsoft 365 charity quiz. You might have seen it on Twitter or LinkedIn, but it's a really good cause. Obviously, we are aware of what's been happening with the whole Black Lives Matter movement, and I'm Jamaican, so I'm very, very touched by this. I'm very affected by this, and so are a lot of people in our community. What we're doing is we're putting together a 365 charity quiz that it's going to be based on the Microsoft stack. So that is Dynamics, that's Office 365, SharePoint, everything. So everyone can join in. What we ask is that if you're not able to come, please just go and donate. But if you are able to come, please go and register. The link is here. And what we'll do is we'll populate the link in the chat window as well. Just go and register. It's on July the 30th. And it's at 6 p.m. If you're not based in the UK, that's fine. It's a global initiative. So we've actually got things on in Canada, in the UK, in Australia, New Zealand. We've got Africa, and we've got Brazil and Latin America. So just basically go, there will be and the US as well, there will be a region that is aligned for your time zone. Just go and register. The charity that we're working with in the UK is Black Minds Matter. And Black Minds Matter is all about mentoring, training, and providing therapy to Black youth between the ages of 17 and 25. So this is going towards them, and we're actually going to be working with them for the next year to upskill them on the Power Platform. So it's going to be, we're going to be able to get a lot more, opportunities to them, but also give us the opportunity as well to diversify our own community. So I think it's going to be great. Please register.
So there you go. I've posted the international links. I'm just going to post the UK one because I'm guessing most of you here will be attending UK. So I'm going to do that one separately. There you go. So there you go. There's the links. So it should be a fun day. Should be a really, really fun day to attend, and be a great way to network and learn. So yeah, lots of thanks from Dominique. And from Harold, from N Mehta, from Abhijit. Oh, Abhijit's got a question. So one final question from Abhijit. Can we create a Power App just to show the sales insight info per user basis?
That's interesting, but I don't see why not. Now, personally, I haven't played with the endpoints that they made available, but I would, before answering that question, have a look at the endpoint to see what data you actually get from that, and then that's what you can then use to levy into the Power App. But it's not a bad idea. No, but with Dynamics, I know that you can, of course, if you've got the Dynamic Sales app, you can actually see sales insights inside that app as well. So yeah.
There you go. So yep. So again, fantastic. Thanks again, Trisha. That's how you connect with Trisha. Follow her on Twitter, on LinkedIn, and that's her blog right there. So make sure you follow make sure you follow Trisha, because she's doing lots of stuff at the moment, and covering all the highly relevant new announcements. She's working very closely with the product group as well. So she's usually tackling the nuances and addressing them before Microsoft gets to announce the answers. So that's really good of Trisha to be tackling the issues of implementing sales insights, customer insights herself, going through the problems and getting through those teething issues so that you don't have to. So fantastic. Again, great news. Get involved in that community event. Pradeep is saying thanks again. So is Abhijit, Asina, Davey, people from all around the world. So really, really happy that so many people from around the world are attending today to attend this session. I think you all realize and appreciate that Dynamics has changed from being a traditional legacy standalone application to being more action-based, providing actionable insights, and that's the importance of the sales insights. Again, thank you, Pangesh is also saying thanks, Trisha. Thank you, everyone. Our next session does begin in 5 minutes. So our next is a new speaker, actually, someone who we've not featured before. And basically, what they will be covering is Dynamics marketing, is a student's journey using Dynamics marketing. Now, I myself have implemented Dynamics marketing for education purposes. I know Neil Parkhurst has as well. So Leo Kawai will be covering the similar matter. So it seems though many of us, we all work in different industries, whether it's education, whether it's public sector, whether it's private sector. Please drop in which industry you're working in. It'll be interesting to see your use cases for sales and marketing. So all the attendees, if you don't mind, just drop in your industry focus particularly, and maybe that could be of some use, some benefit, so to ensure that we can help address your particular industry challenge. So Leo, are you online? So Leo is due in 3 minutes. And in that time, one thing I would like to ask everyone is that you may have noticed already, some of you may not, but we are actually launching a brand new community portal. Every year we kind of revamp things. So that will be under powercommunity.com. And we will be providing some feedback from some of our attendees. So if you have attended an in-person event or an online event and you want to provide a personal feedback, a quote about the event that you want to be featured on the website itself, then now's the time to do that. And we will also be awarding prizes for the successful people who will be featured on the new website. So we'll be featuring community members who are highly involved, who attend events, get value from these events, and providing their feedback. So if you are interested, please feel free to drop your quote in the chat or email us. Ideally, drop your quote in the chat to get selected earlier on. And you will also be featured on the new website. Hello there, Leo. Hi there, Leo. Yes, we can hear you. Hello there, Leo. Okay, so whilst we are waiting for Leo to join us, I want to cover the topic of dynamics marketing. So for those who are not aware of Dynamics marketing, the Dynamics marketing tool application is fairly new. It's a replacement from another Dynamics marketing application, which was basically replaced by the new one. And essentially, I would love to actually physically show you the Dynamics marketing tool. If I can, however, I need to log into another application to be able to show you that particular Dynamics application tool. Quick question, everybody here online, what marketing tools are you currently using? Out of curiosity, so I can ensure that we can that we're addressing your questions in particular. If you in the chat window, if you could drop in what particular marketing challenges, what particular marketing tools you're currently using. It can be Dynamics marketing, it could possibly be another tool, it could be something like Click Dimension, whatever it is. If you could drop it in the chat window, that'd be great. So James is saying, quite a few people saying they use Click Dimensions. Okay. And Kentico. Okay. Cool, Shannon saying Kentico. Great. Anybody using Dynamics marketing? Marketo. Okay. Okay, David Ollie is saying he uses Dynamics marketing. Okay. MailChimp. So let's discuss those different options. So MailChimp, obviously, there are connectors you can use for MailChimp, whether it's through Flow or use it externally and sync it in. You also what's going on here? Just received a message from Leo saying he's had an emergency. And so unfortunately Leo has an emergency. So Leo will not be joining us today. Okay, well we'll carry on. We'll continue and address marketing. So Dominique is saying Power MailChimp is a connector that's available for integrating MailChimp into Dynamics. Coquelin is saying we use Sales Enterprise and Sales Insights. We look into using Dynamics 365 marketing, but since it was a bit expensive, we decided to just stick with D365 Sales in Enterprise and Sales Insights. Yep, Click Dimensions again. Okay. So does anybody have any questions related to Dynamics marketing or any of the other options? I'm happy to share the challenges and how to successfully implement the features of Dynamics marketing. So I'm happy to discuss that and address how to actually, from a technical perspective, how to deploy your marketing insights across the different instances, and understand the best practices of implementing it. So that's something that I'm more than happy to do now, so that you've actually got some insight into Dynamics marketing. I'd love to actually physically show it you. I will have to actually join from another computer, so just bear with me. I will be trying to connect from another computer and show you Dynamics marketing. So just bear with me.
Hey Raz, this is Narayan. Can you hear me okay?
Hello there. Hi there, Narayan.
Hi. Yeah, so while Leo is not there, so I thought let's make it a little bit more interactive for everyone. So why not while Leo's spinning up this another machine to present a demo, why can't we talk about something? What's delivery journey of the marketing Dynamics 365 for marketing? And also there are a lot of confusion I have seen around, which is how we can actually do the opt-in and opt-out process on a granular level, so not only the global level. If something we want to talk about, maybe that might be a good topic.
Awesome. So what I'll do is let me kick things off by what I'll do is the first 20 minutes I'm happy to show the Dynamics marketing, and then are you able to take over after that, Narayan?
Sure, absolutely, yeah. Don't mind doing
Yep,
that.
great stuff. Okay, let's do that then. So I'll be joining through another session now.
Raz, sorry for the 20 minutes. Was that for me? Do you want me to do the session in 20 minutes?
Hi, Dilyana.
Hello. Did you see I put a suggestion in the chat? I don't know if it helps, but if you want, I can set up my laptop. I just need to get home.
Dilyana.
Yeah.
Dilyana's a marketing, actually, Dynamics marketing.
Sorry, yeah. Hello.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah,
well, I'm happy to get started. So feel free. Yes, you're more than welcome, Dilyana. You're more than welcome to deliver to do a session if you like. Definitely, yes.
Yep. So the only problem is I'm in the car on the way to my hotel now, so I just need 10 minutes to go set up my laptop. But after that, we can.
Well, Dina, you're welcome to. I don't want to rush you. Me and Narayan will start and cover it. But if you have time, please, yes, that'd be great. Yes, so no problem at all. So yes, so if Dilyana is available, then yes, it'll be great to have Dilyana join us as well.
Cool. Give me 15 minutes and I'll be over with the camera and everything.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Yeah. So you got 10-15 minutes, no problem at all. We will start some discussion around that. So
there's Dilyana.
Oh, yeah, I'm on the go. I'm sorry, but I'll be in a better setup position in 15 minutes.
No
cool.
problem.
Awesome. Exciting.
Cool. See you in a bit, guys.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
So let's talk about
awesome, guys.
This Gulson also supported a GDPR compliance. So let's talk about it. So in my personal view, let me share some of the bits which I have implemented, because I have done plenty of implementation of Dynamics 365 marketing, click dimension, as well as other elements where MailChimp and other connectivity as well. Dot mailer is one of them as well. So just to share my experience, whenever we implement that, GDPR is one of the key elements to cover it up. So the first exercise we do after implementing, doesn't matter whatever you have done in terms of collecting subscriber information or collecting some evidences, the first exercise we do is send out a bulk email to everyone with all sorts of campaigns available from my organizations. Also to make it clear to every recipient, saying that they want, by choosing this opt-in opt-out process, all the service emails are excluded. So you're still going to receive the service emails to provide you better services, but that doesn't mean we are going to bombard you with the marketing emails if you are not subscribed to it. So everyone must have seen there is a global setting available, which is bulk mail allow or do not allow. Then we have another setting which is email, and the third one you must have noticed something called follow email. So these are the options available, but when we actually go through multiple campaign list, I would always recommend to go through a feature available in marketing called landing page. Try and spin up a landing page with the subscription module in it. So it's we also call it subscription form, and then list out all your campaigns in it, and with the yes or no option available, that, and store those elements against your customer, so you know better that what customer is looking for it. what kind of particular targeted campaigns they are interested in. So this first exercise will tell me each and every customer with the up-to-date information, what they like to receive and what they do not like to receive. So that's where my marketing department can get a better help analyzing what kind of customer we have targeted, what kind of customers are there, what product they are interested in, what services they are interested in. So after looking at that, like pretty much once I have collected all the details about all my contacts, then I pretty much kickstart all my campaigns. So always supply unsubscribe option to your customers underneath the email. So by default, marketing actually provides that, or even if you go ClickDimension or any other solutions, they always have that footer available, which points to the default subscribe, unsubscribe, and which is maybe point to like global one. So you want to make sure that you actually point that back to your landing page where your customers or the subscriber can actually drill down to the campaign level information, subscription or unsubscription. Once I have those elements, which is pretty much remains with you as an evidence, where you could potentially use that when the dispute has been raised in terms of the GDPR. So that's what in practice I have seen so far, where always the legal department asks for evidences. When this customer has subscribed, what they selected, what they changed, with a timestamp, date timestamp. It's a very, very important evidences, and make sure your user internally should not change that directly. Either you provide some sorts of workflows, some sorts of other elements, so you could trigger that against a phone call activity or email activity. So if you have received email or phone call, then you should actually help your customer to unsubscribe to those campaigns. I think we can see the demo turning up now, so rather than keep talking blindly, I will hand over to Razwan.
Hi guys. Hi everyone. So now you can see my screen. Yep, excellent. So where it all begins, for those people who work with traditional dynamics, it was everything was done under marketing lists, wasn't it? There was a entity called marketing lists where you would use that, and even in ClickDimensions, it uses the concept of marketing lists. That's all changed now. So the most important mechanics of dynamics marketing is customer journeys and its segments. Okay, segments and customer journeys are the most important mechanics for dynamics marketing. So if we go into a customer journey, this is where it gets a bit complex, and I want to spend some time discussing that. But before I jump into the customer journey, which is the mechanics of executing an email, an SMS, follow-up emails, and behavior of emails, let's jump into segmentations first. So if we take a look at, for example, a query, yeah. So there are different types of queries you can build. You can make dynamic segments. Traditionally, this would be marketing lists, these segments, but they've built this graphical user interface to be able to generate your segments. Now, it's important, guys, that when you're building out your segments, so here we've got the event registration entity. So obviously, we're building out a segment only for people who've registered for a given event, for example. And then obviously that's the GUID, that's the lookup to the given event. It would be nice if it showed the actual text of the event. You probably noticed that it's a bit strange. You'd expect it to show the text of the actual event, but it's actually the GUID. It displays over there. And then you obviously got the demographics of the contact information, so you could easily select information related to the contact. Now, one thing I want to mention is that when you're building out your segments, there are two types of segments you build. You build out the segments that are, number one, that are directly related to those demographics that need to be included within inside of the campaign, but then you also want to include create a segment for those who need to be excluded. So your customer journeys actually provide two. Sorry, can someone just mute their microphone? And Ryan, if you don't mind, there's someone who's just joined that's needs their microphone muting, if you don't mind. Okay, that's great. So yeah, great, cool. So yeah, so these segments that we're generating here, you create two types. You create an inclusion segment and an exclusion segment. Now, exclusion segments are very important for GDPR reasons. So what Narayan was referring to earlier is that there are attributes on the contact that are related to exclusion, particularly opt-in, opt-out questions. Yeah. So let's look for those opt-in, opt-out questions. So there'll be, let's show you an example. There we go. So there, I don't know if you saw that, but there was one for email. There was one for email opt-out, SMS opt-out. I'll show you again. So there's standard fields that are already built into the system, vanilla fields that are included for emails, for transactional emails as well. So you have two types of emails, bulk email campaigns, but then you've also got transactional emails as well that need to also be included in that. Here we go. There they are. Do not bulk email. Yeah, do not allow emails. So there's email and mails. So there's a difference between the two there. So you got do not allow emails, bulk emails, faxes, phone calls, postal email, SMS. Yep. So there's all these different requirements. You can create custom ones as well. So we need to ensure that we create a segment and include that in the customer journey, so that they are also respected. Now, the really cool thing that I like about Dynamics Marketing is that it will prevent duplicate emails from being sent out. So imagine you in your segments, you've got a query that potentially you got multiple queries, yeah, because you can add as many segments as you like in your customer journeys. You can add they're additive in nature. So you can add and subtract segments, you can build them, and it would reflect the net output of those segments. So essentially, it could mean that you may have multiple people with different emails that are, or different kind of records that are being pulled in. What the Dynamics Marketing app does is it strips out the duplicates. So if there are two people with the same email for whatever reason, or if there's multiple segments that are repeating the same person, it will make sure that's only one email is sent out. So it prevents the duplicate emails from spamming your candidates. So that's a very important one. Now, in addition to the segmentations, there are different types of segments here. When you create a segment, it will give you an option to, if we create new, for example, dynamic and static. So the dynamic one it obviously provides, you can obviously select different pre-made templates that are there. If we just, for example, select that one for the time being. Select. So again, the dynamic segments are the most useful ones that you'll have because they will get updated. So the segments will get automatically updated based on the data in the system. So every time someone registers for an event or checks in for an event, it will automatically synchronize into the segment, and they will get processed in the email. So these are the ones you're going to use the most. The static ones are for usually one-off campaigns where you build out a query for given demographic, and then you fire out a campaign. So the static ones generally are one-off. The dynamic ones you'd use more regularly for ongoing email campaigns that are running long-term campaigns or that you're running. So going on to the customer journey, I want to cover something quite important here, guys. Now, one thing to cover is that, well, how long does it take to sync these dynamic campaigns into a customer journey? Generally speaking, in real life, it takes about 15 minutes. So it's not obviously real time, because obviously the system takes time to synchronize everything. So the architecture, what's exactly happening behind the scenes is that these segments are being built within inside of the system. Yeah, within inside of Dynamics, but in Azure, Dynamics Marketing is actually hosted in Azure. So all the emails that are sent are not sent from your particular instance. They are hosted in Azure, and they are sent from Azure. All the marketing insight data that's being collected is being sent from Azure. So it takes about 15 minutes to sync this data, to sync this data from within inside Dynamics and then into Azure for it to be processed by marketing. Now, if we look into customer journeys, if we discard these changes, and if we look into, let's take this example, for example. Now, what you're going to see is a very simple customer journey. Yeah, it always begins with a segment. So it begins with a segment to be processed. Here you can see the segments. So we've added a segment here and a segment here, multiple, and you can add multiple segments into there to trigger and process your emails. And then you move over to the scheduling. So here we obviously schedule when the email should be sent. So soon as that meets the requirement, it will get scheduled to send an email. And here we drop in the email artifacts into here. And then obviously this will be a long campaign, you know, so we can send it over weeks. Every time a new person registers for an event, for example, it will then send out reminders every week to be processed. Now, during that period of time, insights will be collected within inside of each one of these. So you can see numbers here, and essentially that tells you the what's being processed, the numbers of candidates and emails that are being processed. Now, this is a draft one, that's why you can't see any numbers. Now, one of the important things that you need to consider is how do we connect our segments and our customer journeys, how we build them. I think this is a very important point. So let me mention one thing. An important thing is when you're creating your emails, number one, so when you're creating an email here, so if we go into marketing emails, and you'll have, say, you know, coronavirus notice, for example. And you can build out these email templates. One thing I want to show you is the artifacts, any images that are stored inside of these emails. Dynamics provides the ability to add the email, to add this image. Yeah, so it provides the ability to be able to add these images. Now, it gives you an option to add them within inside the Dynamics Marketing app. Okay, I would recommend you not to do that. The reason why is because of deployment challenges. How do you go about if you're working in a development environment? How do you go about doing it in such a way whereby those images that you're storing within inside of your emails get deployed from one environment to test to pre-production and production? It can become a challenge. So that's what we don't want to do. We don't want to have to redeploy all our marketing images from one environment to the other environment. That will create bottleneck in your deployments, especially if you're not. Some people may be doing all their marketing campaigns from production. It depends on how your organization is set up. But if you're in a large enterprise organization, you have to follow a deployment process. And so what I'd recommend is store all your marketing images that are used in your emails, store them inside of a web server, maybe the server that your website is hosted on. Store those images there. That way, it will just be a link that's reused across all your deployments, and it will save you a big challenge when it comes to deploying. So that's the first tip. The second tip is when you're creating your customer journeys. When you're creating complex customer journeys, it's dangerous to create one very long customer journey. And the reason why it's very dangerous is for several reasons. It's to do with the way the Dynamics marketing is engineered and the way it processes segments. If you want to make sure that your segments are being processed effectively, and you want to be able to change the segments logic throughout your campaign. So, for example, in this scenario, we have one segment to begin with, and it gets processed over a long period of time. But it may be the case that you don't want that to happen. You may want your segments to get reevaluated through the different steps of the journey. Yeah. So after this, the next email is sent, it may be that these people, it may be that people have opted out. It may be that they're going down a different path. So the best practice, and this is a very important one that took me a while, it hurt us actually, is the best thing to do is create as many segments as possible and as many customer journey as possible and link them together. And the way you do that is if you create a segment, you can actually, once you make a customer journey live, you can actually copy that segment reference and then create you can create a segment, another segment out of the back of that. So from a customer journey, you can create a brand new segment and then start a new journey and link them together. So that is a very important tip for using Dynamics marketing. Now, I'm just going to cover that once again, just to make that clear. When you're creating these customer journeys, it's not a good idea to create a very long customer journey. And I can see Diliana's online. Hi, Diliana.
Hello.
Hi, Diliana. Now, I'm sure you face this as well, Diliana. When you're creating customer journeys, as I was mentioning, it's you'll often begin by creating a very, very long customer journey, but then you realize that's not the best thing to do. For processing branching logic in your complex marketing campaigns. And so what you should do is actually, and here we've got a live one, this is probably a best example to show, is that when you're looking at a customer journey, the best thing to do is if we click on this and I scroll down, and I'm sure Diliana can really attest to this, is that we can actually create a new segment directly from this customer journey. Yeah. So there's an option to click save.
Yes, so what you can do is if you want to see what group of contacts have been through that specific step, you can create a segment and have that for reference for later on as well.
Yeah, so that's very, very important, guys. That's very, really important because that is one of the biggest challenges we face when creating very complex marketing campaigns is that when you're creating branching logic, it's better to break them up into smaller steps than doing a very, very long one. And then what you do is you link each customer journey using a segment. So you create the segment from the end of this one. So there should be an option here to create a new segment. I'm just checking to see where that button is to click save to create a new segment.
Well, so it's even giving you the different all of the one that looks like a pie chart. It gives you the option to create different segments with the contacts, that different things have happened to them. So you have, if you want to know what sort of bounces you have got in that step. So yeah, you get all of those that look like a pie chart. Yep. So the little circle
Yeah.
just under view details, all of those would create the segment with the group of customers. And completely agree with your point on complex customer journeys. We actually never let our customers do that because they always get super excited when we show them marketing. They always
Excellent.
want to go wild. Yeah, they always want to go super wild, but we always get them to start small because we want them to feel in control and to know what their customer journey is going to do. We start small, just a few steps, and then we build on top of that we have found works best.
So that's how you do it, guys. So you just click on that. So from the output of every marketing campaign, you just click on the end, and then you can actually generate new segments from all the different processed points within inside it. You can create a brand new segment, click on that, create the new segment there, click save. It will make it live. You have to make it live before you can actually consume it. But look, Diliana's live now. So you've got a marketing expert right here. So over to you, Diliana. Are you okay to take over from here? Is that okay?
Of course, yeah, it's
Awesome,
fine.
fantastic. Yeah, over to Diliana then.
Okay. Let me share my screen first. Can everybody hear me, guys? How are you doing? I think that's probably one thing to say. I think Raz might completely hate me for this, but I usually like my sessions to be more interactive. I don't know if we'll get a lot of feedback if you're not on mute, but if you want to ask something, I have absolutely no problem with that. I think the sessions are much more fun and you learn much more if we have a chat and conversation. So don't feel like you have to put your questions in the chat. If I'm showing you something that you want to talk about or that you just want me to go over again, please ask, because questions I absolutely love, just like I love talking about marketing. So yeah, let's just talk about it. Is that okay? I'll take the silence as a yes.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine.
It's okay with me.
Good, cool. Yes. Anything that pops in your head, let me know and we'll have a chat about it. Can everybody see my screen now? Can everybody see how it's saying bad network quality? Apologies.
Yes, we can see your screen now, Diliana. Thanks for that.
Cool. Yeah, good. So thank you so much for joining my session, even when it's a bit short notice. Yeah, as I was saying, I was traveling to the beach, so I don't think we'll have any technical difficulties. But if we do, it's just because I'm not in the comfort of my home. I'm in a random hotel, and they said the internet was fine, but I'm sure you'll know better by the end of the session. So this is what we're going to talk about is Dynamics 365 marketing, and initially it used to be Forms Pro. Now I had to change my slide to customer voice, and we'll have a chat a bit what that means. But I think from where we are today, it's just a different name change for what we know now. This might change and will change next month in August. So a bit more about me. My name is Dilana Radova. I don't think too many people call me that. It's just my mom that calls me that when she's angry with me. So most people call me Didi. It's up to you. It's either or. I work as a customer engagement consultant with Incremental Group. I've been dealing with different CRM systems for the past 7 years or so now. And within the last 1 year, I've been specializing mostly in marketing and the different touch points that it interacts to. So like customer insights and yeah, just the different things that marketing can talk to make it even better than what it already is. What I like doing in my free time, I like to create a lot of marketing content because, as you might have seen, I get excited when I talk about marketing. So yeah, you have the links to all of my details and the blogs later on. So if you want to get in touch, get in touch. I try to get involved with the community because you guys are absolutely amazing. I told you I like conversation. I like to talk in general, and I like to talk about marketing even better. So I try to get involved with as many events as I can. And when I'm not doing that, I used to do a lot of taekwondo competitions, but that was pre-corona time. It feels like it was a lifetime ago now. But yes, I do a lot of taekwondo as well in my free time. And I think that probably gives you enough of an idea who I am. Incremental, that's the company I work for. Incremental Group, who we are. We are a Goat partner, inner circle so we had it last year, and just, 2 days ago, we found out that we'll have it for this year, so 2021 as well. So that's something we're really proud of. And it's something that we definitely try to keep up with. So now I think you know more, and that's what I mean, that the session has to be interactive, because I have more fun when I hear what you think. So what I was going to say is that now you know more about me. So I just wanted to know how many of you, or if anybody, has done anything with marketing before. I know Raz has, after the great overview he did. I think he did the hard work for me. What about the rest of the guys? Have you guys done much with marketing before?
Yes, Diliana, this is Narayan Solanki. So I have implemented a couple of end-to-end implementation journey, including a pre-planning of how the marketing is going to get implemented with the organization-specific customization. So yeah, kind of did a deep dive on it. Yeah.
Hi, this
Cool.
is
So
Cheryl.
you'll be the one. Hi, Cheryl.
Hi, I know nothing, right? So you are teaching me. I'm learning from an expert. Thank you.
I don't know about an expert, but I can definitely fake it. So yes, but I think that was a very good, Sherry and Ryan is a very good overview. And we haven't staged that, but it's a very good overview of what we normally get in those sessions. We normally get people who are who know it quite well, and loads of people who don't know it that well. And I think that's one of the things that really excites me about marketing. It's the fact that everybody can get it. It doesn't matter how much you have done with marketing before. It doesn't matter if you like marketing or not. It's just super easy to get. So hopefully in that by the end. I'm going to carry on unless somebody else wants to tell me their experience with marketing. I'll have a look at the chat afterwards, if there are any shy people who don't.
I've done some work with Microsoft Flow. The Forms Pro, marketing journeys, also the events, managing events, and creating landing pages and things of that nature.
Yeah, good. So it feels like you have a quite good overview of all of the different things that marketing can do. That's quite good. It always helps. Yeah, it always helps to have very big range of people in the audience that are at different stages of their journey. So in terms of customer voice, you probably have all seen the announcement that Microsoft is releasing something called Customer Voice. I have given you the article if you want to have a read afterwards. I think we'll send the slides. I'll send them to Raz, and I'm sure he'll distribute them to everybody, or I can put them in the chat afterwards. The question we normally get asked is, how are they different? Customers have started asking us as well now, because they have heard that things are changing. They don't really know how they're changing. So one of the questions that we have been getting asked is it a name change or is it a new product? And I think it's essentially both at the moment. So at the moment, nothing changes for you just now if you're already using Forms Pro. But in the beginning of August is when that transition will happen. So I think the plan is, and I don't think any concrete dates are announced, but what we know is beginning of August, all of the customers that are currently using Forms Pro are going to be transitioned to Customer Voice. So Customer Voice is the new product, new survey capability product that Microsoft is releasing. If you're a customer using a Forms Pro now, you're going to be transitioned, your surveys are going to be transitioned, and your responses and your questions are going to be transitioned to the new structure as well. Customer Voice is a new product essentially, because it is a company that Microsoft bought. I'm not going to attempt to quote the name. I was going to get it. But with the emergency and starting a bit early, I can give you the name afterwards if you guys need it.
Diliana, quick comment. So
Hello,
your session.
yeah.
Hi there. So what I think we should do is, because obviously we still want to cover your session later on, I think what we should do now is just cover marketing. So let's not give away too much about the changes in customer voice now. Let's go ahead with your session later on, but let's just cover marketing.
There we go. I'm going to stop the slide then.
So let's not give away too much.
We were going to swap.
Let's not give away too much of your session yet. Let's carry on with the marketing. Let's obviously discuss marketing, because obviously Leo is unavailable to do his session on marketing. So the idea was to carry on covering marketing, because obviously people have dialed in today to learn about marketing for this session. So yes, I was hoping we could just carry on for the next 20 minutes, just to cover the principles of dynamics marketing and marketing in general, so that way you can at least get your full hour to do your session. Is that okay, Diliana?
Yeah, we can do that.
Awesome, fantastic. Yes. Sorry, a bit of miscommunication there. Fantastic. So Diliana, you got your slide open there for marketing. That's fantastic. Yeah, that's really helpful.
That's something that, so you probably have seen, that's the first 10 minutes that I was going to do as part of my session later on. We don't have to do the introductions again. But this is something that what we normally do is, in the Forms Pro session, what I would normally do is I would show you that slide, and 1 hour is absolutely not enough to show you everything that marketing does. So what we normally do is we just show you that so that you have exposure to what marketing can do. So maybe what we can do in the 20 minutes now, if we don't want to talk about the exciting integration between Forms Pro and marketing, and sorry, Raz, I just get excited when you give me a chance to talk to people. So I was going to tell them all about Forms Pro, but what we can do is we can pick one and we can have a chat about that one. Is there one, guys, that specifically makes you excited, or is there one of the features that you see, and I'm going to make it bigger on the screen, that you want us to talk about a bit more?
Great. So I think there was a question by Wakas and Mustafa. How do we opt out from a segment? So you've mentioned there on the GDPR stuff. So I was mentioning the questions around the GDPR questions. Now, Mustafa, there is an opt-out link generated inside the customer settings, content settings. I think it's worth covering content settings and subscription centers. I think that's quite important, because that's exactly answers your question right there. The content settings and the subscription center is where it generates a link at the bottom of your email, Mustafa, so that and that has to be added. It's part of the content. It's part of the content settings, and it's required to add at the bottom of your email footer. That will allow customers to opt out from the segments, and as soon as they opt out, it will set that value to opt out. And it means that they'll also get opted out of the segment. But I think that's to answer your question, Mustafa. But Diliana, you had that on your screen, didn't you? You were showing the subscription center. Yeah.
What I was going to say.
My question here. Sorry for interrupting. Here's Mustafa.
Hi there.
I thought your question was a bit different. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that the opt-out is working for segments, which is containing a subscription list, but for normal segments, I didn't found a way to opt out from a segment.
So I think we just need to go over the difference between a segment and a marketing list. And our customers find that a bit confusing as well, because in traditional marketing, the way it works a bit backwards to the way it works in dynamics marketing. So in the world before, in the old marketing, world, what we do is we define a marketing list, which is group of people. So that's where we pick what people want to be on that list. And then the concept of how do we take people off that list or how do they opt out is bigger. But that's what marketing lists are. There where when we define the people. Segments are a bit different. In the segment, you don't pick what people you want to join your segment, you pick the criteria. So you define in this one, that's a very simple one, but I have said, give me a segment with all of the people whose full name contains Didi. Or it could be, it doesn't have to be that, it could be all of the people who live in Glasgow, or it could be all of the people, it could be behavior, all of the people who have clicked a specific link. So in terms of how do you stop being in that segment, which I think is what you are asking, you drop out, you don't get out of the segment when you don't satisfy the criteria anymore. So if we take example, if we have a segment with all of the people living in Glasgow, if you're a customer, when you change your address, will no longer satisfy the criteria, and that's how you drop out from the segment. Does that make sense? That's why you don't have.
I tried it out. So once my customer is going to the customer journey, and then if I remove my customer from the segment, he's continuing the customer journey.
Yes, so that is expected. There are different ways in which our customer can drop out from a customer journey, and it's different to removing them from the segment. The people who have started the journey so the people who have entered the journey will keep going through the journey, even if you manually remove them from the segment. If you want a person not to receive that, not to be on that journey anymore, they need to opt out. So you can't opt them out. They need to opt out, and that's what Taras was saying with the subscription link. Every email you have has that link, and when they opt out, that puts their flag. There is a bulk email flag which controls whether you can be on a customer journey, yes or no. And when they opt out, they drop out from all of the customer journeys. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you very much.
Are you sure? Because if it doesn't, definitely tell me.
So one thing here, you said drop out with this bulk email flag,
Yes.
but then I'm removing my customer from all customer journeys. I only want to remove it from one specific customer journey. Do I'm solving this issue via this subscription segment inside the customer journey, or? So
that's slightly different. You can do. I was going to put email flag here, but you probably know where it is already. So that's the contact, and that's the flag. So if that flag is set to not allow, you're right. It will drop out from all customer journeys. If you want to do it, to break it down per different list, the way to do that would be the subscription list. Have you seen that functionality before, Mustafa?
Yes, it's a marketing list of type subscription.
Yes. So what happens with them is you create the list and you expose it to the world. We can do that in a number of ways. We can put it in a marketing form, which we can embed on the portal here, which is part of marketing, or you can embed it on your website. You can expose it to the world in a number of different ways. All that gives you is, let's say we have two marketing lists. One is people who like ice cream, and the other one is people who like beer. And let's say when your customer clicks a link from your email, you just point them to that page you have exposed to the world, and you can have a subscription list to be entry point to your journey. And when they opt out, that takes them out from the subscription list, and it takes them out from the journey. But that's the way to go. So you need to use subscription list as an entry point to your journey, and the customer needs to initiate it. If you manually remove them from the list, that functionality is not going to work because it's not It's not the proper way to use the list. It's meant to be customer driven. Does that make sense, or have I confused you more?
Yes, it makes sense, Ilyana. The only thing what I miss here is what is the function of the subscription segment? It's a field inside the customer journey. For what purpose is this used? I saw this would we use for the removing from the customer journey.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused. Tell me again, how do you mean?
So if you are going to the customer journey, can you navigate here in the marketing app?
You want me to just go to a customer journey?
Yes, and there under the summary tab, there is a field which is called subscription segment.
Oh, do you mean suppression segment?
Yes, yes.
All right, okay, we can do suppression segments as well. Suppression segments are different, slightly different again. And I'm fully aware it might get a bit overwhelming for the guys who haven't seen marketing before because we're jumping a bit. So apologies, guys. Hopefully it will make more sense after the session afterwards. Suppression segments, if we open up this page bar customer journey. Yes, so on a customer journey, you can define a suppression segment, and the suppression segment, yeah, so it's here. The suppression segment is customers that you don't want to be on your journey. One use case, so we're using it for a customer just now, and their use case, so they're a ferry company, and they want to be sending a survey to each customer after every journey, except for what they call a frequent traveler. Because they have people who travel for work every morning and every afternoon. They don't want to be sending them. Surveys twice a day. So what we do is we have a flag that after you have done a certain amount of journeys, it makes you a frequent traveler, and then you join the suppression segment, and then you drop out from the journey. So if you have a suppression segment here and you satisfy the criteria that puts you in that suppression segment, you will drop out from the journey. But again, that's a bit different to marketing lists. Suppression segment is just a normal segment which removes contacts from a customer journey. That makes more sense.
Yes, so I think we rounded up now.
And have we managed to confuse everybody else? Because I think the scenario was good, but it was very specific. So probably, I don't know how much sense marketing makes to other people just now. I think, is there another one that excites you guys that you want to talk about that maybe we can try to?
So Diliana, we have a question from Gulshan. Is more specific?
Oh, good. Is it in the chat? I've missed it.
Yeah. So he's actually mentioned some sorts of use case here. So selective and specific opt-out. So example, not interested in attending UG events and unable to attend 2020 UG events, or not interested in attending events but okay with other newsletters or communication. So I think it's a selective subscription list, but I'll let you answer.
Yes, so I think what is really important, I don't think there is a generic answer, because it really depends on customer journey. And there are a few different ways in which there are different approaches which you can go about. You can have one customer journey with a number of entry points. So we can have this is one customer. What I have here is one customer journey with only one entry point. I can have a few different entry points, or I can have a few different customer journeys. So in that way, the suppression segment will be applied on different levels. So I think it just depends how you have structured your journeys. So I think the question is, how do we make people drop out from a journey selectively from some journeys, but not from, or from some branches, but not from all. And I think the answer will depend whether your customer, whether you have put your campaigns in a different customer journey or in a different branch, because there is a different strategy depending on the structure of your journeys. So it's difficult to give a generic answer. Is that a journey you're thinking of now for the question that we had, or is it more just looking for best practice for new journeys that you have control over the design of?
So Gulshan is saying thanks. So I think you did manage to answer that question. So we got another 4 minutes to go. So if anyone has any questions, please fire off now. It might be a good time to do that.
Oh, hi there, guys. I just thought I'd go on the mic. I'm actually I've been asked to do a marketing demo. I know like hardly nothing about Dynamics 365 for marketing, but the whole point of me doing it is so that I learn along the way. But I was just wondering, like, what are maybe 4 areas of the marketing solution that you'd say it would be a good idea for me to touch upon?
Yeah, so and do you want to do it hands-on or do you want to do it more slides-based? Because slides-based you can cover more theory, but hands-on is more exciting.
Yeah, I'd probably do it more hands-on, like have the solution in front of me in a trial environment.
Hands-on, I would definitely say the biggest tip and the way that people get it is when you have a scenario. So you need to have a little story that makes sense to them. So are you demoing to a customer or to just internally? Who are you showing it to?
Internally, yes. It's going to actually go on our website, hopefully, if it's good enough.
Exciting. Yeah, so definitely. So that's probably even easier for you because you know the words that the guys internally would understand. So come up with a little story. So have, for example, I like demoing things with Bob, and Bob does something which makes him go in a segment. So I definitely think you need to cover segments because they're very crucial. So you have your character, you have your example guy, they do something, they join a segment, then you have your little story of what you need to achieve with your campaign and how you're going to target Bob. So by doing that, you kind of need to show customer journeys, which is good because that's another very crucial point. And having covered segments means that that's a nice linking point to your customer journey. It depends. So probably at some point you will need, if it's going to go on the website, it's probably good to cover marketing pages as well, because they can be shiny, you can make them do things, you can add some color and pictures to them. So definitely good one to cover. And then once Bob or your protagonist has interacted with the page, then another good one is to show the insights, because that's a good way to show the whole life cycle, because you can see on Bob's profile or on his timeline all of the things he has done with your marketing page. So insights is definitely another good one to show. And I think that's the core functionality. After that, if you want to finish up with something that excites people, the AI features are always a very good way to finish off, because they're just, AI always excites people.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Liliana. That's really
helpful.
Yes, a lot. Yeah, because I've been quite lost about where do I even start. So honestly, that's really helped. Thank you.
Yeah. And also, Asina,
if you need more help, get in touch.
Yeah, just to add to it, Asina, is like, if you are really new to marketing, the best approach I would do, where I have actually trained some of the user from literally zero to hero. The first thing I would recommend is search for MB220 exam materials. So if you go online, there's a Microsoft Learning available free of charge, which is online free learning, and there are about 4 different modules, and it has sub modules. So altogether I would recommend about like 12 or 15 of modules. It will take you through step-by-step learning curve, but after you learn that, you could spin up a demo environment with the demo data, because marketing is not something you're going to get like contact pack and other things free of charge. So I think you should plan it properly on that one as well.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, no, will do. Thank you.
Great. I think we just about the time, so it's a 1 minute past 12. So Diliana, is there any conclusion notes you want to give before we move to next session?
No, I'll speak to the guys a bit later on anyway, so that's fine.
Absolutely, yeah. We're definitely looking forward to your session coming up about the what's new for D365 marketing and customer voice. So yeah, definitely hold fire on that one. We are excited about it.
Will do.
But thank you very much for jumping in for this particular like in a half an hour. It's really, really helpful, and thanks for sharing your knowledge as well. So that's brilliant. So before we move on to that one, so the next one is coming up, using social selling, mixed reality and AI as leverage on your sales opportunities, from Nicholas. Nicholas, are you online?
Hello there, team. It looks as though we do not have any response from Nicholas. Nicholas, are you online? So what we should do, I think we should move on to the next session. If Nicholas is not online, Fabian, are you online? What we could potentially do, if Diliana wants, is to deliver her session next on customer insights, as it leads off perfectly from dynamics marketing. As it seems though Nicholas for some reason is not online. I haven't seen him online this morning, and I've pinged him a message. It may be he's also facing a problem. So I think without causing any further disruption to the schedule, Diliana's come to the rescue once again. Diliana, would you be happy to proceed with your session?
I would be very happy.
Fantastic.
Because that means
so
after
the
that
plan
we can
now
go
is to
the
cover
beach and
Diliana,
play in the sun.
and then we'll proceed. So that's the plan. So Diliana will be replacing Nicholas's session, and we'll be proceeding ahead. So without further ado, thanks again, Diliana, for coming to the rescue.
Anytime. The more we talk about marketing, the better. So anytime. Perhaps, do you know if anybody joined within the last 10 minutes or so? Do I need to do the introductions again, or is that everybody who has been here before? That's okay. We'll start from the beginning because I can see the recording getting started.
Yeah,
so I'm just going to share my screen. Yeah, cool.
Thank you.
Okay, so can you guys see my screen?
Yes, thank you.
Oh,
yes, we can.
Yes, good. Cool. So just for the benefit of the recording, I'll go over what we did super quickly. So welcome to our Dynamics 365 Marketing and Forms Pro, not Forms Pro, Customer Voice session. The reason that we have it crossed out is because Microsoft made an announcement last week, and they're saying that Customer Voice is the new survey capability tool that's getting released. A bit more about me. My name is Diliana Raduva. People normally call me Didi. I am a customer engagement consultant with Incremental Group. I've been a CRM consultant for the past 7 years or so, different CRM systems. in my spare time, I like to get involved with the community as much as possible because I really like talking about marketing. As you guys might have noticed already, I create or I try to create some useful content. I'm sure the links will be in the chat afterwards. If you want to get in touch, definitely get in touch. I try to speak to as many events as I can. And when I'm not doing that, I like to do a lot of taekwondo stuff. So I like to kick people, but they always kick you back. So that is fair, right? So that is me, Incremental Group. We are a gold partner in Inner Circle for the past 2 years. We got our Inner Circle membership announced just a few days ago, last week. So with this, we are going to skip the quick question because we have already had a chat of what you guys know of marketing. It's really good to see that some people have used it. It's really good to have people who haven't, because it means that we'll have the whole range, and it means that we'll get good feedback of whether what I'm showing you makes sense, because I don't want to target only people who have used it before. I want everybody, because I really believe everybody can get it and it's really easy. So definitely good to have different range of people with different experiences in the audience. So thank you for sharing your experience with marketing earlier, guys. In terms of customer voice, so we briefly spoke about that earlier. We were saying that the question we normally get from customers these days or within the last week after the announcement was, what is happening if you are on it at the moment. For what we know is, if you're a current Forms Pro user, nothing changes for you this month, so July. In the beginning of August, Microsoft will transition all users, so all Forms Pro users, to customer voice. You will have all of your surveys shifted to the new, it's a new portal, it has new look and feel because it's a company that Microsoft bought and it's built on top of that. So you're going to have your surveys transitioned, you're going to have your responses transitioned as well, and you're going to have your questions obviously transitioned, so you shouldn't lose any of your data. This will happen in the beginning of August, and then mid-August after mid-August, Microsoft will launch the preview of customer voice. So I think that's when it gets exciting, because that's when we get to play with it. So I think the recommendation now is, if you're to start using Forms Pro, probably the best thing, the easiest thing to do is hold off and start using customer voice when it becomes available in preview. It will just make the transition easier. If you're using Forms Pro already, don't worry, because there is a transition path for you. I have given you the link here to the announcement, so I'm sure we'll share the slides later if you want to read up a bit more on customer voice. It is from a licensing model. Again, we don't know too much, but we know, just like Forms Pro, a number of responses were included as part of your enterprise subscription. I think this will be the case, for what we know, this will be the case with customer voice as well. In terms of customer voice, do you guys have any questions? I don't promise to be able to answer them all, but I definitely want us to have a conversation if you do.
I've not really looked at it since it's changed, so I can't, I don't have any questions right now, but I might get in touch with you once I've had a good look at it, if that's okay.
Because we are all finding our feet with it, so we're all learning together. So definitely we can exchange knowledge. I think my biggest my biggest ask was for the hashtag, because I'm very big on hashtags. So for example, we were using Forms Pro. Now I think it's hashtag customer voice. I hope we get some clarity on what the right hashtag to be using for the customer voice implementation is soon. That's something I'm looking forward to. And if we don't have any other questions on customer voice, what I wanted to do with this slide is I wanted to put together a slide with all of the different capabilities and functionality that marketing has. So as you can see there, it's split into 5 categories: data analytics, campaigns, communication, and AI features. And the point of this, having this on the screen in front of you, is 1 hour is usually not enough to show you everything. So it's just to give you the confidence that, as you can imagine from a marketing software, Dynamics 365 marketing can do all of those things like A/B testing, like all of the insights, lead scoring, and it also usually showing that slide to people is a good conversation starter. So if there is something on that list that you really want us to talk about or that you feel excited about, definitely do share that probably. What I want to do next is I want to explain or to share with you why the integration that we are going to talk to and the one that I'm going to show you in that session between Dynamics 365 marketing and customer voice, or formerly known as Forms Pro, is really exciting, because it is exciting because it solves a real problem. So we had Voice of the Customer before, which was the Microsoft survey tool. Then that got deprecated, which meant that for a while we had no supported way. As you can see here, there was no supported way to run non-anonymous surveys. And surveys feedback is very big. It's a very big part of marketing. There were things we could do around it. So there were strategies of how to, and workarounds how to overcome that, but there wasn't an out of the box way to do that. So then in terms of timeline, customer voice gets deprecated. Then we have marketing. We can run campaigns, but we can only do non-anonymous surveys. Then Forms Pro was announced to get integrated with marketing. It was on the roadmap for a while, and we finally got it released with the last release. So what was it? April. Yeah, so that's where we are now. We have the integration, and I just want to show you how to set it up. It took me some time. I struggled with it. I'll show you the few bits I struggled with. So I just want to share that so that you don't have to struggle with. In terms of challenge, does it make sense? What problem we have a solution to now? I can go and show you the technical bits. Conceptually, does it make sense?
Yep.
Good. Hopefully it makes sense to everybody. Don't be shy, guys. Let's have a chat. So Forms Pro, I haven't updated all of my slides. I thought it was enough to update the first one because path is not happening at the moment. So that's why this slide hasn't been updated. What it is, you probably have a good idea by now. We've been speaking about it for a bit, but it is a feedback management solution. It provides survey capabilities, and it is built on top of Microsoft Forms, which you're probably familiar with. It allows you to create both surveys and quizzes. The difference between a survey and a quiz is that in a quiz, there is a right answer. In a survey, any answer is the right answer. So that's the difference. And as you probably know already, I like scenarios. I think the easiest way to show anything, to showcase a functionality, is by telling a story. Stories I love. So we're going to look at Alfonso and Didi's ice cream company. We have an ice cream company. it's it's a fictitious scenario, but we have an ice cream company. We have had an ice cream party where have been giving away ice cream. We want to launch a new ice cream, and we just want to know what people liked, what people didn't like, and hopefully this will help us develop our new product. But the segment we are targeting is people who have come to that event, because I think hopefully this gives you the opportunity to ask me things about event management as well if you want to. We weren't going to cover event management as part of this. I just want to expose you to the fact that Dynamics 365 Marketing has very strong event management capabilities that helps you manage the logistics of your event end to end. So do we have a question? We now have, so Dominic is saying we now have customer voice where we used to have voice of the customer. Yes, exactly. Well, so Dominic, I think now you know why you probably feel my pain with hashtags. It gets really confusing, and yeah, it gets confusing with naming conventions. But yes, that's you got it right. And we had, just for completeness, we had a Forms Pro in between those two. So this is how our Forms Pro portal looks like. And hopefully we have that's the group of people we are targeting, and we want to know what they think. I'm going to show you how to build all of the different building blocks to achieve that mission, to build that campaign. The first thing, I can see bad quality, but hopefully you can still hear me. Give me a shout if it doesn't, if you can't hear me or see my screen. But yeah, I'm going to show you all of the different building blocks. The first one is we need a survey that we're going to distribute to our target group of users. And this is the Forms Pro portal. That's where if I wanted to create a new survey, I would just do it here. But I have already created one for you. As you can see, Forms Pro, it's nice. It's really easy to use. You can make it very colorful. That's why customers and end users normally really like it. You could add your logo, so you can make it branded. You can have your brand colors if you want. You can have background pictures that make sense to you, your company, your business, and you can have different question types. And I you different questions just to give you a flavor of the different types you can have. So you can have radio buttons, you can have a drop down. Yeah, you can have the ones that where you need to rank them in a particular order. Who knew you could have smiley faces in a rating question? I discovered that recently, and I thought it was extremely exciting. We can add pictures to our questions as well as part of a survey. We can have the NPS questions, Net Promoter Score. We can have date questions. And as I was saying, the good thing with Forms Pro is that you physically cannot get too many things wrong because it's so simple and easy to use. If you want to add a new question, all you need to do is add it from here. And that is basically it for the survey part. If I preview it, you can also see how it looks like on different devices. So this is how it would look to my users and customers on a computer, on a desktop. You can also see and preview how it would look like on a mobile as well. So this is in terms of the Forms Pro bed. Probably another thing just to mention for completeness, you can distribute. For our scenario, we are going to distribute it as part of a marketing campaign, so a marketing customer customer journey, but I just want to make a survey. You don't have to send it from a marketing customer journey. You can send it in a number of different ways. You can send it as an email. Customers these days seems to really like QR code, so you can scan a QR code link, or you can embed it on your webpage as well, if that's what you want to do. In terms of the survey, does that make sense? Because the next thing that we'll do is I'm just going to jump to the marketing app and next building block of building our campaign. But in terms of, is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Does it make sense to everybody?
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Good. Do you like my purple, guys?
Yeah, we like the ice creams as well.
Yeah, very bright.
Yeah.
Good.
Next time you have an ice cream party, you can invite us, right?
Anytime. Yeah, the one I did a few months ago was a foam party event, so that was even better. I don't know. Foam party or ice cream party? What's better? I can't decide. I think because it's really
Ice
hot
cream.
here, I'll probably go to an ice cream one.
Yeah,
and just
definitely ice
now. Yeah. Yeah. Or both. To do a foam ice cream party, if that's a thing. Okay, back to marketing. This is how our marketing application looks like. In terms of look and feel, I would probably imagine it looks very familiar to what you're used to, because it's just the same as any other model-driven app, native model-driven app that you might have seen, like sales or customer service. It's built on top of the new interface because, as you can see, you have all of your links on the left. So yeah, new interface, future-proof, and yeah. So in terms of look and feel, it's easy to train people to use it, especially if they're already using a different part of the Microsoft. It's the same. But in terms of the integration with Forms Pro, the first thing, once you start setting it up, the first thing you need to do is you need to make sure it's enabled. Because you have the option, I don't know why you would, but you have the option to not enable it. When you create your environment, it's disabled by default. So what you need to do is you need to click on your settings here at the top where you have your different pages. And you need to click on the settings, and you need to find your feature switches. And you need to enable it here. Yeah, so unless you have done that, you are not going to see the tiles or the building blocks that I'm going to show you shortly. So if you think the Form Pro integration doesn't work, enable your feature, and I think it definitely will. Once you have enabled it, then this is your marketing instance configured or integrated in a way. So the next building block we need for our ice cream campaign is an email, because we want to send, so the plan was we're going to target all of the people who went to that event, and we're going to send them an email with an invitation to fill in our survey. And this is what I have shown you here. Emails in marketing, I'll show you in a minute, but they're really easy to make. You can add pictures, you can add different colors, you can add your logo, you can add smiley faces, you can jazz it up as much as you like, and it's all drag and drop, so it's really easy to do as well. You could have your dynamic content. So for example, in the title of my email has the name of my customer, but it can have any piece of information that you have against your contact in your database. And you can also show and hide or display different sections, the different building blocks, depending on things that you know about your customer. So if you know they like ice cream, you can show them an ice cream picture. If you know they like beer, you can show them a beer picture, or anything else they like. So this is the important part here. My email has a link, and clicking that link will take us to the survey that I showed you already. So now you guys know to configure that email if you wanted to use the integration. In here we have the email designer, and that's what I mean by saying that it's really simple and easy to configure. So we can have all sorts of different sections in our email, and to get a new section or a new component, all we need to do is find it in the toolbox and drag and drop it onto the email. The important part, as you might imagine by judging by the title of the section of the session we are doing, is this tile here, and this is what you are not going to get. So you're not going, that tile, that box is not going to get displayed unless you enable it in the settings section first. But in terms of our scenario, so step one in terms of the email would be create your email with your branding and colors and picture the way you like it. And then what you need to do is you need to add a Forms Pro survey onto your email. And to do that, what you need to do is to drag and drop it. And then once you do that, you need to say what survey you want this button to be linked to. And again, that's really easy to do because it is a lookup, and that lookup looks up to all of your surveys you have created in your Forms Pro portal. So it just knows. So now that's my survey. So you would pick your survey, and that's your email configured. Then obviously you need to check for errors and go live, which is standard functionality for getting an email ready to be sent to customers. Unless our email has been validated and live, we are not going to be able to use it as part of a customer journey. So at this point, just to recap, we have created our survey in Forms Pro. We have enabled our Forms Pro integration within the marketing app. We have created a marketing email, and we have added a Forms Pro tile onto our marketing email, and we have linked it to the survey that we wanted to link to. Does that make sense so far?
Yeah.
I know we're going a bit quick, but hopefully it makes sense with the scenario.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Good. Cool. Is there anybody that is struggling to follow? Is it too quick for anybody? Because we can recap. No? Cool. We're all good. Okay. So once we have got to here, the next bit, or the last bit as part of our campaign, is a customer journey. Oh, we might have a question. No, that's fine. Good, Dominic. So the next part is customer journey. And as Raz was saying with his really good overview of customer journeys before the session, customer journeys are just our campaigns, and that's where we define all of the different touch points we want to be having with our customers. It's recorded. Good. Yeah, so customer journeys is where we define all of the different touch points we want to have with our customers. A customer journey normally starts with a segment, and a segment, this is not actually the customer journey I want to show you. I want to show you my live one. Yeah, this one. So it looks pretty similar to the other one that we just looked at. So that's just the one I have run. So I want to show you how we can see what has been happening as well. So looking at our ice cream party customer journey, it normally starts with a segment. And segment is where we criteria for the people that we want. In this case, we said it's going to be all of the people who have come to our ice cream party. And as we said, the second they satisfy the criteria, it means they'll jump in the segment. And if our customer journey is live, which means it has been validated and it's processing customers, the next thing it will happen is they'll start hopping through the different tiles that we have defined on our customer. I can show you the whole customer journey, but I don't think it will be too small to see. But that's how it looks like. It's got loads of different boxes, and it just defines the path you want to send your customers on, depending on what they do. And I'll show you how that looks like. So in terms of our scenario, we have our segment, which is the group of people who have been to that event. We have the next thing we want to do is we want to send them that email with our the email we just made, which has the Forms Pro button in the email. The one important thing here is you need to have that Forms Pro link here. And if I just want to show you, so as we said, custom processing customers, or they can be in a draft state. So I just want to once the customer journey is live, you can change it. So that's why I can't show you the Forms Pro tile. But if I go to one that's not live, I will be able to. So if we go back to my Diddy's Beach Bar customer journey, which is not live. So this is the important part. This is not a live customer journey. That's why we get the toolbox. And the toolbox is where we can drag and drop the different touch points to design the different components to design our customer journey. And as you can imagine, the one that we are mostly interested in is the Forms Pro one. Again, if you don't enable your integration that I showed you in step 1, this is not going to show. So it might make you think that it's not working, but it does show after you enable your integration. One thing that I did do wrong the first time I tried, so that's why I want to share. For me, the logical thing to do initially, I thought, was to drag and drop this onto my customer journey, but this is the wrong thing to do. So the way the integration is meant to work is all you need to do is you need to drag and drop your email tile, and then you need your Forms Pro within that email. So you don't want it as a separate box. You want it dropped on top of your email so that it shows. Now we have done it twice, but you get the idea. You need it as part of the email. So yeah, that's just a lessons learned. So if we go back to the journey that is live, so that's what we have here. I have my email that I'm sending, and I have added my Forms Pro tile as part of that email, email part of the journey campaign as well. Then what we are saying is once we have sent the email, all of the customers that have gone through that journey, so in here 4, that's what those numbers that I wanted to show you mean. It just shows you how many people have gone through that stage. So 4 people were part of my segment. It wasn't a big ice cream party. People he received, and the email might look like this. It's the one I showed you earlier. So they have received that. Then the next thing that will happen, and Alfonso was one of them. So just to follow the scenario, Alfonso has been to the party. He has received the email. Then what we want to do as part of our customer journey is we want to target our customers. We want to be a bit more personal depending on things they do. So we don't want to have one size fits all principle. So what we'll do is we can add a trigger to our customer journey, which actually checks whether the Alfonso has opened the email or not. So as you can see here, I have sent it for 4 customers received the email, so came to that tile. Only 1 opened it and 3 didn't. So this is my no, the one at the bottom is my condition not met branch, and this one here at the top is my condition met branch. So what we are saying here is 4 people came in. I know that Alfonso was the one that came on this branch because he opened it. What we are saying is, for example, and that's just an example one, you can be as creative as you want in your customer journey. What we are saying here is, if we have sent the email and they haven't opened it, then give them, so we can define a time frame as well. So we are saying if they haven't opened it for 5 days or so, just resend the email, send them a reminder. Or if they have, then what we want to do is we might want to check whether, so they have opened the email, so then we can check first, have they opened the survey? Have they submitted the survey? Do we have happy customers or not happy customers? And this is based on the feedback they have submitted. As part of the integration between Forms Pro and marketing, you get different conditions out of the box. So that's what I have used here. I have said the condition for this branch, for the yes branch, is only customers who have submitted feedback to my, so answered my form, submitted feedback, and given me a rating of 5 for my the question I showed you with the smiley faces. So these are the customers that are happy customers. Why is this useful and powerful? Because that gives us the capability to deal with people with different feeling differently about our business. So the happy customers, we'll go over the smart scheduler in a minute, but the happy customers, we are going to just send a thank you email and a voucher because they like us, they are likely to buy more from us. The unhappy customers, we want to treat in a different way, and that gives us the capability to do so. Because for them, what we can do is we can, for example, schedule up an activity automatically as part of the customer journey, and we can schedule a follow-up task or a phone call to just get in touch and see how we can fix that relationship. Again, I'm conscious we are going over a customer journey a bit quick and it's a lot to take on, but does it make sense so far?
Looks great.
I don't see any questions, so I have either lost everybody or everything is clear. So let's assume everything makes sense. So I promised to tell you about the smart scheduler because that's probably one of my favorite features, and that's one of the artificial intelligence AI bets that, if you remember, we had in my diagram with the different capabilities Dynamics Marketing has. What it does is it knows, so it gets better. It's like a kid. It gets better the more you teach it. So the more it learns, it gets better. And what it does is it analyzes. So in terms of Alfonso, it will analyze all of the emails we have sent him, and it will know when he likes to open them. For example, here I can define a 5-day window, a 5 days interval window, and it will find the best time for Alfonso personally. When, for example, let's say Alfonso has opened all of the emails my ice cream company has sent him at 9 o'clock on a Monday morning. It probably means there is no point sending him any emails on a Friday night because he doesn't check it. So what this will do is it will wait until Monday morning, 9 o'clock, and send the email at the best time for him. Why is this powerful? Because it really helps with engagement rate and click-through rates, opening rates, because it just means that the emails don't get lost in people's inboxes when they're not really ready to have a look. So yeah, definitely a really cool feature, super easy to use. It's kind of similar to the flick switch I showed you with Forms Pro. You need to enable it. Once you have enabled it, then you can just start using it in your customer journey. So yeah, that's what we're doing here. We're just saying for all of our happy customers, we want to send them a thank you email with a voucher at the best time for them. And I think this is, in terms of customer journey and the campaign, this is the end of the campaign. So it's not a very complex campaign, but I just wanted to give you an overview and a flavor of all of the different things that you can do as part of a campaign. Did that make some sense in terms of the campaign and the way we built it?
Yeah, definitely. It's good.
Cool. So good. I'm glad it's kind of makes sense. Good. More people are saying it makes sense. There is just a few more bits and bobs I wanted to show you, just so that you see the whole overall picture of how we use it. I think the next thing I was going to show you is so now we saw that for people want feedback from. If I go back to my Forms Pro portal, and I have, because I'm the owner of the survey, I can also have that admin view, so I can see what has been happening with my responses. I can see I have 4 invitations sent. I can see that only 1 person responded. We know it's Alfonso, and it also does a bit of AI analysis as well for you. So we have that here. We can dig deeper. If you wanted to see the responses, we can see them from within the Forms Pro portal. But more importantly, and more excitingly, you can also see them from within marketing. So this is the integration bit as well. This is what completes the picture. We have Alfonso as a contact in my marketing system. And what has happened without me having to do anything, just because he went through that customer journey, and because he got the invitation to fill in the form, to submit the survey, then this entity got created here in his timeline. So we, out of the box, it added the survey invite to his profile, and then later on, when he replied, it also added the survey voice response entity to the timeline. And I just want to show you how they look like. The reason why this is powerful is because they show here, which means they are in, I was going to call it Common Data Service. So they're in Data Flex Pro, which is the backend behind the system, which means you can use them for loads of different things. You can have Power Automate to modify them. You can have loads of logic on the back of them, or analysis on the back of them as well, which could be quite useful for sentiment analysis or more advanced follow-ups to your campaigns. But yeah, that's how a customer voice survey response looks like. It has a link to the survey. It has a link to your contact, and one of my favorite things as well is you can also see a visual representation of how they filled in your survey. So as you can see, it has all of your questions and it has the answers as well, which is something that customers normally really like, because it's good to have. So we have all of those questions and answers in a table as well, but we all know customers like things to be visual. So having that in a visual form really makes a difference. So this was the customer voice survey that I was going to show you. And I just my customer voice invite response. So again, it has all of the information that you would expect. It has a link to the customer and it has a link to the survey. Does that make sense? So does it make sense why this is important? Because, and how that gives us that 360 view of everything that has happened with Alfonso at that point?
Yep.
Cool. Good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So having seen that, probably the last thing I wanted to show you. So that's another another bit. That's another part. Thank you, Dominic. It's not over yet. I have 2 more minutes and 2 more things to show you. So you need to bear with me for 2 more minutes. So the last bit I was going to show you is you can also use Forms Pro criteria as part of segments. And this is not that relevant to the scenario I'm showing you just now, but if we say we want to run a campaign which only targets the people who responded a specific thing to one question next month, we would need to create a segment, and out of the box, now having the integration complete, you get all of those criteria that you can use just for free. So here I'm saying I want to get all of the customers. So segments always resolve to contacts because we're going to run a campaign with them, and that's what we need to target as part of a customer journey or a campaign. So what we are saying here is we want to get all of the contacts that have answered our survey. That's the name of our survey. And so let's say the specific question I'm interested in as part of this example is which flavor of ice cream is your favorite? Let's say the first answer was chocolate. So let's say I want to target next month, I want to target all of the customers that like chocolate ice cream. That's how I would do it. So you can also use the answers people give you as part of their responses to target them in a segment for your next campaign. Does that make sense? Okay, so we good.
Yeah,
So we
sorry.
have one. That's okay. We have one question. I have a few more slides to show you, but I would much rather look at the questions first, rather than show you the few slides in the end. Could you please demonstrate dashboard summary reporting part and export? I probably can. So I think what we want to have a look at, if we go back to my contact, so there are a number of different types, number of different ways where you can get visibility, what has happened with your contacts. So we can get the survey responses in their timeline. Another thing that you want to be looking at if you're interested in reporting is the Insights tab. Insights tab you get as part of every marketing specific entity. So you would have that Insights tab for your contacts, you would have them for customer journeys, for emails, and that just gives you more information. It gives you more information for the specific thing. In this case, is a contact. So here you can see it's broken down into different groups. Probably the one that we have seen customers using most is the interaction timeline, because that gives you a timeline of exactly what happened to that person and when. So in this case, he's only been opening and clicking through. If I had a redirect URL link in that email, then that would have shown up. If they have filled in a form, as marketing form, or as part of that email campaign, that would have shown. If they have been to an event or signed up for an event or cancelled an event, this would show up here as well. So this is a timeline of everything that has happened, which is quite powerful from a reporting point of view. You again have it broken down per different categories. Quality. I don't know if that's enough in terms of dashboards, because there's so many different. So that Insights tab is all to do with dashboards. There are many different dashboards. So we can have a look at some more if you want to have a look at more. But the second part of the question was to do with the export. So this is another new cool thing that got added as part of it in one of the waves. So the Microsoft releases updates they do twice a year. So now they have given us the the capability to export all of that behavioral data and either analyze it further or pass it to a different department or do whatever we need to with it. So now what we can do is we can click that export to CSV, and you can see how it has downloaded the file and it gives you, yeah, so that's my email. I probably don't want to expand that. You probably have it already, but yeah, so that's how the export works. You can every time where you see that symbol, you can export the behavioral. So here is what browser they have opened it in. So any dashboard that has that symbol, you can export from. Is that what you kind of wanted me to show you, Gulshan? Was that the question? I think so. I'll take silence as a yes, and I will quickly show you my last two slides. So we did the demo. I just wanted to, yes, and collective reporting as well, please. How do you mean? You might need to give me a bit more information about that one. I don't think I understand the question. Total number of customer in X campaign who rate our service. Good, excellent, and then drill down. I feel like I need to reread that again. Can we handle that offline or after that, Goshan? Because I feel like I'll run out. Thank you. So Goshan is saying sure. I just don't want to confuse people by trying to understand and then misunderstanding what you're asking me. In terms of the last two slides I was going to show you, I just wanted to draw your awareness around some key dates that are coming. So we're past that point so the release plans are out and available. Beginning of August, exciting because we are getting early access available to the new functionality that we are going to get in October, and beginning of October is when all of the new functionalities become generally available. There are many new things coming in, so I'm sure there will be plenty to show you after the beginning of August. Probably my favorite one is around the integration or the advanced social capabilities. From what we have seen in the release plan, we think we are going to get something around social media analytics around how your posts are doing. So now as part of marketing, Dynamics marketing, you can schedule your post and post it to, let's say, Twitter. I think we're going to be able to get some advanced analytics from within the app, how your post has been performing, which is quite cool and exciting. Marketing, I have done a few blogs, so I have just put the links here if you want to go and have a look. And I think that was all I was going to tell you today. Do we have any questions, guys?
Awesome, Dilyana. There is a question by Gulshan regarding the reporting, and I know you showed the reporting. Just to add to that, there is also some Microsoft Power BI dashboards that you can also download as well, in addition to the ones that you get inside of marketing. So if you've got very advanced Power BI dashboards, guys, if you just go onto GitHub, just Google Dynamics Marketing. Dilyana, are you able to just share your screen and show that link on GitHub? If you just Google Dynamics Marketing Power BI, there's some templates available that you can download and essentially connect it to Dynamics Marketing, and that can give you even more powerful reports, and you can then edit and customize the reports. Because remember, guys, the data for marketing is not stored inside your Dynamics instance, it's stored in Azure. So the only way to consume that data is by using something like Power BI or performing a query And so Microsoft have provided these templates, and there you go. That's it. So what Diliana is showing there on the screen are the templates that you download, Power BI templates you download. Now, in order to get this to work, guys, you need to configure blob storage. So you need to configure a blob storage in Azure, and then there's a setting. If you go to settings in marketing, there's a setting that you actually add the blob storage link into there. It will populate all the data from Dynamics Marketing into the blob storage, and then it will allow those reports to work. Your reports would connect to that blob storage, and it would allow you to then build custom reports based on that data. So yeah, that's another tip for you there, Gulshan. When it comes to reporting, if you want to access the insight data, you have to do it that way, using blob storage. I hope that again answers your question. But Diliana, that was a fantastic session. It was like almost 2 hours, wasn't it, Diliana?
It's okay. I love talking about marketing.
So there's lots of thanks from Asina saying thanks, for that. Dominique saying excellent, awesome session. Cheryl is saying brilliant session. Gulshan is also saying wonderful. So lots of thanks.
It was really
to you.
good how engaged people work. So that's really appreciated. It always makes it more exciting when people are up for a conversation. So thank you for keeping the conversation going, guys.
Bernard is also saying thank you for your insights. Also, lots of thanks from the community, Diliana. And I also have to thank Diliana as well, because this week we actually did have a lot of cancellations. Last minute cancellations, and Diliana slept up literally within the last day. She literally slept up. So did Neil Parkhurst. So there was a lot of last minute cancellations this week. It looks as though Corona is starting to rise again. It looks like. So I just been catching up with the speakers while Diliana was speaking, and unfortunately they've been admitted to hospital. There was a lot of last minute cancellations this week. So unfortunately, it looks like COVID is coming back. Unfortunately, second wave of COVID is starting to hit. So everyone, please take care of yourself. But Diliana, do you have any last kind of announcements for the community? Any announcements you want to make?
No, I'm just going to share that I'm going to go to the beach and not do much in the next week, but I'm definitely going to be back and doing loads of community things the week after. So that's probably my only announcement.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
So Diliana, you've got a blog, haven't you? You've got a blog.
I do. Yes, and I'm going to send the slides. So it is. Yeah, I'll send the slides and
excellent.
The
so if you could share your blog
email.
and your social media, Twitter, LinkedIn in the chat window, I'm sure many people want to follow you. So that would be really good if you could do that. That would be really, really good. So I'm hoping a lot of people who, because it seems though not many people had experience of Dynamics Marketing who've attended today. So I'm hoping that you've all benefited vastly from this session, and you've all learned a lot from today's session. So again, big thanks to everyone who's attended, and obviously lots still to cover. But again, thanks again to Diliana for obviously this for today's session. That was really good. Again, we've finished at a perfect time, just at the end of the hour. So there's no more questions. We've answered everyone's questions regarding reporting and everything else. It looks like I'm just checking to see if there's any other questions there. Dominique is also confirming that there's been a resurgence of the COVID happening. But yeah, Gulshan saying thank you. Cheryl saying thank you. Learned a lot. There you go. So again, thank you, Diliana, for sharing your link to your blog and your social media so we can connect with you all. Next up, we are now covering, again, on the theme of sales and marketing. We are covering document automation, which is obviously a very important aspect of the whole sales marketing process. For those who are not aware of Docs 42, Docs 42, I've actually been supporting all our global events for the past few years, actually. So without Docs42, we wouldn't have been able to deliver many of the events and things like swag and prizes and all of the stuff that we need to do to pull an event together and coordinating events. Docs42 have been supporting us, and so even throughout the COVID period, we've been awarding prizes, Lego and things like that to the attendees and to the speakers. And so what we will be doing, guys, is we will be announcing this month, we're making some big announcements to the community. We are launching a brand new site, Power Community. It's a brand new Microsoft site, and it's covering so many. It's going to have all the content, all the information, lots of new conferences that are going to be announced. This, as well as announcing the winners of this year's winners of speaker prizes, as well as attendees as well. So attendees who've been very engaging, providing feedback, will be awarding prizes. So again, thanks for Docs42 for supporting us in our efforts. They do a really, really powerful document automation solution for Dynamics and Office 365. And without further ado, is Fabian online?
Yes, I am. Can you see me?
Awesome, fantastic, Fabian.
That's great.
So I don't know if you guys have ever met Fabian at our in-person events, but there he is.
Yes,
so that's
perfect.
Fabian. We look forward to having in-person events again, obviously next year. But you can see Fabian online now. So Fabian, could you do us a favor and obviously share your screen?
Yes, I do.
So Fabian, are you joining us from Austria?
Yes, I am in Austria. In Vienna,
awesome. Fantastic, Austria. There you go. So without further ado, for the people who don't already know, Fabian, and who don't know about what you do, please, tell us a bit about yourself and take the show over, please.
Great, thank you so much, Russ, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. I'm Fabian from Docs42, and this session is all about document automation. And of course, as it is this special sales and marketing Saturday, we have a focus on sales and marketing documents. And actually, my name is Fabian Huber. I'm business technology evangelist at Docs42. Russ sometimes says I'm document automation specialist. That's also true. So I really gained a lot of experience regarding document automation because I'm involved in a lot of projects regarding document automation with various customers, various systems, and I'm really very happy to share my knowledge with you guys and to ease the process for you to generate your documents. So, and Ross already mentioned, we always have a raffle, and this time we have a raffle at the end, and it will be this Lego, and just that you can believe me, I have it here. You will win this Lego, and just you have to pay attention a little bit because there will be a little quiz at the end of my session. So just pay attention and then answer the question, and you will join the raffle. Good. What did I bring to you? What are my contents for today, for my session? First, in the beginning, I would like to start just with document automation. What is document automation? What kind of documents are we talking in this session? And then I have just a few slides about Docs42. Of course, I won't dive very deep into the technical part. I'll just give you a quick overview of what is possible. And then I really would like to jump into the live demo, and you see the live demo should show you the process, how you can generate documents, sales documents, in this case a sales quote, pretty easily, save a lot of time, and you can integrate different data sources, different documents just with one click, and then send the documents directly to the customers. And of course, then I have another thing, because a lot of customers at the moment requiring PowerPoint documents generated, and yeah, that's the reason why we have also included some PowerPoint demos. I will show you how you can generate an automated PowerPoint generation process, and this might be interesting for sales and marketing, of course, because yeah, as I am working in sales as well, so I need a lot of PowerPoint presentations, and yeah, it's definitely easier if I can just generate them with one click instead of just copy pasting it all the time new again. And yeah, I will show you that, and then we go into the template design a little bit. I will change something. I'm pretty open, and yeah, I will just show you something how it works, and then at the end there is a Q&A, so you can just write your question into the chat box. But if it's very urgent, of course, you can always interrupt me, and I will answer your question right away. I'm pretty flexible regarding the questions. Okay. Good. So what kind of documents are we talking about? So normally you have some kind of data somewhere. You're using a system, and now we are on a Dynamics Saturday, so you have maybe a Dynamics for sales, CE, whatever system, but there the data there is structured in structured data, like Excel or SQL databases, like in your ERP systems. And when it comes to this data or these systems, you can generate an automated process with document generation. So you don't have to copy paste the customer address information manually into your document. You can directly draw it from your system into the document. And this is actually what we are talking about when we talk about structured documents. And these could be, of course, it could be a travel ticket, invoices, sales quotes, it could be investment propositions. Whatever kind of documents and where you have a structured database, these are the documents we are talking about. And normally you have your systems, and in your systems are document generation tools integrated, but they are not very powerful. So when it comes to good, beautiful looking in office designed documents, then you are completely right here with Docs42, because this is not possible in the standard modules. Now that brings me a little bit to the document creation in real life. How is business creating documents? And if you see, this might be our biggest competitor, copy paste. It is a very flexible and individual way to generate or create documents, but it is very slow. It is very error prone. I used to work in HR in a huge company, and I was copy pasting employee contracts, and sometimes you make a mistake, you make an error, you have the wrong date of birth included or something, and this is very, very embarrassing, but that happens because people are not machines. People don't want to copy paste the entire day, so that's, you see, it's a very slow process in document generation. If you generate one quote a month, then it is very good, but if you generate 10 to 100 to 1,000 quotes a month, then it really would be better to automate these kind of processes. Sometimes you have some guys in your company, they building some VBAs, and that's good because you have the first part of automation in a very tiny and slow way, but it is still flexible. It's an individual way to generate the documents, but yeah, still you can generate very low numbers. There's no server-side automation, so you still have to send the documents then to the customer manually or something. And at the end, we have a lot of customers, they just call us and say, hey, can you please help me, because we have this VBAs and the guy who built it, he left the company and we don't have any plan how to move on. So you cannot adapt them, there's no maintenance. It's actually not a good way to generate documents. Then there is server-side automation with D365 SSRS. Okay, you have performance then now, but that's it. The designing from the templates is it's coding, it's very ugly. It's a very inflexible way of process to generate the documents and to change something. You don't have office templates where you can design your templates or your documents. It's actually, as you can see, ugly documents. Corporate design by IT. This is not the way actually you should generate the documents. So we are looking for a solution who combines server-side automation plus designing tools in Microsoft Office without programming. And actually, this is what Docs42 does for you. Yeah, that gives a little quick overview. Just read the last line. You see, we have a tool that brings you server-side automation, that brings you the opportunity to connect to your different platforms, such as Dynamics, the Finance Operations, Business Central, CE, Marketing, for Sales, or even at SharePoint and any other data sources at the same time. And then you can no coding generate flexible individual documents within your Office environment. Yeah, this is actually a little bit when it comes to document generation, you will see, these three departments. We have the marketing department on the right-hand side. We have business, and business is most of the time responsible for the content of the documents. Then there's IT. They should actually, they should do all the data information and should combine the data. And when it comes now to document generation, when somebody from marketing would like to change something because logos or corporate identity has changed in a way, then then he has to run to IT and he has to program everything by his own. This is a very unflexible way in document generation. And the reason why we exist is we said, wouldn't it be better if all these three guys or competencies, ladies and men and women, could work on the document at the same time? And this is completely possible with Docs42, as everybody knows how to work with Microsoft Office and you don't have to program. Here, just one slide about us. We are sitting, as I said, in Vienna, and we have a network of about 90 partners globally and over 360 customers. Our USP is the document generation, and we also you can design your templates in Microsoft Office, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and a lot of customers are requesting PowerPoint at the moment, so this might be interesting for you as well. So just to inform you about that. And yeah, flexible data integration, no code, and various output actions, and you all see this in the demo, so I don't go too deep into it now. There's a little snippet from some reference customers. The thing is, we have customers across all industries because everyone needs to automate and would love to automate the document generation process. And that's actually the reason why we have customers from everywhere. And if I go to this slide, I just selected two of them. ABB is a huge manufacturing of turbochargers for huge ships and something else. And they are also using Dynamics CRM. And they are generating highly complex service reports for their turbochargers. They're including images, they're using calculations, Excel calculations, and they have they really value that they can generate high quality service reports and include all the images and whatever they need. And you see on the left hand side of all the documents that has to be in the hand of the customers, such as offers, orders, invoices, sales presentations. All these kind of documents is a very, very good way to generate them with Docs42. Then there's another scenario. This is actually an BC NAV. Normally on on-site events, I ask the audience which systems they are using, but just I guess most of you, because as it is sales and marketing, it would be the sales platform. Still, this is a Business Central system. They are just generating offers and orders. So this is a huge, Rewe is a huge supermarket group in Germany and Austria, and yeah, they just completely automatically order their products with Docs42. And there's another scenario, it's not on the slide, I just want to tell you, we have one customer in the US, they are generating PowerPoint presentations, and these guys, they manufacture huge super yachts, like 50 to 100 meter, 100 million super yachts, and they generate PowerPoint presentations also directly from CRM. And yeah, this is the marketing department. Actually, they build the templates, they are doing it, they are very happy, because if there's a customer, they just select some data fields in CRM, click the button, they get the PowerPoint generated with the images from the ships and directly send it to the customer. It couldn't be easier than this. And yeah, that's a cool scenario. I hope they will get reference customers and then I can show you how they do it. But unfortunately, they are not yet at the moment. Good. So how does it work? We are just in Office. Here you can see Word. There you connect to your data with the Docs42 add-in. We will see that later on. Then you have data fields and you can have all the designing tools from Office. You can format them as you want. You see first name, last name here. In this case, it's Red, Selena Bentley. So you just format it here in Word as you know it. And then you click on the button in your system and get the document automatically generated with our Docs42 server. But that could be also, you don't need to use always the server, but it depends a little bit on what is your scenario, but you have different opportunities and I will show options, and I will show you all of them. Good, and these kind of data sources we can integrate at the same time with our programming directly within our Docs42 add-in. So you have all the SQL databases, web services, of course, very common, Excel, SharePoint, of course. It doesn't matter if it's online or on-premise. XML JSON data source, even SAP, and then there is the entire Dynamics platform. And here it doesn't matter if it's online or on-premise. Again, CE, CRM, marketing, sales, so all the platforms, BC, NAV, finance operations. And in my demo, I just will cover the CE platform. But if you want to see it in Business Central or finance operations, just contact me afterwards, and then we can schedule a demo for this. And there's a custom data source if you use another system which is not listed here. yeah, this is a little bit deeper. You just click here on the button and in your add-in and get the data map designer. This is where you connect. You can see this is CRM. You click on the button, then you connect to your data. You just figure it a little bit out, select the data feed that you need, and then you have them directly in Word, and you can drag and drop them into your document. This is the process. We will see that later in the demo. And I just want to show you this feature because this, when it comes to sales reporting or marketing reports or something that might be interesting, and our reference customer ABB is this feature using as well. So you have your data in your system and you want to generate a sales presentation or something for your managers. You just can connect to the data, and then Docs42 takes this data into Excel files in the background, generates a dynamic table or dynamic diagram, and this diagram will be integrated into your final sales presentation. So again, just one click, could be scheduled as well every weekend, every Wednesday, sales presentation generation and sent via email to some recipients. So this is pretty easy then to generate your documents and your internal documents as well. Good. Barcodes, of course, is no problem, and the output actions from our documents with our Docs42 server can be defined like this. So, of course, all the Office formats and PowerPoint, as we said, is very hot lead at the moment. A lot of people are asking for PowerPoint and PDFAs. Of course, you can send the documents and store it in SharePoint. You will see this in the demo. And even from Teams, last week, I guess, was the collaboration Saturday. My colleague Lisa showed everything in detail. So you don't even have to leave Teams. You stay in Teams, generate documents, send it to the customer. You can do everything within Teams. This is an output action. I will cover it quickly in my demo. And of course, email action, we can send the documents via email. You see there is a technology partnership with DocuSign. Also, we have a lot of customers using this. It's a nice to have. And yeah, then at the end, there is a custom output action. So if you have a document management system, you can use the custom output action to send the documents to your management system. Good. Then all our service products also work with the cloud. You see we have the same functions. This one works with Azure Active Directory, so it is highly secured. You have your template stored in SharePoint, which is pretty good because then it's for everyone who works with the template can work with the template. And yeah, it's a full impersonation. The data will be the server will just work if the correct user is logged in. And yeah, you have a little restriction of 100,000 documents. You can use Docs42 online, but you also can use our Docs42 on-premise service. There is no limitation. And it's completely up to you. No limitation, but it's completely up to you which kind of service you decide. And yeah, Power Automate, very interesting as well. This works, and I will show this in the demo as well. We have this scenario here, a quote. If you're in Dynamics, we have a quote, and if you modify it a little bit and click the save button, then the flow will be triggered, and the flow triggers our service, and then the Docs42 server generates a new sales quote and just store it to SharePoint. And yeah, we will see that in the demo. This, of course, you can configure your flow as you want. This is not a problem. And that brings me to the demo. So, as I said, demo agenda, we will start with the sales quote. So let's start with the sales that you see a little bit how it works. I really start from, I don't go too deep in the technical part. I just leave it very easy. And I generate one, I change something in a template, and you see then I have the sales proposal as PowerPoint. We have one demo scenario there. I will generate a PowerPoint presentation from CE. And then I will go and change something in a template. I'll show you the flow. And at the end, there is a little marketing presentation, which I would like, or sales presentation, actually, I would like to generate directly with our web add-in. And Ras, you will receive this presentation then, or just I address it to you. So let's say like this. Good. So I jump into my demo scenario. Here we are. This is the dashboard, and I wanted to start with the sales quote. And when you are when you're working in sales, you add your sales quote here, you add your quotes here, and there is one customer. This customer is called Adventure CO, and we are Solar Power Deluxe, and our company is producing solar panels and panel holders and something, and they are providing the service, the installation of all these panels on the roof of the customers. And you can imagine that these kind of documents, they are a little bit more complex than just listing these 3 products here, for example. They need further information. And there is one tool which is great for collaboration. It is SharePoint, for example. So I open this SharePoint library here, and you see this, it is a folder with the same quote ID, and there are some documents and some Excel files included and all this information. So I open this one here, for example. This is the cover letter that says that is your core business, that you write to your customer and tell them, yeah, thank you for the call. I have looked up the sunshine in your hometown is very good, so you need this solar panel. So this is your core business as sales guy. You have to concentrate on your core business, not on copy pasting one quote. So this is what you do from sales. This is Excel, for example, is the guy from the tech team who is just calculating how much does it cost to do the installations of the panels, for example. So there's the Excel file, could be done from technicians. And then you have another technical slide, a PowerPoint presentation, for example, which should include it to the document, or even marketing. Maybe you do some marketing incentives. If it's a good customer, there should be a little incentive attached or added to the quote. This could be marketing. So we have a lot of document and data here stored in SharePoint, and we have this entire, the products and the information from the customer stored in CE. And now we need to create a sales quote. And normally, and this is what happens, that everyone takes a Word template, an old one, and just copy paste the number here, the Adventure CO, the address and something, and then he left something and forget something. And we from Docs42 would do it a little bit different. We have a SharePoint app, a CRM app here. This is our action button. And if I click on Return PDF, you get the quote generated immediately, or even save it to SharePoint. So these are our output actions configured. And yeah, we quickly go through it. So let me start with Return PDF. I'm sales now, and I would like to, okay, I'm not logged in, but I guess now it works. And now I just want to have the return action. I want to have a PDF generated and see how this document looks like. Unfortunately, I guess I had a timeout, so I hope it's still connected. Yeah, it works, so perfect. Here is my PDF. Let me see how it looks like. So, okay, it is here. This is information directly in solar panel looks. This is our information here. This is Adventure CO and the address of our customer, and as well as the quote ID. And here you see this is the Word document. This is directly from SharePoint integrated. And then there is the product table. You see all the 3 products here, as well as the images. They are stored in Dynamics at this moment, but they could be everywhere. It is completely up to you where you want to store your images. And then if I go further down, you see this little Excel file. It's actually the same table. It's not a table. It is designed in Word. It's in the table for the products. And here's the service table from the Excel file from our SharePoint. And then I go further down, there's the presentation included and this little marketing incentive. You even could add conditions. So if this total amount is over 5,000, he gets another 50% discount or something. So you can just add a condition depending on data fields as well. So this is pretty easy. Good. So yeah, we generated just the return action, and now I see there is a mistake. This is not the color I would like to have it. I would like to have this color in orange because yeah, our corporate identity is orange. There is a mistake. I will change this one in my template. So what I have to do, as I promised, our templates are stored in SharePoint in this case because we are using our Docs42 online service. In this case, we have a Dynamics library or list aside here, and we have a templates library, and here are our templates. In this case, it's a Word template, and I will open this one right now and change the color. Okay, so I have to quickly enter my credentials. So now the data map will be downloaded, and I need to, yeah, perfect. So you see, this is Word, normal Word, and there is this Docs42 add-in included. This is my data map designer, and this is where I connect to my data. I click here on the button, and you will see there is a lot of information. You see this is dynamics data. Here are all the modules which we have seen in the PowerPoint. And here's this extra module CE. And if I go a little bit here around, you see finance operations, business central. So this is just, you can connect to your data without programming, and then you configure everything here. Here's our sales quotes entity from CE connected. I just select the data fields that I need. Then here you see our SharePoint modules connected. This is where all the documents will be generated and drawn into the document. So just combine as many data sources as you want. And after you have done this, you can add them into your document, clicking on insert data fields. You see all this data fields here, and just drag and drop them into the document, and that's it. So if I would like to change, I don't go too deep here into the document and template design. I just quickly highlight this one here, and I would like to have this in orange. And this data field is the name of the customer. That's Adventure CO. So just if I highlight this one and select another color like orange or something, then it is effective immediately, and you can always test what happens. So this is my productive template. Now it is effective. So if I generate this one right now, just locally here, then we will see that it worked. So that's my solar panels. And here it is. So you see it is orange now, so it's now effective immediately. I just put this one side by side. So I just would like to give you a quick overview a little bit on what happened. So let me close this one. You see here this is the header, this is information from CRM, this is the address data fields coming from CRM, this is this one as well, and of course the name of the customer, and here this one, that's the Word document. So here you see it comes from SharePoint, it's a module from the modules, and you define it as Word document, and then this Word document, what you have seen in the beginning, is included directly here in this part. If I go further down, you see the product table. This is just one line, and we repeat for all the data that is in this specific quote, and it's just three products, so you get the 3 products listed. You can add conditions, as I said, so a lot of conditions are possible. And this one is the Excel table, just one line, but in this case we had 2 lines, so these 2 lines are included. And then I go further down. This one is a PowerPoint presentation, and this little Word document at the end. Good. So I changed. Let's move on with the process. I changed my template, and I close my template now because I'm happy, and I will go back to my quote environment. And what I would like to do now is I want to show you the SharePoint Teams action. So I click here on the button. The document will be regenerated. Just remember, the first one was green. The header, the naming was green. Now it's supposed to be orange. And when we stay in the process, I can go to Teams right now. So let me go to Teams, and to my Teams, I have this little sales team here, and I can say hello to my chief at Johannes. That's my boss. please check my quote, for example. And then Johannes comes and see this message, and he doesn't leave Teams. He just goes here, and we have some tabs added, and you see there is the sales quote tabs. That's actually directly my SharePoint library where I stored this document. So he clicks here and sees at this moment Fabian Huber generated this quote, solar panels. So that's the SharePoint library. It's actually exactly this one here. Let me go back. It's this one. So just here, it's this one. Okay, and then he opens the document and says, directly in Teams, of course. And he opens the documents, he zooms a little bit in maybe, and he will see that if I go further here, he will see that this one is orange, so it looks good for him. Then he goes a little bit further down, and then he sees, oh no, there's a mistake. This is not what we agreed on. It's just 8 hours, and the discount is just 10%. So what he does, he goes back to the quote scenario here, and he goes to the Excel first and changed the number of hours. It's 8 hours, not 12 hours. Then just close this one here. And then what he does is he goes back to the CRM and he changed in CRM the 20%. He wants to give her just 10% discount instead of 20 because he's a bad manager. And now he says, and what he does now is he click on save, and clicking on save means, just remember that our flow will be triggered. This one, a quote is modified. So the flow in the moment is triggered and just knocks on the door of our Docs42 online service and says, please regenerate the quote and store it to SharePoint again. And while I'm speaking, this is supposed to happen. Sometimes it lasts a little bit, but we will have a look at it in a second. So let me go to this quote page and I refresh this page. The document, okay, no, it's not done yet, but sometimes the flow lasts 50 seconds or something. But the document will be regenerated with the new data. So I changed the Excel file, the data from 12 hours to 8 hours. So this will be drawn in the second while you are clicking on the button and in the same second as while the flow is triggering the Docs42 service. So, and then we changed the 10%. So here it is. You see, we just named it differently. We said flow update, for example. So just that you can overwrite the existing document or you can just name it as you want. And we also
Hey Fabian, are you still there? Because screen is frozen and we can't hear you either. It looks like temporary disconnection. So while we're waiting for it, are there any questions anyone has? It looks like we have lost Fabian, so let's wait for the Fabian to join back again. In between, if you have any kind of sales and marketing questions, please feel free to post it on chat.
Well, hello, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Hi Fabian. No, it's okay. It's fine. So if you can share your screen, we can just confirm again, like if we can see it.
Perfect. I'm so sorry for that, but my Wi-Fi connection completely broke down.
It's absolutely fine. We can see your screen and we can hear you loud and clear. So all over to you.
Great. Perfect. So let me find my path again. Yeah, here I am. Okay. So what I did now, Flow regenerated the document and integrated the new data and the new information. So I zoom a little bit in and I checked this one here. We had the 10% discount now and the 8 hours instead of 12 hours just flow automatically, so you don't even have to click on the button to generate the document. Good, then the boss is happy now. He will tell me that I'm allowed to send the document to the customer. And here's a feature for all sales guys, which is pretty cool and is highly appreciated. Now the information is correct, everything is good. I would like to send the quote to the customer, and this is Michaela Mitarbeiter, that's her name, and she has an email address, of course, included. And what I can do now is I can create a draft email. So that gives me just an MSG file, a draft email. The attachment is the quote and a predefined text is already included. And I can then individualize this email text. So let me open this one. You see, here it is. This is the sales quote. Of course, again, the correct quote, because always the generation process is always at the moment when you're clicking the button. So here 10% and 8 hours. And here you see the name is included, then for example, the quote ID, and you can individualize something. If you say you are great or something, I don't know. So this is a pretty cool feature just for sales guys. Everything is done and you can send the email. Or if you don't want to have it like this, you can just click the button. So you just click here on send email via PDF, via email, for example. Now the email will be generated directly and the document is attached. And I will open Michaela's email account and you will see that that works. So here it is. I open the email account and that's Michaela Mitarbeiter here. And here is her email. You see it's exactly the same. Of course, the quote is attached. So I hope that showed a little bit how it could work, how you can ease your document or sales quote generation process. You can just directly work in your interface. You just click the button and it triggers the document generation process. And as I promised, we want to show you the PowerPoint generation process. And what we created here is we have an opportunity, for example, and normally we go with the solar panels proposal. It's the same scenario. Before you have your prospects, before you have your sales quote sent to the customer, most of the time you just send them a proposal of your products and of the situation. And everybody who is working with the Sales Hub knows the opportunity interface here. You have a current situation, for example, a customer need or the proposed solution. This is what the sales guys are working and insert here. Of course, there is a description from something, and here is the same thing. We have this information in a structured database. This is a kind of a database here. We have our customer, we have the information of the customer, and now we can just click and generate a proposal. And I would like to email this one as well. I just send email. Now I directly send the email with the PowerPoint attached to Michaela Mitarbeiter in her email account. And we even made it that this email will be sent in our Teams channel, so you can monitor it as well. So that's pretty easy then. So let me open this one, that you see how the PowerPoint looks like. So here it is. And you see, this is actually the email text is as well a Word template. So we use a Word template, and you can integrate images, of course, and different data directly from your system. So this is a data field from MC. You just have to connect this Word to your data map, and then you can integrate it like this and use email templates designed in Microsoft Office. Good. And here we open the PowerPoint presentation. And now you see here it is all this information that we have in CE. This is all the CE information. Here are the customer information, images from SharePoint, some reference customers. Let me go further. Here you see this is the current situation, which I showed you, the need and the proposed solution directly from CRM. You just add the data into the text boxes and then have it directly in your PowerPoint presentation included. And these images are stored in SharePoint. Here again, you can just combine different data sources. And then let me go further down. For example, here we connected to our solar panel quote and can add the products here and also the images. This one is not in SharePoint. This is directly from CE. And this is how you can create your sales presentations within Dynamics and integrate data from various data sources, and you can just directly send it from your CE platform. Good, and here again, of course, you could integrate, this is the SharePoint, this is the presentation that is stored in SharePoint, and of course you can integrate into the presentation other presentations, so it's just the slides will be integrated, and that's also possible. Good. That actually quickly showed some opportunities, some possibilities to generate the documents, but also what I would like to show you is sometimes when I go to a customer, I have very limited amount of time and then I have maybe 5 minutes left to create my presentation, and this is what I can do then. I use this little Docs42 feature here. This is a presentation, a template, and from our sales presentations. And here you see again, first name, last name. So these are data fields, images, and this is actually what you do. You have your presentation and you have the variables that you let insert from Docs42. So what I would like to do now, I would like to generate on the fly here quickly a presentation for my customer, and my customer will be RAS. And I add here RAS Dynamics. And what I also have is, let me cancel this one. I have 2 slides at the end. So I have, for my SharePoint customers, I have this slide, and for my Dynamics customers, I would like to integrate this slide. So I would like to automate different slides. And RAS obviously is working for Dynamics. So let me generate a presentation for RAS. And I know that RAS is working in public, so he wants to have the reference customers from the public industry. I select now Dynamics, and now the Dynamics slides should be integrated. And I am the guy who is presenting it, so RAS, when I have my contact details. Now I generate the presentation on the fly. You see he gets the RAS Dynamics slide plus me and integrated here. This is the document automation for the public sector slide that's included because I selected this one. And let me go further down. You see for RAS, it is the Dynamics community slide. So you can automate the slides, and you see also you can use your add-in to generate documents. But then when it comes to server-side automation, then it completely makes sense to automate it server-side within your system. But in the beginning, you can start with the add-in to design templates and to integrate data from various data sources as well. And let me quickly generate another one for RAS. But this time RAS is working just in SharePoint, RAS SharePoint, and he is now working for manufacturing. So you see the difference, and SharePoint, and now it's not me, it's Cloud is Cloud who is presenting it. So it's a different guy, and now it is manufacturing slide included, and at the end there's no dynamic slide, it's just the SharePoint slide. So of course you can add conditions and automate your slides as you wish. Good. I was very quick with everything. We have, I guess, 45 minutes left, which is 15 minutes left, which is good because we have the raffle at the end, and I have my Q&A slide for you. And before, I just have to a little summary why document automation, and you need, most of the time people want to have high quality documents. As I said, the manufacturer from the super yards, they wanted to have high quality images included, and they have the corporate design, the corporate colors varied, and different designing tools, and they wanted to have that integrated. So they decided them for Docs42. It's a huge time saver. You have seen I generated 2 presentations at the end just with the add-in for SharePoint and for Dynamics, and we also have we are doing it ourselves, you know. We have this event presentation, so something we just generate the basics, the modules, and with the different reference customers, and you just can directly generate them with 1 click, and that's a huge time saver, and you can concentrate on your core business. As I said, the sales guys, they should concentrate on the relationship to the customer and not on copy pasting. As we are not machines, just it's a people business. We want to talk to people and not to copy pasting machines. So that's one of the advantages. And of course, design in Microsoft Office, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and we have the flexibility. And here you see this Lego block, and this is the reason why we are always raffle off Legos, because yeah, you can build your documents just with the blue blocks. You have seen them. You just put it where you ever want to have them, and just design your templates. And yeah, of course, individuality. No one likes to have a email where it said, "Dear Sir / Madam." I hate this, you know. But if I send an email from a system, I know that the guy is Fabian, for example, because the information is stored in the system. So why don't address them personally? And this is exactly what you can do, designing your templates based on conditions and something like this, and just be individual, individual in your documents. Yeah, and of course, you see the Microsoft and ERP trends. Flow was a trend 2 years ago. I don't know when it started with Flow. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but yeah, we react to them and we immediately implement stuff like this, and we stay focused with all the possibilities to automate the processes and be automated. Good. That brings me now to the Q&A. Maybe I have a look at the chat, or yeah, open this one. Cool. Is there any question? So let me see where I am. Okay. Very interesting product. How is possible to integrate SAP prices and images stored in Dynamics, notes, field service use case? Okay, you can combine. It is not a problem. You just need to have one. You can filter your data. So you need a data field that has the same ID or something in SAP as well as in Dynamics, and then you can combine it. You just filter it correctly with the ID, and then you get the correct images integrated or the correct data from SAP integrated. Lost sound, yeah, I know. Frozen here, I'm sorry for that. My Wi-Fi broke down. Frozen, I can't hear. Well, yes, we have lost Fabian. I'm back. It works actually right now, yeah. Really powerful. Thank you so much. Very interesting. I will show you a slide later on where you can, if you have any questions regarding pricing or something, or if you want to have an individual demo, especially for the other systems that we didn't show you, just contact us. It's no problem. Very useful for sales. That's completely true. And as I said, we are also using our software, of course, if we send invoices, if we send quotes, and it's pretty easy just tap a little bit, have a return action, have a look at the quote, and then send it directly to the customer. It's pretty cool. Great job. Thank you so much. And yeah, but I'm sorry for that I was so quick, because yeah, sometimes it is a lot. We have a lot of content, and I really try to cover kindly everything. I don't want to have just one little scenario. I want to give you the entire possibilities, and it is so important that you notice that it's not only for one use case. You can start with one use case. You can solve one problem first, but then you will see that there are so many other possibilities to automate, for example, your contracts or any other documents that are in a structured form. And thank you for the great demo thing. Yes, thank you so much. And is there anything left? Any questions? Because if not, then I will share my screen again and show you guys first this slide. Here you see you can visit our website, and you also can use the QR code. You can have request a free trial. Just click on the contact button, and there is also the possibility to add a little note, a little text. Just say, okay, hello, I want to have a BC demo or something, then we know what we do. And now I guess if there is no question left.
Fabian, are you sharing your screen? Because we didn't see that the barcode and other details. So
sorry for that. It's right. Yeah. No, here it is. Thank you. Now here again. So this is the website. This is the QR code. And you can request a free trial directly on our website. And just leave it a second. So I guess everybody is waiting for the quiz. Here it is. So actually you just have, I copy pasted this. So you have to answer this question. I guess it's a pretty easy answer. Which data sources can you integrate with Docs42 document automation without programming? There's A, B, C, or D. And what you have to do is, I will share this link in the chat. This is a LinkedIn post. Just answer it. Follow us, please, on LinkedIn. All the three steps has to be completed. Post the correct answer in the comment, of course, and tag a friend with whom you would like to build the Lego. So let me quickly put this one in the chat box, and then. Yeah, I wish you good luck. This is the link. Yeah, is there any more questions?
Fantastic. So everyone ready to jump into like in a quiz? So please go and visit that link as Fabian mentioned. So go and get participated.
Yeah.
That was a great demo, Fabian, but I really enjoyed it. Every time I see it, I actually enjoy it again and again. It's a very good, strong product and solves so many business problems. So yeah, definitely appreciate it.
So true. Thank you so much. And yeah, I hope so much that we see that we prefer on-site conference like everyone, I guess, and absolutely. Hopefully that's pretty soon possible to see each other in person again.
Yep, keeping the finger crossed. Hopefully we'll definitely see you in person as well. And are there any questions from anyone? If they like to post it on chat window, or they want to unmute yourself and just ask the question. We still have like 9 minutes to go before another session starts. Looks like everything's good.
So if you have 9 minutes left, I can show something else.
Yeah, if you have something to show, definitely, yeah, just go for it. Let's make use of these 9 minutes.
Okay, great, because yeah, it would be a... let me show you something pretty easy. I would like to show you the template design a little bit more. I just want to connect to data from CE and just integrate it in a PowerPoint or in a Word document, that you see how you can connect to the data. Let me quickly show you all my accounts. For example, here are all accounts. It's like 16 records. No, this one is just one, all accounts. I have these records here, and I would like to connect to these records and just list the name of my accounts in a document. And now let's start from
Fabian,
scratch.
Sorry to interrupt you, but don't forget to share your screen.
Yes. Oh, sorry for that again. Here it is. So this is all my accounts. They're just 17 records or something. And I want to have all the names of the accounts in one Word document, for example. I had this kind of thing like yesterday. So I have a little template here, and I just start from scratch. Okay, it's pretty easy. Let me open this one. It's a Word document. I will delete everything here. And what I want to have first, I need to connect to my CRM system, because I want to connect to my account data. And I also delete this one here and this one. So we start from scratch, as I promised. Yeah, this is the window. It's an empty data map, and I would like to connect to my CRM data to get the data from CRM into my document. And what I need, of course, is the URL. I just take this one. This could be from an Excel file automatically, of course, but I just do it here right now, and I enter here username and password, but this could be Azure Active Directory, completely full impersonation, but now I just, for demo reasons, I add my credentials. And what you're doing now is you click on connect, and now we are connecting to our CRM system, successfully connected. And what I have here, I say account, for example, and what I have here, I have a list of all my entities and quotes, opportunities, whatever I need, but I wanted to list the accounts. So I click here on account, and now I get all the data fields related to the account entity. And here I just select, I wanted to show you the name in my Word document. So I search for name, somewhere is the name data field, I don't know, somewhere further down, here it is. So I select this one, and this data field is now, if I click on test, you will see this is the 15 names I have here in my CRM. And I want to have listed them into my Word document. So there is no programming. I close this one, I save my changes, and now I click on insert data field and add my account and add this name data field here. If I generate this one locally right now, then just the first name will be shown. Here, Contoso, okay, not very interesting. I want a list with all of them. So now I can start, just highlight this one here and say, so, automate range. And then I just repeat this one for all my data here in the account entity, for example, and I can add conditions here, whatever what I told you, and it's a very, very easy scenario here. And now I generate this one, and here I have my dynamics data within Word, within 1 minute or 2 minutes, and without programming, and here it is. And if I want to have the formatting differently, so then I just highlight this one again and say, yeah, let's make it red or something, and a different color, a different font. Now generate it again. I hope that worked. So yeah, here it is red in Tahoma. And this is how you actually, this is how you wouldn't create the documents, but you see, you connect to the data, and then you work within your templates. You can use your existing templates and then just add the data fields that are variable from, you know, the most of the time account data fields or something, product data fields. They are variable, and they just, you add them and can directly create a template within 1 or 2 hours. And after that, you put it on SharePoint, for example. Then you combine it, connect it to your dynamic system. You add the action button, and then you are automated. So that was just a little thing at the end. Good. I hope that helped. And yeah, I'm now, I guess, 4 minutes. I'm done now.
Indeed, it did definitely helped. It's a great demo again. And yeah, looking forward to more detailed demos in future as well. And so Fabian, do you want to share like any kind of more roadmap, like where we heading in terms of the Docs 42, what we can see in next coming years, or is there any information available?
Yes. So actually, we are currently working on different tools. So we added a new so-called server designer. So to configure our server calls and REST calls and SOAP calls, you have a server test designer, and now this one is working and talking to Azure Active Directory as well. So you can directly test on your client your server calls, and this feature is in the moment in development. And I guess next month we will have a little webinar about it, so you can really easy combine and create your calls for the Docs 42 service. This is the next thing we will deploy. And within the add-in, most of the time, if some customers have special requests or special wishes, we will implement them then immediately, and then we will update our add-ins. And this is actually in the moment the way we are going. And yeah, what we are still doing, we are growing our partner network, especially in the UK. So if there is a partner right in the moment in the meeting, just contact me. Yeah, we have a very attractive partner program, and yeah, we would like to work all together. That's the next plans.
So before I ask that question, like where can we submit new features or new ideas, let me pick up this question from Gulshan. Gulshan has asked, like, please could you give a demo on how the full name and address block can be saved as templates to be reused on different template docs, and how we can save formatting too. In line with
okay, so can you read it again?
Yep, so it's on the chat window, but let me repeat that again. Please could you give a demo on how the full name and address block can be saved as templates so it can be reused.
To be reused on different template docs. Okay, so you wouldn't use one template. So if you have a different template, you would use maybe the same data map. You can use one data map for different templates, and the address block. You have to fill that you get the correct address block for each quote or different customer. You have to define it within your data map. There you have the possibility to filter for the correct customer ID, for example. Then the correct customer ID information will be integrated into the document. And normally, when I'm in the on-site events, I do this in the demo that I do exactly this. But in the marketing and sales presentation, I didn't want to jump too deep into the technical part. So if you want to have this demo, please contact me at docs42.com, and there's the contact button, and just write in the text box, "Hey Fabian, please, I want to have the demo about this," and I will contact you and give you a one-to-one demo. Okay.
And we can always copy a template and just do the modification and everything.
Of course, this is not a problem. You can copy the template. You can use your existing templates and start with them, and just enter the data feeds from Docs42, and then you can copy them. You can use them in different environments because you can use the credentials and read them dynamically from Excel config files. So this is a lot of possibilities.
Great. So we're just about on time. So if I can ask you a favor, like in the chat window, if you can share information about where people can submit new features or new wish list, that would be great. So we can move on to the next session on time. But thank you very much, and really great demo, good information provided, and I hope people are submitting their entries for draw as well.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. All the best. Have a nice one. Have a nice conference. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. So next session we have is from Joe Griffin. Joe is everyone knows Joe. If who doesn't know, he's a very strong speaker in sales, customer service, Dynamics 365 and overall. But also he did present a really good session about Azure fundamentals as well. So some sorts of basic sessions, and that was really good. So Joe, are you online?
I am, and what an introduction. That's fantastic.
I just tried to do it very quickly without wasting too much of time, but I'll leave it to you explaining about yourself as well. So Joe is presenting implementing a custom pricing engine with Dynamics 365 Sales. So if you are a salesperson, you're always looking at the pricing and the cost engine. So it's going to be a really good session to attend. So without further ado, over to you, Joe.
Great stuff. Hopefully you can all see my screen now. So let me kick off the presentation.
Yeah. So
okay. Yeah.
So just bear with me a minute. Let me just kickstart the recording.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Great. Over to you. Thank you.
Perfect. Great. Okay. Well, thank you for attending today. I hope you're having a good day so far. Lots of good sessions, lots of stuff on marketing, which is something I really need to sort of look into in a bit more detail. But in this session, we're going to be moving back onto the sales module. We're going to take a look at how you can go about implementing a custom pricing engine using the application. So first of all, we'll give you a bit of an overview. Okay, well, what do I mean by custom pricing plugins? You know, the why, what, and hows in terms of their usage and stuff like that. We're then going to jump into a sort of a real scenario. We're going to build out a build in a very sort of loose sense of the word, obviously due to time constraints. We want to maybe skip some steps ahead, but we're going to build out a custom pricing solution, show you the steps involved as part of setting things up, and then we'll finish off with just some closing thoughts, some remarks in terms of things just to watch out for if you are considering adopting a similar solution yourself in the future. Yep. So a little bit about me there on the slide. So I'm director of a small Microsoft Gold partner based in the northwest in the UK, in and around Manchester. I've been working with Dynamics for about 4 or 5 years now. So my background's more on the Office 365 and SQL background. These days doing quite a lot with Azure and Power BI as well, amongst everything else. Yeah, so that's me in a nutshell, I think. Okay, but this session is about me. It's obviously about the community. We want to make sure that you guys are getting some good stuff out of the session. So please, in the chat, unmute yourself. Please tell me about you. What is your experience? Have you done any development work before using .NET? Are you more on the functional side? You know, when I say C#, do you think I'm talking about musical notes? Please feel free just to let me know in the chat in terms of what your background is and experiences when it comes to these sort of things. No sales knowledge. Oh, you know some sales, Cheryl. I'm pretty sure you do. Okay, so
not much, honestly.
It's all the same. It's all the same, isn't it, Cheryl? Underneath the hood. Okay, right. So yeah, career transition to CRM domain. Okay, so functional. Bit of experience with the sales. CPQ solutions. Okay, so I'm guessing from the looks of it, maybe more on the functional side. So what we're going to be looking at, we are going to be looking at code today. We're going to be going step by step through that, so we'll try and just explain the concepts as we're going along. And if you've got any questions in terms of things, you know, being looking quite complicated, you're going, okay, what's that over there? Then let me know in the chat, and we can have a chat about it afterwards, and hopefully get your questions answered. Okie dokie. Right, let's just jump back onto here. Okay, so they always say with any presentation, start with a story. So once upon a time, I was approached by a client. They needed some help with a particular scenario, and the situation was that they were sort of in pricing hell. They'd tried to implement a working solution so they could basically use the sales module, have all of their various products, you know, opportunities, quotes, etc., generated from the system, but they also wanted to start factoring in sort of custom entity values, custom fields, attributes. They had very specific custom calculations that they wanted to do, and they were really getting nowhere with it. It was just turning into a complete and utter mess for them. So effectively, the job that I had was to sort of come in, interrogate this in a bit more detail, just find out exactly what's going on. And it became pretty clear quite quickly in terms of what some of the main issues were. You had, I guess, what you would perhaps term as sort of workflow Armageddon. So, you know, this gives you sort of a feeling in terms of what it was, but really in actual fact, it was probably more times 4, literally having a workflow covering pretty much every single sales entity in the system, all doing a little bit of functionality there, setting the value here, updating the value over there, just a complete and utter nightmare to sort of view and maintain and things like that. To add insult to injury as well, actually sort of looking around in the customizations, you know, new everywhere. So clearly somebody had not been, you know, following the sort of the approved process in terms of having a solution publisher prefix and things like that. So it's probably fair to say after my first day, you know, this was probably my reaction after looking in the system, you know, a little bit sort of frustrated, trying to sort of think, okay, well, what can we do here to try and get this sort of working? You know, and we've highlighted this already in terms of what the problems are here. It's worth just focusing in a bit more detail on them now. So I think when it comes to any solution that you're building with Dynamics 365, you know, you should be going functional wherever you can. You know, it's going to help you along. You're not going to have to go into a protracted development cycle. You're not going to have a dependency on, you know, a custom code or an individual in terms of a solution that's been built. You're doing things in the supported way. So I'm all for functional solutions, but when you're effectively trying to get an existing system like Dynamics 365, you're trying to sort of almost reverse engineer it around to meet your needs, and you're doing it in a rather sort of what I would term sort of cack-handed functional way. That's when things can start to get problematic, and you're in a situation where you've got, as I say, workflow Armageddon going on, no documentation around that to sort of add insult to injury. So, you know, it becomes very difficult for anybody new coming into the business or anybody trying to figure out what's going on here to actually figure out what's going on. So, you know, that's why I always say with functional solutions, you know, just keep, you know, go for them where you can, but just keep in mind that you don't want to be getting a system to do something that it's completely not built for, or where another solution might be better. Highlighted this already, you know, a bigger risk to the business. You know, the solution has been sort of built out sort of piecemeal over, let's say, you know, 6 months. It's been added to, it's doing a bit here, doing a bit over there, very convoluted, very difficult to understand. You know, and I think to sort of completely misquote a sort of famous phrase from Albert Einstein, I would probably say is, okay, well, if you can't actually express your business logic in less than 3 workflows, then really you don't understand it yourself. You know, so if you do find yourself in the unfortunate situation where you have built out so many different workflows, Power Automate flows, all, you know, collectively doing one thing, then I'd probably be looking at that and so go, well, hang on, you probably need to sit down and just reevaluate, okay, what am I supposed to be doing here? What is my business logic? What is my end result? And is there a better way in which I can encapsulate it and actually get it working in an optimized way? And I think, to finish things off, I think really when it comes to working with pricing in the sales module, when it comes to trying to sort of modify how that works out of the box, really, if you're going down the workflow route to sort of trying to achieve that, then you've got a really poor appreciation of what the application Dynamics 365 Sales can do. And really, I'd probably say that's probably the greatest sin of all. You've not actually understood, you've not sat down and gone through the system and seen, all that it can do and leverage that to your benefit potentially. So, as you can probably guess, when we go back to the sort of the situation I talked about a few minutes ago, came in and we looked at implementing a custom pricing solution to get around the issues. Now, we're talking about it a lot. What is it? Okay. So, in essence, it's a mechanism where you can go into the Dynamics 365 sales module and completely replace how the default calculation engine works. So, you're probably familiar with this process in terms of when you create an opportunity, you add on your products and stuff like that. The system then goes through, totals up your line items, applies any discounts, tax, freight amounts, etc. It does all that for you automatically. What a custom pricing plugin will let you do is just completely ignore that, and instead you can execute your own bespoke logic whenever a sales document is being sort of worked on in the system. So because it's a plugin, it's something that somebody who's got some experience with developing plugins has to do, and it is essentially just like any other plugin that you would build for Dynamics 365 Sales. You target what's the calculate price message as part of your operations. And that basically triggers when you do pretty much anything involving the sales entities. So whether you create, update, retrieve it, etc., all of that is encapsulated as part of this calculate price message. And in terms of the entities that it covers, it's these specific ones here. So it's basically all of your opportunity, quote, order, and invoice entities, and then all of the product, the line item records underneath that then triggers on. And in terms of when you're building out your custom logic, so typically you probably use C# for this. You can use visualbasic.net if you so choose. It is supported as part of the SDK, but generally these days you'll probably find people using C# where possible. So what are the sort of benefits that it can deliver? Well, because the plugin is accessing the SDK, you can leverage some of the capabilities within there. You can do potentially quite complicated things. You can retrieve a record. You can execute a batch process. There's all sorts of things that the SDK gives you that you're not going to be able to do potentially through a workflow, or even maybe perhaps these days through a Power Automate flow. So having that capability there is potentially very useful. And what it lets you do is, okay, so because you're essentially injecting your own logic here, virtually any custom business logic can be applied at the sales calculation point, and you're not having to go in and be in a situation where you've got multiple processes firing off every time a record is created or updated. The calculate price message just sort of gives you that gateway into there to easily inject your custom logic. But potentially with all of this, it doesn't necessarily need to be the same calculations that apply for all of the entities. So for example, if you've got, let's say, some additional fields at maybe order or invoice stage that you need to factor in, maybe calculate VAT at that point, maybe you've got some additional costs that need to go in at the back end, you can have a distinct set of calculations that apply for just those entities, and then a completely separate one for your opportunities and quotes as well. So again, giving you that fine tuning, being able to do it literally at a per entity level in terms of customizing your calculations. And then when we go back and think about what we talked about with the the workflow Armageddon, so really a plugin potentially offers you a way of being able to containerize complex logic in a solution. It's going to be in a plugin. It's going to be sort of transportable as part of your solutions and things like that. You can move it out to different environments. Alter its behavior at runtime using profiles and things like that. It's arguably an effective way of being able to get that logic into a nice compact form for you. And these days typically you may just be using model driven apps to access the sales app, but these days it could be maybe that you've got a Canvas Power App that you're using. It could be maybe you've got other, integrations happening, at the sort of platform level. So potentially, when you're looking at a custom pricing solution, you can ensure that logic is always applied at that level. You're not having to, have write a bunch of functions in a Canvas Power App just to make sure your correct sales, sales calculations apply. As soon as the record hits the platform, it's going to sort it all out for you. So it's one less thing to worry about in the sort of grander scheme of things. So in terms of potential usage scenarios then, how you can potentially get some leverage out of this. So this one's probably a fairly common one. If you've got any sort of external integrations, so whether you're talking to systems maybe like F&O or maybe Nav, you need to maybe bring in pricing information from another system. You need to get some information from somewhere else and then factor it as part of your calculations. Because you're writing it out in a plugin, you've got that capability to call those APIs if you need to. Typically, when you customize the system, there'll be a whole bunch of fields that you need to add in to accommodate a particular business's needs and wants. So with a custom pricing plugin, you can quite easily, factor in custom fields as part of your sales calculations when you're sort of getting those calculated. You've got capabilities as well because you're developing using the plugin. So for example, if people are filling out the sales documents wrong, maybe they forgot to put in a particular field. Maybe we're in a situation where a product is being potentially sold under cost, and therefore we're going to lose out on the deal if it goes forward. Custom pricing plugin, what we can do there is that we can have very tailorable bespoke error messages that sort of fire to the user to inform them that potentially you've got a business condition violated as part of that. Another potential thing, again, because you're using plugins, you've got capabilities at that level to do sort of before and after comparisons of your records. So if you need to just verify that a previous value that's been changed, make sure it's not gone over or under a particular value. Again, using the plugin and using your custom images, pre and post images, you've got the ability to be able to get that out. So really, what I would say is that if you've got can develop these plugins, the world's your oyster. And potentially it's a much more attractive option to look at when you compare against the alternatives that a functional option will potentially give you. Okay, so in terms of getting started then, we need a few things. It's not something that you can just sort of necessarily start and sort of do straight away. You need to have an instance, so whether it's an online Dynamics 365 Dataflex tenant or even on-premise, this is fully supported for on-premise CRM systems as well. So you've got that option there. So obviously you need that first in place to begin with. In terms of building out your custom pricing solution, you're going to need access to Visual Studio. You're going to be writing code as part of this, so you need to be able to set up a new project and do all that sort of stuff. And then you're going to need the plugin registration tool as well to get the whole thing deployed out. And what I would say is, if you are considering looking at this, going down this route a bit further, I think it's useful to have some awareness and experience of the following. We're going to go through a sample shortly, which hopefully tries and cover things off if you're not too familiar with these areas. But I would say, okay, knowing a bit of code, C#, or if you're feeling a bit cruel on yourself, VB.NET by all means. Familiarity in terms of working with NuGet packages from a Visual Studio standpoint. Having some awareness of the SDK is potentially quite useful because then you would know in terms of what you can do with it. It's not essential though. And then finally, the experience in terms of how you then deploy out plugins via the plugin registration tool. We're going to cover that specific thing off today in the demo. So hopefully you get a bit of familiarity in terms of how that all works. Okay. So in order to do a demo, we need a bit of a scenario then. So we've got our fictional organizations, whether it's called Contoso, Wingtip Toys, AdventureWorks. So they've decided, okay, we want to have a custom pricing solution. And we've sort of agreed and decided that it needs to sort of meet the following requirements as part of this. We want to make sure that we have product line item discounts apply at the sort of the product line item level. In order to sort of help us along, so we're not having to get a calculator out each time and figure it out. We want users in the application to be able to specify a percentage value at the sales document level. That then will then feed across into the product line items, and based on the percentage that's calculated, that will then figure out, okay, I need to apply 10, 15, 20 pounds, whatever it is, discount on top of that. Next, we want to try and automate the process in terms of around our freight amounts. So we're recording in the system information about the various countries that we work with and how much it's going to cost us to ship out a product. So we want to just automate that stage. That's that stage of the process using this. And then finally, if we are in a situation where, going back to what I mentioned earlier, you are tempted to sell a product at below cost value, we want to show an error message to the user to inform of that. So in terms of what we built out already, we've got the functional aspects of the solution ready to go. We've got a model-driven app and things like that. We've also got the code as well, which we're going to go through and talk. So all we just need to do is just review and get this deployed out. And then hopefully, fingers crossed, if the demo god's not being too cruel, it should all work as expected. So the process for this, if you're sort of doing this in the sort of real life, then so you view your environment first of all. There's some specific things there's a specific setting that you have to disable or enable, depending on how you look at it, in order to start working with custom pricing in the first place. We then need to jump across to Visual Studio, build our plugin solution, make sure that we've got all the necessary configuration set up around that. We deploy it out using the plugin registration tool, and at that point we then tell the application, okay, we want it to fire for the calculate price message at these specific points, and then finally we give it a test, and fingers crossed we're all sort of working. Okay, so appreciate that in the space of an hour, attempting to do just a full coding demo is probably almost literally impossible. So what I've got on my sort of GitHub page on there is the entire solution that we're going to be building out today is sort of available on there. So if you wanted to sort of either follow along now, later on, take a look at yourself, get onto the repo, clone it down. There's instructions on there telling you what you need to do. So hopefully you can work through all that. It gives you effectively a starter solution that you can build out further, and then a completed sample as well. So I'll leave that up just for a few more seconds, and then we can jump into building out the code. Okay. So I'm going to jump across into my Dynamics 365 instance over here. So we've got in here a model-driven app that's been built out. This is already good to go. We've added on all of our various entities on here, opportunities, quotes, products, etc. like that. We've also got a custom entity down here that we've defined. So this is storing our freight amounts. So all we're doing here is that for each city value, we're just storing effectively a key value pair for our name of our city, and then the cost of how much it will be to ship out to that particular location. So we're going to go back. We'll see how that works when we deploy the solution in a few minutes. So at this point, then we need to, before we start building out the sort of solution, we need to disable the existing pricing in the system. At the moment, if I was to just go on here, I'm just going to create just a new test opportunity. I'm just going to go discount percentage over here. If I just save that, I'll add on just a single line item product. Oh, need a price list first. So I will do a writing on here. So my test writing product. So, yep, so that should be all good. So if we save and close that, we can see that's calculating up as we sort of expect. So at the moment, it's working in the default manner that we want it to, but it's not doing the things that we want to in terms of the freight amount, the total tax, etc. So what we need to do is that we need to first disable the out-of-the-box pricing engine. And we do that by going into the classic interface. At the top in here, we go into our settings area on the sitemap in administration. Go into system settings. Then if we click onto sales down here, we can see we've got an option here called use system pricing calculation. So when you spin up your instance for the first time, this will always be set to yes. And really, you don't want to be changing this setting unless you are going in and wanting to do something around custom pricing or overriding system pricing. So first things first, we need to just disable that. Press OK at this point. Now, if I go back onto my opportunity record now and I go on and try and add on a new product, so maybe just test product 2, as you can see, really imaginative with the, oh, didn't set it as a writing, really imaginative with the names today. It is a Saturday after all. Okay, so if I save and close that, we can see nothing's happened. So because we disabled that now, no calculations at all, whether it's opportunity, quotes, products, whatever it is going to fire. It's going to just be completely switched off. So, so as I say, it's not a setting that you want to be turning off lightly, but you will need to, because otherwise anything that we attempt to do following on from this in terms of deploying out a custom pricing solution is just not going to work. You will just deploy the plugin out and the application will still use system pricing by default. So at this point, then we can jump across into Visual Studio. And what we've got in here, so I've basically just cloned down the sample that's on the GitHub page. And we'll take a look first of all in terms of the, we've got essentially two solutions in here. We've got a starter for 10. So this is basically just none of the logic that we've got defined, built out, basically just the bare bones of it all. Then we've got the complete solution up here. So I'll just talk through in terms of how we got to this particular point here with the starter plugin. We've gone into Visual Studio. We've set up a brand new new project. It will be of type C# class. So if I was to go into here, so what I would do is I'd go on here, class library for .NET Framework. I'd click on that, go through the instructions, give it all a name. Then at that point, it would then create me a brand new clean project. You'll just have an empty project that will just have a single class file in it. All you would need to do is just basically at that point is just change the name of it from class 1 to something more descriptive. So typically what I tend to do is I just name the classes in terms of what they're doing, just so I don't forget myself later on down the line. With your project set up, you then also need to make sure that you've set up your plugin so that it's signed using a strong name key value. In order to do this, you just go to the top up here into properties, go to signing down here, hit the box down here, and then we'll create just a new strong name key file for this. So I'll call this after the name of the particular project, custom pricing. Password is optional. You don't necessarily need to have it in order to basically deploy things out. So we won't worry about it too much today. I'll just press OK. Click save at the top up there. So now whenever we build this project on here, it's going to be signed using the strong name key value, and we'll then be able to deploy it out into the application. Without it, we're just going to get potentially errors because all assemblies need to be signed before you can register them up into Dynamics 365. So with all that done, then we then next need to look at then getting our various NuGet packages added on. So NuGet is basically a way of being able to pull in all sorts of different packages or existing frameworks that are out there, DLLs and things like that into your project. Have it so that, if you need to restore to another location in the future, NuGet will just handle it all for you. You're not having to copy and paste across DLL files and things like that. So really is, use NuGet as much as possible. It will really help you out. And what we've done in this project already is that we've added on 2 NuGet packages from Microsoft. We've got the core SDK assemblies down here. This is going to let us do our various platform level operations and give us access to all the stuff that we need. And the second thing we've done is that we've downloaded the plugin registration tool. So these days, if you're doing anything with the SDK and you're wanting to get the latest versions of the tooling, you'll need to go into NuGet. Previously in the past, you used to be able to download and download all of your various SDKs as just one big zip file from the Microsoft Downloads website. That's no longer the case. So regardless of whatever you're doing with the SDK from a dynamic standpoint, you are going to need to have some familiarity with NuGet. So as you can see, we've got the tools on here. We've actually got actually out of date a little bit on some of the tools, but the great thing about this is that, we can select any different version. We've got access to a whole bunch of useful stuff that's going to help us along where we develop. Okay, so with the NuGet packages added at this point, then we then start to build out the plugin itself. So typically there's a whole bunch of boilerplate code that you need to add on when you're building out a plugin. So it usually involves you getting the context. If you're doing anything in terms of wanting to write out to the tracing service, so that when you're then diagnosing plugins that have been deployed out, you can write messages out and basically determine, okay, how far has a plugin got, has an error occurred or something else happened, etc. We've got some stuff in here to basically ensure that we are not caught in an infinite loop. Just a little bit of code here just to basically handle that. We then jump in and get to the core bits down here where we get our particular entity that we want to work with. So this will be either our invoice or order, etc., like that. We run a little check just to make sure that it's a valid entity. So we just got a little method down here that basically just fires. So it's just a switch statement. If it's an entity that we're happy to work with because it's a sales entity, then we just let it move forward. If not, then we kick the user out at that particular point so the plugin doesn't fire any further. Then we get down here to the core logic down here. So what we've got here is at this point here, you would then do something similar to what we've got here. So you would determine, okay, well, you'd probably ask your question first in terms of, okay, do I want the logic to apply to all these entities? In which case I probably don't need to differentiate between my specific entities. I'll just let the same calculations apply for all of them. If you don't want to do that, then instead you'll need to look at having a switch statement that's similar to this in terms of, that then lets you control, okay, where the logic fires and things like that. Okay, and then there's some other stuff here in terms of exception handling and things like that. So this is essentially just the start solution. So if we deploy this out now, it's going to do nothing. It's got no logic attached to it whatsoever. So now if we go up to the complete solution up here, we can just sort of dive in and just take a look in a bit more detail in terms of what it's doing. So we'll jump into this particular method on here, the execute. Okay, so what we can see down here is that we've got some logic. We've done a switch statement where we're basically saying, okay, we want the logic to fire for these entities. We've basically split things out so that we calculate our sales document separately from our line items, which is why it's separated out like this. And it jumps down into the appropriate methods underneath to basically do all that. So if we take a look at one of these ones in particular, so if we do calculate line item down here, we can see the various logic that it's doing down here. It's doing some checks, it's basically getting the fields that it needs. In some cases, you will need to do potentially retrieval operations or have a plugin image attached to get the attributes that you want to work with. But in this case, we're just doing a retrieval around that. The logic in terms of making sure that the product has not been sold under cost is all handled underneath here. So all we do is that we just call a function just to check to see whether it's been sold under cost price, and then we just throw an error if that occurs. Then it just goes through and it's just setting the various amounts for all the different fields that we want to calculate as part of this. And then it's doing it. Then pretty much the sales document one is doing pretty much the same thing, but just at the sales level instead. So again, I'm not going to go through this in too great detail. It's just sort of doing all the various operations that we want as part of the plugin. A couple of more things just to mention in terms of the where is it now? Because there is some behavior that it is worth just focusing on for just a second. I think it's on the pricing lot. Okay. So if you're working at the with either sort of your sales orders or your invoice details, at that point in the application, the users have the option, the capability of being able to lock the prices, which makes sense from a business process point of view. If we are at the point where we've generated an invoice to a customer, we don't really want people to be going in modifying the prices, either lower or higher, because we have to reproduce documents and things like that. So to help you control that from a dynamics point of view, you can basically select a button that sort of goes, okay, these prices are locked, so therefore please don't change them. Now, you need to make sure that when you're writing from a custom pricing plugin perspective, you need to consider this and factor this in, because potentially the calculate price message is always going to fire whenever a record is retrieved or looked at in the system by a particular user. And when it then tries to do the calculation, it tries to update and work with locked line item records, you start getting errors because read-only record deactivated or read-only records in the system, you can't write to them in any circumstance. You have to open them back up first before you can do anything with them. So essentially this function down here just basically handles that. It just checks to make sure, okay, is the pricing locked in this particular entity? If the price is locked, then we just don't do any calculations whatsoever. We just sort of skip out completely. and we just treat whatever's been put on there and what has been locked as the correct value at the time it's been invoiced. Okay. So yeah, this whole solution on here is the complete solution. It's going to do all the requirements that we want on here. So at this point, we need to just get it deployed out into our dynamic system. So I'm just going to give the project just a quick build up here. You can see we're all up to date down here. And then I'm going to go out into the plugin registration tool, which has been downloaded and it's been added into my project already as a package. So if I was to just show you the folders down here, you can see this is my solution folder on here. I've got a folder here called packages. All of the NuGet assemblies and the tools have been added into here. So all I need to do is just go into here, into this folder here, into tools, and then I've got an executable down there for a plugin registration tool. Okay. So at this point then, we create a connection up into the application. So I just want to just get my sales environment up onto here. And at this point, we've got a few steps that we need to do within this tool in order to get things deployed out correctly. First of all, we need to get our assembly into the application. So just going to go register new assembly up here. Already scoped the folder on there. So I've got my DLL there. It's been built. I think it was built last night when I was testing it. So yes, that's all good to go. So it's just a single plugin with a single sort of step on there. So at this point, I'm just going to click register selected plugins. Get a message there to us, that's all good. So the DLL is effectively in there, but it's doing nothing at the moment. We need to now tell Dynamics, okay, please can you execute, for this message for, create or update, or in our case, calculate price message. So previously, in previous versions of applications, what you could actually do, and it would usually work, is that you could just do calculate price and then just have it fire on, just leave that blank on there and it would fire on all entities. I think they've changed something in version 9 moving forward. So typically what you have to do these days is actually tell it, okay, here are all of the entities that I want to use with this. So for example, the first one would be our opportunity entity. We want to make sure that this is triggered on post operation. It has to be that particular stage, otherwise things may start going wrong. At this point, register new step. And then bang, I've effectively now given the instruction to Dynamics to basically tell it, okay, whenever the calculate price message fires for opportunity, please run my code. So we're just going to add on a few more steps now. I won't add on all of them. I'm just obviously conscious of time today, but we will add on the remaining ones for our opportunity product, or opportunity line, and then we'll do it for our quote as well, just so we can see that work. So just do this one by one. Yeah, calculate price. Post operation, register again. And then finally, we've got our quote product, quote detail. That does annoy me, the fact that they're always different in between the different entities. Yeah, so you see opportunity product, then quote detail. Winds me up that. It really does. Anyway, okay, so we've given the instructions now. The plugin should fire, and all being well, things should start to work as we want them to from the pricing point of view. So at this point, we jump back into the application, and I'm going to create just a brand new opportunity record. So we're just going to do custom pricing test as the one on here. I'm going to associate a particular contact and account onto this one on here. I'm going to populate the discount percentage field, which should now work as we want it to in terms of being able to calculate that for us. Then at this point, I'm just going to click save. So the record's been created. We've got no products on here, so we're all 0 here at the moment. So let's just add on a product at this point. We need a price list, of course. So CRM service on there. Save that. And we'll add on a product. So we can see that discount percentages have been mapped through. That's been done via relationship mappings, so nothing too fancy going on there. So again, we'll just do another writing product. So we'll just do my awesome writing product. Because it's so awesome, it costs £780 and we want 20 of it. So let's save that. And we can see that now we've got the calculations are working again, because at this point it's now processing our custom pricing logic as we want it to. And we can see on here that it's been able to get the total amounts. It's done the multiplication on there. It's been able to figure out in terms of what the manual discount should be based on the percentage that we supplied. I think that looks right to me. I might be wrong, but if we can just test this around, 50% should be able to tell if that's right. Yep, that's definitely right. Or if we wanted to, we could give 100% discount. I wouldn't recommend that though. Let's just set that back to 25. So that's all working. Every time we save the record, the change is being applied. If we were to now go back into our opportunity record, so I think up here, again, we can see down here that it's been able to total all of that up as we wanted to. We've also got as well, freight amount is now populating as well. So what it's been able to do on this particular point here is if we go back onto the account that we've associated, so A-Datum Corporation, we can see that they've got an address 1 city value of Redmond down there. So what the plugin is actually doing is it's going off into this freight amount entity on here, and it's detecting, okay, this is actually from Redmond, so therefore it's going to be £2.50 as the freight amount that we need to calculate. That's probably a little bit cheap from where I am getting out to Redmond in the USA, so let's just maybe just change that up a bit. Change it to maybe, it won't be that much, but let's make it a big amount just so we can see. If I now go back in and open up the record, it should get me my newly correct freight amount. I think I have to go back into my product itself. Let's just make a change on here. Do 25. Let's just go back onto the opportunity. Okay, something might be going wrong on there. Might be that it's not firing at the correct particular points, but yeah, ideally you'd have it set up so that whenever you make a change or an update on there, whenever you then open up the record again, it picks up the correct freight amount. But we can see that's all working. If we were to jump into the particular code, we can see the bit that probably does that. I think it's under calculate line item freight down here. Yeah, so all it's doing is it's basically jumping on the associated account record, getting the city value, then comparing that to what is in the freight amount entity, bringing that back, and then putting that back on as we want it to. There's also some logic in there that sets it to 25 by default. It could be that maybe it's hitting that and I've not set things up correctly on that one. So, but it's working. It's setting our freight amount for us, and it's giving us some good capabilities on there. So that's pretty much it in terms of the demo. So as I say, things have been condensed down just a little bit. Typically, your development cycle will be a lot longer. I think if you wanted to go away and see in detail what you can do with this, look at the sample, go through it in your own time, adapt it to suit your particular needs. But hopefully what you've been able to see here gives you an insight into terms of how we can use custom pricing plugins to our advantage, and in the process, get our calculations working really nicely in the sales module. Okay, so jump back into the slides for just a few minutes. Okay, so before we jump into questions and the like, just some things that I just want to just highlight. Okay, if you have been interested after today, you are wanting to go away and implement something similar for yourself. So some of the things that I'd probably just advise you just to keep an eye on. So we touched upon this earlier in terms of we've got a specific bit of the code that creates a shared variable in the system. A shared variable is something that can be accessed by multiple plugins to basically share, do it says in the tin, share values of potential interest across different plugin executions. So we have to have a specific step in the plugin code to basically set that shared variable and make sure that we check it at the same time, because what happens otherwise is that potentially the application gets into an infinite loop. It tries to constantly recalculate the records. Every time it recalculates, it triggers another recalculation, and then just repeats itself endlessly. So make sure you leave that bit of code in if you are potentially taking this forward yourself, because you will hit that issue in the future. Now, if you are in a situation where you're using project service automation alongside the sales module, from a custom pricing standpoint, things could start to get a bit tricky. PSA does a whole load of stuff around the sales modules. It has its own set of plugins and functionality that fires, its own set of custom fields as well, and logic and things like that. So really, it does complicate things to a certain extent when you're then looking at a custom pricing solution, because you do have to sometimes figure out and work around some of the idiosyncrasies that PSA brings to the table. Just keep that in mind. If you have got PSA or are using PSA, then a custom pricing could be a bit more of a challenge for you to adopt. So an example there, PSA has a requirement where totals are enforced. That at a product line item, your totals must tally up with any related line item detail records. It adds on a few custom entities and other things to basically do what it needs to do. And then when you don't meet the requirements for that, or more correctly, your custom pricing plugin code doesn't meet those requirements, you start getting all sorts of nasty errors. So just keep that in mind. If you are potentially implementing a custom pricing plugin for an on-premise and you're thinking of moving it online in the future, that's great. It should be something that's supported, but just keep in mind that you just need to be making sure that you are developing the plugin, that's going to be compliant with with the sandbox effectively. So making sure that the plugin's running in the sandbox mode, it's not doing anything naughty in terms of calling custom DLLs or doing stuff that it shouldn't supposed to do. You get a bit more flexibility on premise in doing that sort of stuff, but in the online world, it can potentially catch you out if you're not careful. Now, say recent, they've been around now, I think for the year. I think as with any custom code, custom solution involving Dynamics 365, where you're triggering additional API operations, you do need to be considerate towards the new service limits that are in place, and most importantly, making sure that you've got the licensing around that to support the anticipated number of API operations that potentially you're going to be doing. So I think as with any plugin development, make sure that you're limiting the amount of API calls that your plugin's performing. Make sure it's streamlined and optimized where possible. And if you are potentially it's going to be a large deployment, maybe from a licensing standpoint, you're going to be hitting those API limits, and you are thinking about a custom pricing solution, then you probably need to just step back for a second and just review that first before you move forward, because you could potentially find yourself in a situation where you're going over with the API limits, and you're getting I'm not sure what happens at the moment, but you probably get an email from Microsoft telling you that you're breaching the service limits, or they just cut you off potentially because you're just throttling things so much. And I think finally, it's probably clear just to be clear in terms of what a custom pricing solution will not do. So for example, if you've got some custom entities that you're bringing into the party as part of your sales calculations, so maybe doing something similar to PSA, where you've got an additional entity linked to your line item records, that's great, that's fine. From a pricing plugin point of view, you can certainly work and interact with those entities, but the calculate price message is not supported for custom entities. You can't use it with any other entities apart from the ones that we've discussed already. Just keep that in mind. Obviously, because it's a plugin, it will be subject to the same limitations. So alluded to it already around the sandbox if you're online. So you're going to have things such as 2-minute execution, limitation around some custom DLLs and things like that. And the thing that could potentially be troublesome. So perhaps you're in a situation where, okay, for quote an opportunity, let's say, okay, the default system pricing works great, works absolutely fine. I just want to change it for my invoice and orders. A custom pricing solution, you can't have both of that. It's either a case of you go with the custom pricing solution or you go with the default pricing. There's no middle ground. So really, if you are in a situation where you are wanting to sort of have that scenario where you're doing out of the box or close to out of the box with some entities and something completely different for everything else, then there will be some work that you need to do in terms of effectively replicating what the system does out of the box using the C# code. Okay, so before we sort of wrap up, before we sort of jump into questions, then I think a custom pricing solution, potentially, any organization that's moving to a system like Dynamics, there's going to be situations where things just don't fit quite right, where you're having to do, functional customizations, changing things around and things like that just to suit the particular need. So really, a custom pricing solution, potentially becomes quite invaluable when, you're looking at how the out-of-the-box calculations work and it just doesn't fit well for your particular need. So for those situations, I think, it does certainly have its merits. It's not necessarily a potentially a cakewalk. There are some code examples that Microsoft provided. Hopefully the sample that is on the GitHub page will be quite useful if you've got a little bit of C# knowledge. So there will be some effort around it, but hopefully getting up and running with it isn't too much of a challenge. And we've seen today that it can be fairly quick to do as well. Mention it again, API limits, just always focus and be aware in terms of what any custom code that you're writing for Dynamics 365 Sales, just keep in mind that it's not doing the stuff that is going to be causing you problems from an API limit point of view, or just doing unnecessary API calls. Have a real focus around, your code and what it's doing and focus it towards, quality and things like that. And at the end of the day, I'm not going to lie in terms of saying, okay, well, custom pricing solution, it's great. It lets you do all these wonderful things that we talked about today, but it is introducing a degree of complexity. At the end of the day, you are adding custom code into your system, and in these days of sort of where we're trying to go for more low code, functional type solutions, it's going to add some baggage, as part of that. So, the thing around that is just to make sure that you're going with your eyes open in that regard, making sure from a business point of view that you're managing that in terms of, either from a documentation point of view, from a resourcing standpoint, you've got yourself equipped so that you can, potentially manage the fact that you've got custom code deployed out into the system, making sure that it's being tested regularly, making sure that it's been written well, ensuring that, as part of upgrade testing, because you're getting updates a lot more frequently now, that nothing breaks as part of that. Just make sure you're prepared from that standpoint. But I'm not going to lie to you and sort of say, oh, it's great, it's simple, it's just blah, blah, blah. As we've seen today. No, it is going to introduce a degree of complexity. So always keep that in mind with custom pricing plugins. Okay, so there's some further reading on there. I think we'll get the slides shared out after today, so hopefully you'll get this through. But I've just put a few links on here. There's some good Microsoft Doc articles available that talks about the subject in detail. It's also a subject that I've blogged about quite a few times in the past, particularly around some of the things around, PSA and things like that, things to watch out for, how you can do certain specific things with your custom pricing plugins. So if you are interested, feel free to check those out and hopefully you'll find them useful. Okay, so I think we've got about 10 minutes to spare. So yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions there are.
Hello there, Joe, and once again,
Hello.
Thanks so much. Great, fantastic session. Lots of great feedback. Ricardo just said that you've helped him for an ongoing project. Big thank you.
Wow. Great.
So Ricardo Kasaka is saying, yeah, you've just helped him for his project. The next one is Dominique Jaya is saying you can use North 52 if you don't want to develop code. Yes, okay. That's true. Yeah, I mean, you could also, in fact, Joe, I'm thinking, did you sing? Sorry, I missed first bit of your session as I was covering some other issues. Did you mention you're using synchronous plugin executions?
Yeah, so this particular sample is using synchronous plugins. Yeah.
Got you right. Okay, because obviously, Joe, I'm sure you'd also recommend to the audience that if there wasn't a requirement for synchronous, then you potentially they could have used a flow, possibly, than having to develop a plugin.
Yeah, there's all sorts of debates about this these days. I think even Microsoft say, you should be in most scenarios where you think you're going to need something synchronous, you could probably get away with doing it as, like you say, as a Power Automate flow instead and stuff like that. So certainly, if it can meet your needs, then again, disable the custom pricing and then a Power Automate flow would probably meet your needs there.
So Coquelin is asking, I found deploying plugins using Developer Toolkit is a lot easier, but in your demo you deployed using Plugin Registration Tool. Is there any particular reason for not using the Developer Toolkit?
It's personal preference for me. Unless I'm mistaken, is the Developer Toolkit supported now for Visual Studio 2019?
It's not officially supported. It's not actually officially supported, no.
This is it.
Yeah.
I like to be on the latest stuff. That's
yeah, true.
Yeah.
So I mean, look, I mean, the Developer Toolkit is a nice thing to have, but unfortunately, a lot of the time you just can't use it for. I mean, there are hacks to get it to work, but I myself use the plugin registration tool versus the toolkit. And Dominique is saying, can we use the solution you provided on the mobile Dynamics 365 offline?
Oh, good question. So I think from memory, plugins do execute offline, don't they? If it's Outlook, the old Outlook app, I think it does a playback when you synchronize it up. I think it would be a case of when as soon as you effectively go back online and the record hits Dynamics, I think at that point, it's a platform level operation. It'll be a create, an update, whatever. So therefore, yes, it should execute at that particular point.
No, what's Coquelin is saying? No, it's officially supported only. Yep, that's fine. Yep, that's regarding the Visual Studio. Yep, okay. So I guess that's all the questions, I believe. Any other questions for Joe? And whilst we're waiting for any other questions, Joe, look, you've been doing lots of. I mean, Joe, I think you've been doing nearly every week or something close to that. I mean, tell us a bit about what you're up to lately.
Oh, I'm quite busy. I'm head deep in Azure at the moment. So doing just in the middle of quite a big project at the moment involving lots of sort of complicated integrations and stuff like that. So actually been writing quite a lot of code for a change, which is quite good. But no, it's good that these events are happening every weekend at the moment. It just seems to be so much stuff at the moment. It's just amazing. So much good content.
And thank you, Joe, because you've been obviously supporting a lot of the effort, doing many sessions throughout, especially over this period. So again, big thank you. Your sessions are highly relevant, and I think everyone clearly appreciates them. I think Coquelin is saying thanks, Dominique, and everyone is saying big thank you. Remember to reach out to Joe. Joe's website, crmchat.co.uk, as well as his Twitter and LinkedIn. By the way, Joe, LinkedIn, I think it's hard for people to connect with you on LinkedIn. I think it requires some extra validation. I think it requires your email address, actually. I think it is. But I just thought I'd let you know it's not so straightforward to connect with you on LinkedIn, just so you're aware.
Yes, I think I put something on. I think I was bombarded with unwelcome ones a few years back, so I'll see if I can get rid of that. But yeah, if you just feel free to connect to me on there, or just drop me a message, and I'd be happy to connect with any of you on the call today.
Great stuff. So that was Joe Griffin. Fantastic, doing great stuff for the community. So once again, thanks again, Joe, for everything you do. Lots of great sessions, and I know that's helped a lot of you with your particular scenarios, overcoming the limitations of the out of the box pricing module within inside of Dynamics. Often many people have limitations that have to overcome, and so it is a good solution to implement. Again, Joe also mentioned that there are nuances and things you have to be very, very careful of, but as long as you consider that and you can deliver your customer requirements. So again, big thanks to Joe. Make sure you connect with him.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll be in the chat, so feel free to drop me a message if you've got any more questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. So again, due to the COVID situation, we've had to kind of restructure stuff. So next up is Vicky. So for those who aren't aware, Vicky was actually joined us last week as well at our customer service event. And so Vicky is joining us all the way from Canada, from Vancouver. Vicky, are you there?
Hi, Raz. Can you hear me?
Hiya there, Vicky. Yes, Vicky has joined us now. So again, once again, big thanks to Vicky. Again, like I said, we've had 2 session cancellations today, unfortunate circumstances. But again, Vicky is obviously rescheduled, and so she will be delivering the session next. So her session is on. There you go. You can see her session there. Obviously, a lot of questions. A lot of people already using Click Dimensions from what we know today already, or using other marketing solutions. We did a great introduction to the Dynamics marketing this morning. And so now you can be able to see the differences between the two, really, which is often a very, very common question. It's something that's on the top of many people's minds. So it's a highly, highly relevant session that's going to benefit you all here today. Vicky, without further ado, please, now you've shared your screen. So over to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Raz, for having me. So hi, everyone. As Raz mentioned, I am based in Vancouver, Canada, which means I'm on Canada's West Coast, and I'm starting this session at exactly 7 a.m. So good morning, everyone. So again, my session today will be about my top 10 tips to help you decide between Dynamics 365 for marketing and Click Dimensions. So those are the 2 kind of marketing automation powerhouses into the Dynamics 365 overall ecosystem. And we're getting, in the last, I would say, 2 years, a few questions about which one is better, which one is right for me type of questions. So first, I think my monitor. Can you see my screen, or do you see some type of
yes, we can see your screen now. That's great. Thanks.
Okay, because what I see right now is that my PowerPoint is kind of broken. I see basically like a bunch of square on my screen.
Yeah, we can see. We can definitely see your slides. If it makes you feel better, Vicky, do you want to disconnect and reconnect?
Yeah, no, it's fine. Wait, let me try to replay. Perfect. Now it's back on.
Great.
So basically, just a little more about me. Again, I'm based in Vancouver. I'm an independent Microsoft Dynamics 365 consultant. I'm a Dynamics community moderator as well. I'm also the person behind MS Dynamics Certified. And I am 13 times Microsoft Dynamics 365 certified and 8 times Click Dimensions certified as well. So I do know a few things about this ecosystem. So again, for today's agenda, we're going to cover, first of all, why Dynamics 365 marketing may be right for you. And we are also going to cover why Click Dimensions may be better for you, because there is no better solution. It really depends on your own individual circumstances. And then I do always leave time at the end for plenty of times for questions, because I know that especially when I'm on a call, questions tend to go a little sideways. And because I'm Canadian, I will actually answer everything. So first, we're going to cover five reasons why Dynamics 365 for marketing might be better for you. So those are signs that maybe you should go that way and have a look at it. So the first thing is, I guess this is kind of obvious, but it needs to be stated anyway, which is the fact that Dynamics 365 marketing is actually made by Microsoft, which is a deal breaker for some people. So just to give you a little bit of background about Dynamics 365 for marketing, it was launched in March 2018, which is 2 years and 4 months ago. And it was after years and years and years and years of demand by the community. I mean, even when I started to build my career on the Dynamics 365 ecosystem, I've heard demands like that, and it took quite some time, but better late than never, I guess. The other big advantage is that because, again, it is a first-party application, you can be 100% sure 100% of the time that you're going to have an instant and seamless integration with other Dynamics 365 applications, including Dynamics 365 for Sales and the Power Platform, and as well as other Microsoft applications such as Outlook, Word, Excel, name your favorite Microsoft product here. The other thing is that, again, depending on your situation, Microsoft offers a not-for-profit discount program that you can take advantage of. So I know, for example, that some nonprofits are able to get up to 75% off their Dynamics 365 licensing fee, at least in North America. If you are somewhere else in the world right now, this might be different in your region. So I would highly recommend you, if you are in that situation, to contact whoever is your account manager at Microsoft or even at your Microsoft partner and see if that is something that you could take advantage of. Another big advantage of Dynamics 365 for marketing is how flexible and how customizable it is. First things first, the great thing about Dynamics 365 for marketing is that you have significantly easier integration with content management systems, especially the Adobe Marketing Cloud if you have enterprise level needs in that aspect. And you also have a much easier integration with Dynamics 365 portals and the Power Apps portals. In fact, when you start looking at marketing pages or you start looking into event pages, those are built with Dynamics 365 portals technology and do integrate quite seamlessly. Another thing is that you have so many settings that I could do an entire presentation just talking about all the configurable settings in Dynamics 365 for marketing. So those include, and this is by no way a complete list, this is not even 10% of it, you're going to have goals, fiscal years, document templates, privacy banners, lead matching settings, and so many things that, again, I could spend the whole hour talking about that alone. And the other thing is that, especially when you compare it to ClickDimensions specifically, you are going to have a lot more customization options. So here, Dynamics 365 marketing is able to support Power Automate, able to support Power Apps quite well, able to support Power BI, again, quite well as well, able to support plugins, able to support workflows, able to support any customization that you would be able to do with Dynamics 365 for sales. You can pretty much do with Dynamics 365 for marketing as well. Another thing that is great with Dynamics 365 marketing, and this is something that I play around with a little bit, is how ridiculously specific you can get in terms of segments. Now, if you look at prior to Dynamics 365 for marketing, or even on the ClickDimensions side here, you can have a marketing list, which can get very, very specific. However, what happens is that, let's say that you have a marketing list of, let's say, everybody in your contact who is part of a business who operates in, let's say, British Columbia, but you only want to include people that are responsible for the province of British Columbia. So, for example, if you look at very large enterprises, let's say that you were to target Microsoft, they do have operations in British Columbia. In fact, they have 2 very large offices in downtown Vancouver, but you might want to target people that are responsible for sales in British Columbia. Now, that person might be sitting in Toronto, that person might be sitting in Vancouver, that person might even be sitting in Calgary. However, what happened with marketing lists, and this is a problem that I personally encountered, was that I could not go to that level of granular detail. So the great thing is that here you can have demographic segments, which are based out of contact information. So that is related, again, to the contact entity. You also have firmographic segments, which are based on the account or the company that the contact is working for, as well as a big advantage here, again, especially if you compare to ClickDimensions, which is behavioral segments. So what a behavioral segment does is that you can target people based on how they've interacted with your organization. So, for example, you can target people who are opening your email more than 50% of the time. You can target people who visited a particular page on your website. You can target people who are part of the customer journey, and you can really, really go crazy here in terms of how, again, detailed you can go. And the other thing which is not, again, available, which I talked a little bit about, which is compound audiences. So you can combine multiple segments together, and you can really use logic. So when you think about a Venn diagram, you can use things like exclude. So for example, say I want everybody in segment A, but exclude everybody who would qualify under segment B. You could also say, I want someone who would qualify to be both in segment A and segment B. Or you can even go, say, I want everybody who would qualify to be under segment A and segment B. So you can really, really have fun. And sky's pretty much the limit here. Next up, we have the event management capabilities with Dynamics 365 marketing. Now, what happened is I worked with a not-for-profit client who is eligible for the not-for-profit discount program here, and they were using a combination of Cvent, Click Dimensions, Dynamics 365 sales. Now, what happened was they are an organization that has a lot of in-person events, and a lot of them now have moved online. And the great thing about the event management capabilities is that if you are using a tool such as Cvent, Eventbrite, or other similar event management solution, and that for you, one of your biggest pain points in your organization is how on earth am I going to bring the people who attended my my event, whether in person, online, or mix of both, now bring them into my Dynamics instance so that I can eventually nurture leads or do campaigns or other things of that sort. And even for an organization that has these types of events, I am not joking, unless you have a developer that is willing to build you a custom solution, which costs tens of thousands of dollars, it would take you, I'm not joking, about a summer worth of interns in order for you to bring over that data manually, which I've seen happening, and there is a better way than basically taking an intern's time for an entire summer to do that. If you are someone that wants to do webinars, which is super popular right now, the only webinar software right now which is currently supported is On24. Personally, I would say that this is a weakness because many organizations had issues with On24, myself included. In fact, I've discovered bugs in it when playing with it. So if you are someone who's loyal to WebEx, you're loyal to another webinar platform, this is definitely something to consider. Next up, this is a case of why did Microsoft pay $26 billion to buy LinkedIn? That's one of the reasons why. So here, because Microsoft owns LinkedIn, they've really kind of pushed the needle in terms of having really, really deep integration with all the Dynamics product family. And that goes for Dynamics 365 for marketing. So here, who should care about having a LinkedIn integration? Number one is you're a business-to-business company, and a lot of your marketing effort is LinkedIn related. So for example, if you are in, let's say, organization like a Microsoft partner, and you are targeting small to medium-sized businesses that are growing quickly and that are currently using, let's say, a small software that they are probably have outgrown several months or even years ago, probably that you would care about this to find the people and the companies that would be in your target audience. Or Another example is not just for business to business, but rather, let's say, a business to consumer company that would target professionals. So, for example, if you are a company that sells business formal clothing, for example, if you are Indochino or Banana Republic or Everlane in North America, and if you're from Europe, I'm sorry, I don't know what the equivalent is, but they're basically like a shop where you go and you buy like your work clothing, basically. This would also be important because if you see that someone matches the profile of somebody that is, let's say, just graduated and got a job at a big city firm, or someone who might be due for a promotion and say, hey, like if you dress better, you might get that promotion, or that type of stuff, then this is who should care about the LinkedIn integration. So what's actually included in it? First things first is you can have LinkedIn campaigns directly in your customer journey. So the way that it works is quite straightforward. It works like any other tile in a customer journey, whether that's an email, a marketing page, or timers or anything. It works like any other tile, which is great. And you can basically use it to show advertisements on LinkedIn to people who are part of your customer journey if you have their LinkedIn profile information. The other great feature is we have LinkedIn matched audiences. So here, basically what happens is you have a segment of people that you create via the segment. Now what happens is that with matched audiences, you can look for people on LinkedIn that meet your segment criteria. So let's say that you are targeting, let's say in the case of a business clothing shop. Let's say you're doing a campaign right now to target business professionals who just graduated from university. So here you would probably create a segment saying, okay, I want contacts, I want people with a graduation year of 2020, and I want people who have an active job on LinkedIn to target to basically advertise suits or something. You would be able to have a LinkedIn match audiences, match it to a segment, and if the person would then end up in your Dynamics 365 instance, either through subscribing to your email newsletter or through going with a LinkedIn lead generation form, then that person would be matched to that particular segment automatically when their data is brought into Dynamics 365 for marketing. Now, I mentioned it a little bit earlier, which was 5 seconds ago, which is the lead generation with LinkedIn lead gen form. So basically, LinkedIn has built-in landing page, which are called LinkedIn lead generation form, and they work pretty much in an identical fashion compared to what you would be able to do in a traditional Dynamics 365 marketing page. So you can get their name, their phone number, emails, etc., etc., etc. Now, we're going to move over to Click Dimensions and 5 indicators why Click Dimensions might be right for you. Again, this really is a case-by-case basis, which is why I'm leaving, again, a lot of time for questions because I know that I'm going to get a lot of what about this, what about that. Next up, so here Click Dimensions is really a mature and a stable product. So just to give you a little bit of background about Click Dimensions, they are a company based in Atlanta, Georgia, in the US. And the great thing about them specifically is that they've had 10 years of experience building marketing automation tool exclusively for Dynamics 365. So they don't do Salesforce, they don't do HubSpot, they don't do any of that. They are solely dedicated to the Dynamics 365 ecosystem. And they were sort of the first company to really bring a marketing automation solution. And In fact, they kind of almost had a monopoly until the Dynamics 365 marketing solution came to market. The great thing is, because they've been in business for so long, unlike Dynamics 365 marketing that you can sometimes find a lot of random bugs with, which I've personally found quite a few, I've personally only encountered one bug in 3 years. And I can tell you what the bug is because it was quite noteworthy, actually. So what happened was that there was an issue in terms of the Azure service that ClickDimension uses, which basically created a global problem with ClickDimensions that was global across all users. And that was the bug in question. To be completely honest with you, if you do encounter a bug with ClickDimensions, either that you're doing something completely crazy that I'm not aware is possible and that you're basically breaking the solution almost, or that you're just unfortunately extremely unlucky because this stuff never breaks, or actually almost never breaks. The next point here is a personal favorite of mine, simply because I've seen it in action quite a lot. Actually, by the way, just a full disclaimer, which is currently in bold and underlined, because it is quite important, is this point only applies if you plan to make little to no customizations, which means if you are an organization that you see ClickDimensions and you're like, hey, this would be such a huge step up compared to what we have, which is probably a mix of spreadsheet and MailChimp or Constant Contact or something of that sort, or that you see the ClickDimensions feature and you say, okay, this meets 99% of what I need. I don't need to customize it, or if I do, barely. I've personally helped clients go live with ClickDimensions in 6 weeks. So what happened is, in that particular client, Dynamics 365 for Sales was your phase one of their project, if you will, which means that they've just gone live with the whole Dynamics 365 ecosystem. And then we moved on to phase two, which was the implementation of ClickDimensions. I kid you not, from the moment we started to work on this project to the moment it went live, it only took 6 weeks. And a lot of the time was spent to actually trying to recreate marketing collateral that was in their legacy solution, to migrate that over to the ClickDimensions solution, as well as training. There was no need to have complex configuration or anything super crazy. So for example, a lot of the configuration that we had to do was to set up their website, set up their CNAME, which is basically their domain name, set up their web tracking script to get website analytics in terms of who is coming to their website. And we discovered that one of their biggest leads that they wanted to gain a particular customer for quite some time has been visiting their website on a regular basis. And this is a piece of information that they did not have prior to going live with ClickDimensions. Another great thing about that is how user-friendly ClickDimensions is. So when I've trained people on ClickDimensions, they were like, okay, this is super easy to use. I know where everything is. And worst case, I'll probably be able to figure it out on my own, because everything is kind of is very intuitive, and that's the main feedback I got from a lot of the training sessions I've done on ClickDimensions. And the great thing is, in terms of business-to-business solutions that I've personally dealt with, ClickDimension wins hands down without even a close contest in terms of the best customer service team. They are super helpful. They are really, really nice people. They answer super quickly. And honestly, they should win awards in terms of their customer service. It is that amazing. So if you are someone who's currently implementing customer service and you are looking for somebody that you should model your customer service after, you should probably look out to Click Dimensions, because honestly, like, they are doing such an awesome job. They should get a medal for it or something. Next up, we have social media. So as per the new releases of Dynamics 365 marketing, this may change in a few months, depending on what happens. But if you were to go live right now, I would say that Click Dimensions really wins on that point, because again, this is probably very Canadian specific, but that product is being exported all over the world. So in Canada, especially in Vancouver, because it's actually, the office is 20 minutes walk from my house, there's a really popular Vancouver startup which is called Hootsuite. And what they're famous for is to be a social media management software. So, for example, a lot of organizations that have presence on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, etc., they can have a one-stop shop view of their whole social media analytics, and they can manage posts and manage engagement all within Hootsuite. And Click Dimensions has some of that capability that basically Hootsuite offers, but it's only limited to 3 social media, which are Facebook, Twitter, as well as LinkedIn. If you have, let's say, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, unfortunately, you would need to customize, or you would need to even use another tool, unfortunately. And like Hootsuite or like other world-class social media management tool, you can get post scheduling. You can get a lot of social media analytics, which is a lot more than what your Facebook or your Twitter analytics would show. And the other thing, which is kind of unique and stands out, is that you can find advocates. So for example, let's say you are the Microsoft team or the Click Dimensions team, and you are looking for people who talk about you in a positive way on social media, people that are sort of positive influencers, if you will. You can find those people, and then you can potentially even reach out to them and say, hey, thank you for being such a great customer, or thank you for being such a great advocate, and you can, send them treats and stuff. Next up here is the business intelligence features, which are actually quite new. So just to give you a little bit of background, Click Dimensions purchased a New York-based company, which is called SweetSpot, in the spring of 2019. And what SweetSpot brought over into the Click Dimensions product is the equivalent of the skills of 7 professionals, which includes a data analyst, a data scientist, a marketing professional, et cetera, to create a crazy suite of KPIs, which if you wanted to get in Dynamics 365 for marketing, you would need to probably have your marketing team work on a Power BI project. So for example, as part of your solution, you would be able to get a churn rate. So if you are a subscription-based organization, an example of that would be, for example, food box companies such as HelloFresh or Blue Apron in the US, or Good Food if you're Canadian, or other kind of subscription products. And they would bring you 170 plus KPIs and 13 dashboards. Again, if you wanted this in Dynamics 365 for marketing, you would need Power BI, and you would need people that know Power BI and know how to build that. And something which is unique, and that one customer that I have in mind dreamed of when they went live with Click Dimensions in 2018, I believe, was the integration with Google Analytics. And to give you a little bit of background of why that is so awesome, is the fact that pre-integration via the SweetSpot acquisition, there were 2 sources of truth. There was Google Analytics, and there was the Click Dimensions Web Analytics, and there was someone that every week needed to export both data on Microsoft Excel and try to reconcile it. Through the integration, this is pretty much done automatically, so there should not be any type of major variation between the data that you get from Google Analytics and through Click Dimensions. Now, this is something that I've personally had a lot of experience with. So if you are in a situation where you have a ton of contacts, in this example, it was an organization that had more than 50,000 contacts, except they did not know where to start in terms of their data cleansing effort. So what we did, and by the way, this is when the GDPR regulations went in effect, and when a lot of Canadian organizations were like, wait, are we actually supposed to care about this whole GDPR? And then they found out that yes. So they did basically what's called a re-permission marketing campaign and said, hey, because of this new law in Europe, you guys are having a lot of emails in terms of make sure that all of your subscription are, up to date. And because we want to send you relevant content and stuff that you actually care about and stuff that you're actually interested in, please click here to our new subscription page where you will be able to update what type of emails that you want to receive. And what happened is we expected that a lot of these emails would so-called bounce back. Now, if you do not know what a bounce back is, it means a few different things. Number one, what a hard bounce is simply put, let's say that I send you an email and that your email address is currently out of service and it does not exist anymore. Then basically that email would bounce back and say, email address is invalid, it does not exist. Please contact your exchange administrator or whatever. A soft bounce can be caused by a few different reasons. Let's say that, for example, you were to do a huge marketing campaign right now. A lot of people are on vacation or are going soon on vacation. So you would be having a lot of bounces caused by out-of-office automated replies. So, for example, you would have a message saying, "Hi, I am currently on vacation until, let's say, August 15. I will get back to you once I'm back into the office." That's one reason for soft bounce. There are a few other reasons as well. So the rule in Click Dimensions is that they block your email address after one hard bounce and after 3 soft bounces. And we use those bounces in order to get relevant contact information. So, for example, if we knew that somebody has left the organization that they were working with, we tried to find, okay, where is that person working now? That was the first beneficial effect. The second thing is, let's say that we do not, let's say that we would rather know, rather than where that person is working now, but that what we want to know is who replaced that individual and is currently performing that function. Then if you have other contacts within that particular organization, you can ask, hey, I noticed that person so-and-so has left the company. I want to know who replaced them in their function. And then you would be able to get that piece of information. As you might be aware, I have a policy that I try to keep my presentation under 30 minutes or at the 30 minutes mark because I leave plenty of time for questions, and I know I will get a few if they did not already come. So you have 30 minutes to pretty much ask me anything you want.
Hi there. Thanks again for that, Vicky. Yes, so obviously that was a lot to take in. Now, some people are sharing YouTube links for some reason. Is that just to watch the live link? Okay, so Davey's asking for the recording link on YouTube. Okay, fine. So does anybody have any questions? You've got half an hour to learn everything you want to learn about Dynamics marketing, or so now's a really good time. So we had a session in the morning, and now Vicky's obviously complemented it further with a gap analysis. So does anybody have any questions about Dynamics marketing? Oh, here we go. Dominique is saying, what would you recommend for SMS with D365 marketing?
Hi, Dominique. Okay, so I'm going to answer Dominique's question first because I saw another one. SMS for Dynamics 365 for marketing. So this is not a requirement that I've personally encountered because most of the requirements that I've dealt with was with emails and in terms of social media and that type of stuff. Simply put, the clients that I've worked with have never asked me for SMS. So I know that there are integrations that are possible in terms of SMS for click dimensions, including Twilio. So I would tell you, if you are looking for SMS, the first thing I would do is look on AppSource and see if there is a third-party app that would be able to meet that particular requirement. I would be happy to do some research for you, and then I would get back to you on that. Sorry.
That's correct. Yep. So that's correct. There is on AppSource, there is a marketing extension that you can install that supports Dynamics marketing. The only problem with that solution is it forces you to use a certain provider for sending out your SMS messages. If you want to be able to be more flexible and choose your provider, then that's where you'd probably have to develop something yourself. You could use flows, or you could develop. I mean, I personally, because I work in public sector, we have to use public sector providers for our SMSs, and so we developed something to execute the SMS messages. The really cool thing is obviously because it's all built within inside of Dynamics. The customer journey, you can easily add workflows into there to execute. But if you want to be able to see the insights of the SMS message directly inside of Dynamics marketing, that becomes a bit tricky. You have to do a bit more development if you're not going to use the SMS provider that's provided in AppSource for Dynamics marketing. So just be wary of that. That if you're not flexible on your SMS requirements, then you may have to do some development. Otherwise, there is the solution in AppSource available for that. So Dominique, does that answer your question? Let's see if that answers Dominique's question. Dominique is fantastic. Yeah, Dominique's happy with that one. There is another question, a very lengthy question it looks like, by Kokulan, who's asking, we had a really bad experience with click dimensions once. One of our Dynamics 365 consultants imported the latest version of the CDS solution, of the click dimension solution, a year ago, and somehow almost all the click dimensions entities lost their display names, and also some attributes and relationships got deleted. We could not use the CRM after that, and we ended up doing some SQL changes and got it working, but we could not upgrade the instance to V9. Even the fast track team could not find a solution, and finally we had to just export the solution and migrate data using custom migration scripts. Not sure if anyone else has had a similar experience. Kokulan, may I ask, are you using on-premise or online? I'm just curious.
Yeah, because one thing I can tell you is that I am honestly surprised that somebody had such an experience because Click Dimensions has a reputation of being extremely stable, and I've seen quite a few instances of folks using Click Dimensions. So one of the experiences I had with it was not caused by Click Dimensions, but rather somebody had unsupported customizations in their Dynamics instance, which led to basically them being unable to upgrade. So I would say you should first of all look into whether your customizations are supported or not. And again, if you have on-premise, then I would highly encourage you to migrate to the cloud as soon as possible, because God knows how long support for on-prem is going to be there. So,
so it's really good that we're getting sides of the pictures of both sides of the story. So some people have good experiences, some people have bad experiences. So that's very interesting. And so going further to the next one is Diliana is saying InfoBip. Definitely not telesign. Diliana's saying, yeah. So basically, Diliana's recommending some SMS solutions as well. David is saying an example of feature that Click Dimensions provide that we don't have in marketing. So there you go, Vicky. So Dave is asking you a question there. Could you provide an example of a feature you get inside of Click Dimensions that you don't get inside of marketing?
There's actually like a few features that I would say would not be possible. Number one is the bounce back report, which is not available in Dynamics 365 for marketing. So if you are someone that is having a lot of data cleansing to do and that you don't know where to start, this might be a deal breaker. The other deal breaker for a few people is that if you offer a best of breed approach in terms of your IT experience, and for example, Click Dimensions has out-of-the-box integration with Cvent, Eventbrite, as well as GoToWebinar, I believe, as well as WebEx. So if you have a marketing team which is dead set on using any of those tools, then Click Dimensions might be a better option for you as well. The other reason I would say is, so far, again, this might change in a few months, the social media capabilities in Click Dimensions is more feature-rich compared to Dynamics 365 marketing. So here in the Click Dimensions solution, you're having a lot of functionality in terms of your social media management in terms of posts, which is not currently available in Dynamics 365 marketing. So those are features that are available in Click Dimensions, but not in Dynamics 365 marketing.
And followed up to that, Frank Peters is asking what kind of additional social media channels are possible with Click Dimensions?
Out of the box, that would be Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn. The moment you are looking at, let's say, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, or Pinterest, you would need to have somebody have built you basically a custom solution at that point.
And then Dominique is saying hard competition for both solutions is HubSpot, that marketing people find easier sometimes.
Yes, but there's such a huge caveat with HubSpot is if your CRM is Dynamics 365 Sales, then you gain maybe some familiarity because a lot of marketing people like HubSpot, but I can tell you from personal experience, the integration with Dynamics 365 is a complete mess. And unless you have somebody who's an in-house developer to manage that, and that you're willing to let go some of the benefits of having an integrated marketing and sales solution, then I'm just telling you what the downside of having HubSpot. And on top of that, if you look at Click Dimensions and D365 marketing, there are not that many features that are additional in HubSpot. So I would say it's not that it's easier to find, it's just that they are more familiar with it and they are more, I would say, set in their ways, and they would rather keep HubSpot.
So there you go. The world of marketing is huge. It's humongous. There are a lot of tools out there. There's native tools that Microsoft have provided. There's ISV tools. There's third-party tools. And my personal advice would be, it's all about the setup of your organization and your team, because it may be that at the end of the day, is it your marketing team? Is it your creative staff that are going to be responsible for creating these campaigns and executing them? Often that is the case, that it is these people who are not tech savvy. They're just used to writing, being very creative, and they get very scared of tech. So my biggest advice is definitely look for a solution that facilitates and empowers your marketing team to go and be able to be creative and go ahead and execute their campaigns whilst remaining GDPR compliant and not make mistakes. That should be the foremost center before choosing a marketing solution, 100%. And then again, it also depends on the other nuances. People have mentioned about social media. How important is that as part of your marketing campaign? What types of metrics? And also how you're using it. Will you be doing it via a DevOps pipeline where you're developing in a dev environment or having to deploy, or will it all be in production? So all these things matter. So that's my personal advice, just from having deployed marketing solutions and various ones for different organizations. That was the feedback that we got. Fundamentally, it came down to the users that had to use the system. Often it's not the Microsoft consultant or the partner that is responsible, for running the campaigns. It is the marketing staff, and they're the ones that have to use it. And so that would be the most important thing is, okay, how can we empower the marketing staff to be able to be creative and execute their campaigns regularly without causing any disruption? And because at the end of the day, they very rarely would probably actually go into Dynamics. So if they do, it would be to query some data, advanced find. So it's an interesting scenario, and it all depends on your organization setup, how large your organization is. Ideally, the perfect world, everything is done inside of Dynamics. That's definitely the way to go. But even if you look at the marketing solution for Dynamics, they've extrapolated the data out of Dynamics so that the marketing insights is held outside in Azure. So whereas Click Dimensions keeps it within. So again, there's always two sides to the coin. And for those people who are looking for a marketing solution, personally, from my experience, and obviously I'm sure yourself, Vicky, you probably agree with this, it is fundamentally down to the users who are responsible for executing the campaigns. I mean, what are your thoughts, Vicky?
Yeah. So personally, am I mute? 1 second. Okay, I'm not mute. So personally, there are two things that I want people to kind of consider. Number one, of course, is who is going to use it. But also, when you think about the way that marketing justifies their role and their budgets and everything, it's how they are able to make that connection between this marketing campaign generated X amount of dollars or euros or pounds of sales. And the main drawback between having these marketing solutions separate outside of the Dynamics ecosystem, whether that it's HubSpot or something else, is that it's much harder for the marketing team to kind of say, okay, X amount of campaign spend had a return on an investment of Y% or something like that. So I would say that number one criteria should be the users and what they like to use, and then your kind of second one is how can I get visibility in terms of the results of my marketing campaign.
Excellent. So again, what Vicky was alluding to there is that the feedback from the campaigns is often missed. People are spending all their time doing campaigns, very expensive campaigns, but then what is the measured value and output from these campaigns? How are we measuring it? That's vital. Very good. Thank you, Vicky, for mentioning that, because often, you can end up spamming people with all these marketing campaigns. And so that's very important to provide that insight and be able to report on it and generate the output of those campaigns regularly. And again, that's vital. So how do you achieve that? And again, it's all down to getting the right level of reporting in the hands of the decision makers, so they can clearly see the impact. So what types of metrics are we looking at? It's not just email bounce backs, is it? It's not just email deliveries. It's things like, also we're looking at things like Google click rates as well. Is another one. Any others that you could recommend, Vicky?
In terms of metrics, So a lot of the things, especially if you're an e-commerce organization, you live or die by your conversion rate. So if you don't know what that is basically how many people that started on your website end up purchasing a product. So that is very specific for e-commerce, for products purchased online. The other thing I would say is another metric, again, depending on your type of organization, is how many people, what is the churn rate of your email newsletter, which is how many people subscribe versus how many people unsubscribe. So if you're somebody that you kind of have a very content-based organization, or you're doing a lot of content marketing, this is a very important metric. Another thing is, let's say that you're having a blog on your, for example, let's say you're a Microsoft partner and you're doing a blog post on whether click dimensions is better or whether Dynamics 365 is better, and this kind of topic that we covered. A good metric for that is how many people actually contact you with that question in the 6 months to a year afterwards. Another topic would be how many people subscribe to your, let's say, Dynamics 365 marketing and the Click Dimensions newsletter that you offer after reading this particular article. So I would say there are a lot of great metrics out there. It really depends on who you are as an organization and what your goals are.
Excellent. So there you go, direct from Vicky. So some really, really important advice for your marketing decision makers there as part of your marketing strategy. So we have 10 minutes till the next session. Again, so the event where this is the last session. Oh, sorry, Coquelin has got one more question. Fantastic.
Yeah.
We have one. So Coquelin is asking, sorry, this is a bit generic question. Do you think Microsoft will stop adding new features to Dynamics 365 on-prem and then eventually announce the deprecation? The online product has changed a lot in the past few years, most tightly bound to cloud services. CDS stores now stores data in 3 different locations: SQL DB, Cosmos Log, and Azure Blob files.
The answer to your question is, I believe so, yes. Actually, the what happened, just to give you a little bit of background again, which might be a little Canadian specific, is the reason why on-premise solution is still supported, at least in Canada, is that many of the Canadian government ministries are still operating with CRM on-premise. And what happens is, in Ottawa specifically, if anybody is looking for a job and you are Canadian and you are willing to relocate to Ottawa, there are so many contracts out there, I am not joking, in terms of migrating those government clients to the cloud. And what happens is that as long as those government clients are still operating on-prem, Microsoft will still support it somewhat for critical issues. And if you are, I would say, a private sector customer, I would say probably, if again, this is pure speculation, but if I had to guess, within 5 years, if you are a private sector organization still on the cloud, I would highly, highly, highly recommend you to look at migrating to the cloud, because we do not know how long it's going to be there for. Right now, the only organizations that are actively using on-prem, and why Microsoft is not pulling the plug right now, is because a lot of public sector folks are still using it. So if you're Canadian, you are looking for a role, Ottawa has a lot of opportunity right now, and I've seen a lot of other questions. Frank asked, is it possible to use Dynamics 365 marketing and Click Dimensions? Technically, yes, but you're using a lot of the benefits of having a integrated solution. So for example, that would be, okay, so email with click dimensions I get for the bounce backs, and then Dynamics 365 for marketing. So if for you the email bounce back is really important, but that you cannot use, okay, I saw the specification. So what Frank wants is click dimensions for email and social, and then Dynamics 365 for marketing for LinkedIn, event management, channels, and development. Yes, technically, but that is not something that I would recommend because you're losing a lot of the benefits of having a one solution and that whole data visibility that we were talking about earlier. So yes, but I wouldn't do it.
Yes, so that's correct, Vicky. And Dilyana also confirms that yes, you can technically install both, but is that a wise thing to do? And how much technical debt are you going to inherit by doing that? Is the question to really ask yourself. If you want to try and benefit from both, then you may have to apply your own configurations on top to ensure there is no overlap and breaking of certain other features. So just one thing to consider before you go ahead and do that, although it is technically feasible to actually do that because it's just entities and solutions, and they both use their own different clouds to execute the marketing automations.
And Davey asked, what is the cost implication using both in one system? First of all, you have SKU licensing fee, which is, again, if you're Canadian, that's minimum 50,000 Canadian a year, which is a lot of money. Number two is you are losing a lot of the visibility in terms of your marketing spend, return on investment. And the other piece is, let's say that one day Dynamics 365 marketing catches up and releases a lot of the features that are currently only in Click Dimensions. Now Dynamics 365 marketing makes that available. Then what do? How do you migrate everything from Click Dimensions over to Dynamics 365 for marketing? It kind of becomes a re-implementation project at this point. So that's one other thing to keep in mind.
Excellent. So are there any other questions then for marketing? Let's see. There you go. Frank Peters saying, yeah, that is good advice. Just wanted to know if both can use for different channels. For better to say, actually, we have ClickD and are happy. Marketing can be used for communities outside ClickD, social media channels, etc. Okay, yeah. So that's obviously trying to basically, I think what Frank is alluding to is trying to get the best of both worlds. But yep, great stuff from Vicky and from Dilyana. And then besides, Frank continues, besides Dynamics marketing, social channels are yet a bit poor. Yes, there's still a new product, I guess. Dynamics marketing is a new product.
Yeah, so it only launched like two years ago. So I would say if you give Dynamics 365 marketing another 2 years, God knows where it's going to be. I think that it's only a matter of time for when Dynamics 365 marketing is going to outpace Click Dimensions in terms of features. But if I had to guess in terms of timeline, I would say give it another 2 or 3 years, maybe, and then we can revisit this whole discussion even.
And there was a lot of questions around cloud. And I think, again, it's important to mention for the people that are discussing on-premise and cloud that marketing automations have a heavy dependency on cloud. You can't get the analytics without the cloud. So, you know, I know some organizations, you know, have a requirement to be on-premise due to data. Their data laws and their security reasons, they have to stay on premise. And I think Microsoft has positioned itself to be the one of the only CRM providers that provide dual capabilities to be able to deliver both cloud and on-premise capabilities, and that flexibility is a big attraction to customers, that they're not restricted to using Microsoft's cloud. They can also host themselves. Is a key area for obviously getting the more edge case customers. And so, but yes, Microsoft has become a cloud first organization. So all the products now are being developed cloud first. Though you can expect on-premise to really be missing out on a lot of, or most of the features, especially anything related to the Power Platform. So again, they've provided gateways so that you can start using your on-prem with Power Platform using on-premise gateways, but again, it's highly limited, and you're missing out on the benefits of the cloud when it comes to CAPEX costs and return on investments from that perspective. But Kokulin's mentioned the key feature waves of Dynamics marketing, and then they've included the Microsoft Teams integration with virtual events, which is going to be huge.
Yeah, indeed, very, very huge. And they are, again, as I mentioned, they are improving social posting as well as social media analytics. But to be honest, I will not believe until I see and test it myself. So let's see when that comes out. I think around October, November. And they are also improving the customer journey designer, as well as now you're going to be able to use natural language to create segments. So that's a lot of great things to really look forward to. But again, for the social media analytics, I will not believe until I see and test it myself. So that's
good points, Vicky. Very, very good points. Again, sometimes they have to push back some of the new features, and you have to believe it when you see it. Very true. So again, look, that's fantastic. A lot was covered there, Vicky. Do you have any final words before we move on to the next session?
Yes. If I had to summarize my entire session in one sentence, it would be: there is no better solution. It really depends on who you are as an organization and what is important for you. Excellent.
So again, it was a great pleasure to host Vicky all the way from Vancouver. And she was with us last week and was kindly a special guest for us this week as well. So again, always a pleasure
always a pleasure to be here.
Fantastic. So without further ado, we are on to our last session of the day, and it's with another guest from North America. There you go, Cheryl. Cheryl's saying thank you there, Vicky. Cheryl's been very nice, so thank you, Cheryl, for your kind words there. Lots of great comments there in the window for you there, Vicky, and from Kokulin and everyone who's been attending today. So our next guest is also from from North America. Eric, are you with us?
Yes, hi. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello there, Eric. New York, is that correct?
Toronto. I'm in Toronto, Canada.
You're
Toronto.
In Toronto.
I apologize.
Yes.
Toronto, Canada. Another guest
Canadian.
from Canada.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Everyone.
The love is strong from Canada, isn't it? The power is strong in Canada.
Power is strong in Canada. It's actually spreading, so that's actually a good thing. We have communities in Vancouver. Toronto is pretty big. Ottawa is massive. Montreal is growing, and Calgary is growing as well.
Awesome. So, Eric, are you able to share your screen?
Yes. Let me.
So, Eric is going to be closing off the event with Teams integration. As you know, Teams, there's going to be some really, really fabulous announcements on Teams coming up. Teams is going to be the center of everything, and so this. And so,
by the way, just for Canadian connection, a lot of the Teams features that are being built right now are being built in Vancouver, believe it or not. They're actually being built on Beatty Street in Vancouver, which is 5 minutes walk from my apartment, believe it or not. So that's a great Canadian product, I guess.
No, that's really exciting. I have to say, Teams is definitely the most exciting product that's really going to revolutionize business applications. And without further ado, Eric, it's over to you.
Thank you. So can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So thanks again for taking the time to attend my following presentation. It's my pleasure having this opportunity to present and to meet everyone here today. So my session today is on how we can leverage the integration between Dynamics 365 and Microsoft Teams to enhance collaboration of sales for sales team members, whether it's between their peers, their colleagues, or with their customers, to assist with their sales activities. And this integration feature is especially relevant and beneficial today as organizations transition to a remote work environment due to COVID-19. And even after the pandemic is over, we expect a shift and greater focus on remote online collaboration between between colleagues, users, and customers. So this is especially important and beneficial for sales organizations, to make sure that we equip sales teams with the proper tools that they will require to help facilitate them tracking different information in their sales activities, from tracking prospect, lead, pipeline opportunities, and customer information. So just a little bit about myself. So again, my name is Eric Lane. I'm in Toronto, Canada. I'm currently a senior manager, the Dynamics 365 customer engagement CRM lead at Proactivity. For those who may not be as familiar with us, we are a global consulting firm with offices in many countries, and I'm based out of our Toronto, Canadian office. We are a Microsoft partner, and we offer different stack of Microsoft solutions to our clients through our overall technology consulting practice. So for our agenda today, we will revisit a quick overview of Dynamics 365 and Microsoft Teams. We will look at some of the key features and benefits related to the integration, and I will spend some time going over a few demo scenarios. We will look at how we would set up the integrations, and once we have the integration set up, how we can manage leads and opportunities within the Teams environment, how we can manage customer information such as account. And we'll also look at the Dynamics 365 bot assistant feature. We'll take a look at how we can use the integration to allow us to track tasks created from Dynamics 365 within the Teams planner view. And finally, we'll take a look at the mobile experience, and then opening up the floor for some Q&A. So a quick overview of Dynamics 365. I'm sure most people on this call is familiar with the platform, but just in case if there are others who may not be as familiar. So Dynamics 365 is a business application platform that is highly configurable and scalable. At a high level, the applications are grouped under two main umbrellas, if you will. So we have the customer engagement applications, which are these applications on the right, and then we have the applications related to finance and operations on the left. The platform Dynamics 365 is deployed in the Microsoft Azure cloud. It leverages the CDS as its main database. It's now called as DataFlex Pro, as some of you might have heard from the recent Microsoft announcement. It integrates very seamlessly with Microsoft 365, where Microsoft Teams belong. And we can use Power Platforms such as Power Apps, Power Automate, Power BI, Power Portal to achieve extended capabilities on the Dynamics 365 platform beyond what's available out of the box or what's available through its configuration, customization capabilities. And finally, there are different apps available that we can download from the app source that we can install to the platform to work with the solutions. So the integration between Dynamics 365 and Microsoft Teams only applies to the customer engagement applications of Dynamics 365 today, such as sales, customer service, so on and so forth. So unfortunately, today, based on my understanding, it doesn't support the applications related to finance and operations. For our focus today, we'll be focusing on some of the business scenarios within the sales environment. The sales applications allows organization to track prospects or leads, to nurture opportunities and just try to close those opportunities in their pursuit, managing their pipeline, and finally be able to manage their customer relationship, the different interactions with their customers, whether it's being account or contact. So just a quick overview of Microsoft Teams. I'm sure so everybody on this call is familiar with the tools or have used the tools for quite some time right now. So it's a collaboration tools, and many organizations around the world have adopted Teams in their transition to a remote office setting due to the COVID-19 situations. And with Teams, organizations can allow employees or users to be more productive and to get the work done more effectively in a remote collaboration environment. We can have Teams channels that allows users to better manage communications as they work with different cross-functional divisions or departments. Besides the chat or online meetings, Teams also allow easy collaborations or exchange on files, on documents across multiple devices, whether it's desktop, laptop, tablet, or mobile phones. And there are also a suite of different applications that can be integrated with Teams, including Dynamics 365. So what's the beauty or benefits of having this integration between Dynamics 365 and Microsoft Teams? So it provides a shared workplace that the users are familiar with, and to work with the different the sales data records, such as opportunities or customers' accounts or contact information directly within the Teams environment. It promotes collaborations between colleagues, peers, and customers, and be able to exchange files. So for example, we can upload documents through Teams, and that will be available to be accessible through the Dynamics records. It's also supported on the Teams mobile app, which we'll also take a look during the demo. And finally, this whole integration is all built-in and supported natively without needing to leverage any additional tools or custom development. So let's jump into the demo. Sorry, is there questions on the call?
No questions.
Okay, perfect. So the first demo excuse me, scenario that we want to look at is how do we set up the integration between Dynamics 365 and Teams. So let me switch to my Dynamics 365 environment. So this is a demoed trial environment that I've set up for this presentation. So to enable the integrations, the first thing we need to do is we need to go into the system settings in Dynamics 365. So once in settings, so let me open up system settings. So under the general tab, there's a couple of options that we can see here underneath Microsoft Teams integrations. So we need to enable these two settings from the default option of no to yes. So this is to enable the basic Microsoft Teams integrations and also the enhanced Microsoft Teams integrations. So you may be wondering what's the difference between the two. So the key difference between the two is with the enhanced Microsoft Teams integration options enabled or set to yes, as part of the integration experience, you would have the option to add recommended team members when you try to connect the Dynamics 365 records or views to your team's channels. So what I've done already is I've already enabled these two options. So let me just exit out of this. So once we have done that, the next thing is we need to enable and set up the Dynamics 365 app in our Microsoft Teams. So this is the Microsoft Teams environment that I've set up for this this presentation. So once we are in Microsoft Teams, so notice on the left-hand side we have the apps menu. Or we can also click on the three dots, and then we can basically search for the Dynamics 365 app. And because I have already added this app to the Teams environment, so that's why it's you see this says open, it's already set up. But basically, as part of the setup process, it will ask you to connect to the appropriate Dynamics 365 instance. So let me show you what I mean by that. So because I have it set up, so let me first of all, so once you have this Dynamics 365 app set up, you can just pin this to your Teams environment. So now that I'm in this Dynamics 365 app within the Teams environment, if I go to settings, so right now this is already connected with my Dynamics 365 environment, productivity in this case. And I've also indicated that I want to integrate with my specific Dynamics 365 app called Dynamics 365 demo. So these are the options, the setup that the setup user, the setup wizard will guide you through if you were to set up the Dynamics 365 app from scratch. One thing to point out here is that this integration is only supported for Dynamics 365 app that's created on the unified interface experience, which is what I've done for my Dynamics 365 demo app here. Okay, so a couple of things we can take a look since we're here is that within this Dynamics 365 app, notice that when I click on my dashboard, so because the integration is now established between Teams and my Dynamics 365 environment, we can quickly and easily see the dashboard from Dynamics 365 being surfaced directly here. right? So the interface may just slightly look a little bit different, but again, it's the same list of dashboard that you would be able to normally access if you were working within your Dynamic 365 environment. The same list of system dashboard here. So again, you'll be able to drill down into the dashboard. For example, I can look at the record for this specific chart. I can go into a specific area in the chart to drill down into my Dynamics record. Exactly the same actions that's supported as if you would normally do within Dynamics 365. Also, down below, you have the option to actually navigate to other areas of Dynamic 365 right within the Teams environment. So for instance, I can go into account, and you'll be able to see exactly the same list of the account views as you would normally do within the Dynamic 365. So everything it's available for access. It's pretty convenient. So the idea here is that users can actually work with Dynamic 365 within the Teams environment without having to toggle between the different applications. So it's very, very convenient. Okay, so let's look at the next demo scenario. Is now that we have the integration set up, how we can leverage the integration to manage our sales opportunity. So imagine we are a sales organization, and imagine that I'm part of the sales teams, how I can leverage the integration to manage different information such as lead opportunities and the customers that I'm managing. So let me get back to my Teams environment again. So right now I'm going to click on Teams here. So for this demonstrations, I've pre-created a Teams called Sales Team, and I've set up a couple of channels underneath the sales team called Active Account and Open Opportunities. So what we can do here is that if I select the Active Account channel, so notice on the right hand side here, we have a tab called Active Account. So when I click on this tab, this will show us basically the Active Account view. So this is fetching the view and the record information from the Dynamic 365 instance that I'm connected to. All right, so I pre-set up this connection, this tab here. So the idea here again is that I could be working on this list of account as part of the sales team, and so through this I can collaborate the information with my peers. So on the right hand side panel, which I've opened right now, this is the chat window, so we can collapse or open this again. So here I can type in my chat. So let's just say need to follow up with account information. So I can exchange the chat through this team channel related to the information that I'm looking at here. So it provides a convenient way for salespeople. If in this case, let's say I'm part of the sales teams, I can look at the account information on the same view and having a chat with my peers. And as the native Teams experience, these chat informations are all captured within the post areas, so we can come into the post and kind of see the chat history here. And if I go back to the active account view here, so I can directly open the account record. So for example, if I want to open this record, AdventureWorks. So these are sample account record, account data or dynamic sampled record that was set up as part of the demoed environment in Dynamics 365. So I can directly, view the account information here. I can also edit this record. So for example, let's say I want to make a quick change. I can hit save, and this update will be saved, in real time. Right? So this is real-time integration between Teams and Dynamics. So similarly, I can go into this other channel that I call Open Opportunities. And again, I've pre-created a tab called Open Opportunities, where I've integrated the Open Opportunities view from my Dynamics 365. So the same thing, I can exchange chat information, peers, and the chat will be all captured as part of the communication history in a chat window or within post. Similarly, I can open the opportunities as I manage through the opportunity sales cycle. So I can do everything as I would normally do in Dynamics 365 directly within the Teams here. I can qualify the opportunities. I can view the the timelines. I can look at some of the history of activity interaction that's been done related to these opportunities. At my fingertips, right on within this same interface. So let's look at so how do we establish these tabs. So let's just say we want to create a new channel to manage our lead or our contact. So let's add a new channel. I'm going to call this open lead. So now that I have this channel added, so now I can click on this plus symbol here, and I can look for my Dynamics 365 app or connections. So on this pop-up window, so there's a couple options that we can do here. So we can pin a specific Dynamics 365 record to this channel at the top of the tab, or we can bring in a view. Right, so let's say we are interested in bring in the our open lead view from our lead entity. So first of all, we select which entity we want to work with. So this is all directly connected with our Dynamics 365 environment. So now we are looking at the list of our system views. In this case, under lead. So I want to bring in the open lead view here. So as you can see, just with a few simple clicks, now we have brought in our open leads view from Dynamics 365 into this channel within Teams. So similarly, we can open the lead record directly from here. As we work with the lead, as we nurture the lead, and again we can exchange chat with our peers. So similarly, we can create another channel for example my contact. And we can exactly do the same thing. Go through the Dynamics 365 app assistance, search for the contact entities, and in this case, for example, if I'm interested in bringing my active contact view. So within Teams, I can conveniently, have a quick summary snapshot of the list of my active contact that I'm managing, responsible for, for the sales activities. Another thing to point it out here is that now that we have the record connected between Teams and Dynamics 365, it allows us to easily exchange documents or files. So, for example, if we are working on this particular contact called Maria, for example, so let me open up the Maria contact. So let's say, as part of my chat with my sales team peers, we want to upload or share a document. So I can click on this attach icon here. So let's say we want to upload this client document. So once this document is uploaded, this document is now available in two places. The first place is within the Files tab within our Teams channel. So this is a document that I just uploaded, and I can open it to view the document information. The other place is within the contact. So for example, if I go back to the Maria contact record here, when I click on the Files tab, so this is now the Dynamics record. Oops. So let me see that again. I'm going to, first of all, apology on that little hiccup here. I'm going to directly pin the, so what I'm doing here is selecting the Maria contact record and pin the record directly to my channel. So doing that, you see that we have the option of pinging a view from Dynamics 365 to the Teams channel, or we can also pin a specific record to the same channel as well. So now if I, let me do that again, if I upload a document, so again, this document is available in the Files tab within the channel. And if I go back to the Maria contact record, so now we see the same document has also been uploaded, attached to the Dynamics record as part of this contact. Okay, so let's look at the next demo scenario here is how we can also leverage the integration to manage our customer information. So similar to what we have just done here, so we can create a new team. So I'm going to create a new team here. So let's give it a name, for example, key account. So similar to what we do with Teams, in here we can add our members. So I have another team member called Joe Smith that I've set up. So let me also add Joe to this particular team that I'm creating now. So now we have a new team set up called Key Account with myself and also Joe Smith as the team members here. So what we can do here is let's create a couple of channels. So for example, can create a channel called Adventure Works to represent a specific account. So let me do another one. So the idea here is that imagine we have set up a team called Key Account to manage our individual key customer account record. So in this case, I've set up 2 channels representing two specific customers. So now that within this Adventure Works channel, I can do similar to what I demonstrated previously. I can try to bring in the specific account record. So let's look for Adventure Works. So we have an account record called Adventure Works in the system. So let's bring that into this channel. And similarly, we can do that with the City Power channel as well. So this allows us to, quickly and easily, manage and work with our customer account. So now within the channel, so I can have, chat with my team members. So for example, I can mention this to Joe. You can say something like, please contact client. So now, if I switch to my other browser here, so in this browser, I'm logging as Joe Smith here. So as you can see, when Joe logs into his team's environment, because I've included Joe as part of the key account team. So now Joe has access to this team. And when Joe goes to the Adventure Works channel, Joe can also see the this particular customer account record within this channel. And obviously Joe can see the message that I just posted, mentioned to him, so that Joe can react accordingly. So this allows like team members to collaborate on the information, collaborate on the customer record within the team's environment. And similarly, right? So if I go back. Now I'm looking at my own team's environment. So similarly, I can exchange my document with Joe from here. So let's upload the document again. And I can say, Joe, please look at the document. So now if I go back to Joe's team's environment, right? So Joe would have access to the document and be able to do the appropriate follow-up actions. So this is how we can easily manage, exchange customer information through this integration here. So moving on to the next demo scenario is let's look at the Dynamic 365 bot assistant. So now in my Teams environment, again on the left hand side where I've pinned my Dynamic 365 app, if I click on this and if I click on the chat tab over here, so this is the place where we can interact with the Dynamic 365 bot, right? So we can ask the bot some questions. So let me first of all make sure that I'm connected to the right app, my Dynamics 365 app. So we can do something like search Nancy. Let's try something else. Opportunities. So the bot is now processing based on the search that we have entered. So it's smart enough to return the relevant opportunities where I am the owner of the opportunity in this case, and I can click on the respective opportunity record, and it will present me with some of the additional details related to this particular opportunity. And I can click on Open in Dynamics 365, and that would actually launch, our Dynamics 365 environment with that particular opportunity record. Right. So now, if I go back to the bot, so similarly, let me search for. So the bot will respond with a list of my customer contact that I'm managing here, and I can look at whichever one that I'm interested in. So for example, I can quickly look up the contact information, the email, phone numbers. Also within here, we also have the option of drilling down into the associated account or opportunities related to this particular contact pool. So if I click on Show Account, it will fetch the customer account that this particular contact is related to, or opportunities that's being created for this particular customer. Right. So there's a quick, easy way using the chatbot assistant here to do some search on our Dynamics record within the Teams environment without needing to open Dynamics 365 in another separate browser. Another thing while we are looking at the bot that's worth mentioning here is that effective last month, early June, June 2nd, I believe, the Dynamics 365 bot assistant actually has been deprecated. So we are on July 25th now. So until end of this month, Microsoft will continue to provide support for this feature, but will not release any additional functionality beyond what's already present. Microsoft is working on a replacement of the bot, so development is currently in progress, and hopefully, in the very near future, a more powerful bot will be released with added additional features to enhance that user experience. So moving on to the next demo scenario, so I want to show you how we can, using the integrations to capture tasks created in Dynamics 365 into Teams and to display in the Teams planner. So let me go back to the environments here. So over here, I have pre-established a connection between my Microsoft Teams and the planner, which I've set up here. So once this is set up, the next thing what we can do is with Power Automate. So again, if you search for Dynamics activities to planner task in the Power Automate template, so there's already a template that's been created that we can tweak to basically auto create a planner task once a task activity is created in Dynamics 365, so that we can surface and capture that planner task within the team's environment to quickly alert end users there's been a task that's been assigned to him or her. So let's quickly take a look at this particular Power Automate or flow logic. It's a pretty straightforward logic that's been set up here. So let me go into the edit mode. So what this flow is doing is, once the record is created, so in this case task, and we have in this case we have link this flow to my instance or organization productivity, which is my Dynamics 365 organization. So once the task is created in Dynamics 365, we want to get the user record. So meaning we want to retrieve the owner information, the owner that's assigned to the task in Dynamics 365, and pass the information to this get user profile actions, so that when we create this planner task, we can then assign the owner of the Dynamics 365 task record to be the owner of the planner task. So that's essentially what this logic is doing here. And we can also basically copy over the start date and due date from the Dynamics 365 task record over to the planner task record over here. So pretty straightforward logics. So now let's execute and see what this does. So before I do that, actually, let me go back to my my teams, and let me go back to my AdventureWorks channel. And I'm also going to create a tab that's related to my planner called task. So the idea here is that I want to be able to monitor and manage relevant task that's being created related to this particular customer record AdventureWorks. Okay, so now let's go back to our Dynamics 365 environment, and let's go into that particular customer record called AdventureWorks. And let's create a couple of different tasks. I'm going to first of all create a task and assign that task to me, myself. So let me do that. So let's call this is task for Eric. So I'm the owner of the task, and let's give it a due date of August 1st. Going to save it, and let's create a second task for Joe, who is my other team member. And I'm going to change the owner to Joe in this case. Let's give it a due date of end of the month. Save and close. So it would take a couple of minutes for our Power Automate flow to run. So while we are waiting for that, let's quickly take a look at my last demo scenario, which is the mobile experience, and then we'll come back to check on our planner task. So with the mobile experience, so I'm going to actually project my phone to the screen. So just give me a second here. So what I want to show is what the so this is my phone here. So let me go into the Teams mobile app. So here I'm logging as my other team member, Joe Smith. So using the Teams mobile app, so as you can see here, I can also access the same information that as I would within the desktop environment. I can also see the document which we saw in the demo earlier that I've uploaded against this particular customer record Adventure Works. So I can open the document and see the information. I can also monitor the chat with my team members. And what we can do here is we can go into the Dynamic 365 Assistant, which is integrated with the Teams mobile app. So I can do the same thing. So let's say we want to search for opportunities. Let's say search opportunities. Let's try that again. So now it returns the search result. So imagine I'm Joe. I'm working like I'm on the road on my way to have a meeting with the customers, or if I'm at a remote workplace. Through the Teams mobile app, I can quickly look at the opportunity records, and I can open the records and in Dynamic 365 to view the information. So now let's actually take a look at whether or not the task has been created. Let me just move this to the side a little bit. So looks like the flow has not been triggered. Let's see here. Let me go into the planners. So it shouldn't take this long for this flow to execute. The idea here is that just for the interest of time, what I would be expecting to see is if I go back to my Dynamic 365. So let's go back to, let me see if I might have any previous record I've created here. Oops, sorry, that's my phone going to the sleep mode. So let me actually move this away. So the idea here is that once the Power Automate runs, we will be able to see the planner task record display here with the assigned owner. And then similarly, if I go back to Joe's Teams environment, if I go into the task tab here, from Joe's perspective, Joe will also see that second task that's being created and assigned to him. So my apology, I'm not sure why the flow has not been triggered in this case, but that's what we would expect to see. So using that Power Automate, it will allow us to quickly be able to capture the task record created in Dynamic 365 and be able to display so that we can manage and follow up with that action accordingly within the Teams environment. So that's the end of my demo presentation today. I want to make sure that I save a few minutes at the end to allow for any questions if there are any in the chat window. Any questions from anyone?
Hello there, Eric. I was on mute. Apologies for that. So there are questions actually, Eric. So the first question is it possible to surface Teams records in MS Dynamics 365?
Teams record, for example.
So Davey, I'm assuming, yeah. So I'm assuming it's chat records, communication records?
Yes, yeah, good question. So unfortunately, today that particular integration to, for example, synchronize chat within Teams over to Dynamics record. For example, you may be thinking to capture that under the timeline areas on the record. That's not supported possible today, but hopefully that will be a an enhancement feature that will be released very soon.
Pankaj is asking, what access should users have to integrate with Teams and Dynamics?
So good question. So in order for users in Teams to be able to access the Dynamics record in Teams, those users will need to have the appropriate Dynamics 365 license. And obviously, the ability to either simply read or the ability to modify the record in Teams. So that would depending on the like your permissions in Dynamics 365. If the user in Teams do not have the Dynamics 365 license, then that user would not be able to see the Dynamics record in Teams. However, the user will still be able to see and exchange the files and all the documents.
Excellent. And the next question is, do we need any consent checks in AD to allow integration?
No, so basically, as part of the integration setup, so actually let me get back to my Teams environment. So when we first set up the Dynamics 365 app here, and as part of the configuration process, it would just simply allow you to provide the consent, like to provide the permissions on just like you would get when you try to, for example, allow consent or permissions, to access certain like login to browsers. But there's no special additional consent or step you would need to do within AD.
Davey's asking, when uploaded, where is the document getting stored?
So once the document's uploaded, so the document is stored in the file tab within the Teams channel. So for example, in this particular AdventureWorks channel, we have the file store here. As well, in Dynamics, the same file is also created and stored against this particular record here.
Okay, the next question is it possible? Oh yeah, we've asked that question. Is it here we go. So it's a question regarding licensing. Integration in Teams and access to D365 would require full license, or can it be done with team members?
I believe team members is supported as well. So whether it's the full license or team member license, both are supported.
The file tab that was in the record, is it the same as the document tab for SharePoint?
Correct. And good question. So what happened is, so the same permissions, security permissions applied as in the case of the SharePoint and Dynamics integration. So if your Dynamics environment is integrated with SharePoint, you can also leverage the same integration with Teams to pass through the document over to SharePoint. And what will happen is you will see a specific file folder created in SharePoint, like related to Teams, to capture that particular document. And for users, if you are familiar with CB Replicated, which is a solution to allow the dynamic secure permission to propagate over to SharePoint, so you can leverage that same solution setup as well.
And then Cochran was mentioning, could the flow be looking at a different environment? And they've got ask a question: if a Dynamics 365 record has a SharePoint document location associated, and the documents would normally be visible in the related documents tab, when we upload a file from Teams, is it creating another documents location? And is that what's being used and being displayed in the files tab?
So I believe that's the case. I'll be honest that I haven't tried that particular scenario with when the SharePoint integration comes into play, but that would be my assumption. Again, I will have to check it out to validate and confirm.
Okay, Rajababu is saying, great presentation, walking us through all the possible scenarios, best wishes. Dominique is saying, very professional presentation, thank you for sharing. Davey is saying, Microsoft announced DataFlex for Teams. What will this bring to Teams?
Yes, I think that would be definitely would be interesting to see what comes out of the recent, the latest development. I'm sure Microsoft continue to invest and new features with this integration. So hopefully we'll see a lot more different features and functionality be released. Me, for example, I'm also looking forward to having that integration capability to surface chat records from Teams to Dynamics 365. I think that would be super helpful.
Definitely. So look, that was a great session, and look, the time was perfect. We have 1 minute remaining. So there you go. So we've come to the end of the event with a grand finale with Eric. Eric, do you have any final comments or anything you'd like to share?
Just want to thank everyone for taking the time to attend the presentation. Again, apology on the little hiccup there at the end related to the Power Automate. But if you get a chance, please try that out. It's a pretty straightforward template to work with. Again, my pleasure. And thanks for having me here. Excellent,
Eric. It's a great pleasure. So there you go. So that was Sales and Marketing Saturday. And again, look, it's a very large world. It's a very large world, lots of technicalities and nuances. And I'm sure there are, much more things we can cover as well. So what we need to do is hear from you to hear what are the things that you want to know about. Because at the end of the day, we all face different requirements and challenges. We all work in different industries, and there are different types of user needs and challenges. Usually they overlap, and usually they're one and the same. And that's why, obviously, these sessions are so great, is because one person's problems is another person's, and we can share and address them together. So most of the time it's correct, but it's always good to keep the finger on the pulse and hearing what your challenges are. So please, we need your feedback. We want you to tell us what you want to know about, whether it's sales or marketing, whether it's customer service, whether it's integrations, data protection, all of those things. We want to know about it. But of course, most importantly, is I want to thank all the speakers who have delivered sessions today. So everyone who's been delivering sessions, everyone all the way from Neil Parkhurst, all the way through to Trisha. Best wishes to Leo, who had a family problem, as well as Nicholas, who unfortunately sounds like he's struggling with some very bad health conditions. So really, my thoughts and prayers go out to both of those who couldn't make it today. I want to also thank Dilyana for stepping up last minute. She was walking casually on the beach, and she turned up and she delivered. So Diliana, big thank you for your contributions throughout the day. I know marketing is definitely your forte. That's your area of speciality. So it was a great pleasure to have you today to cover that. In addition to Fabian, document automation. Fabian did a really great session on that. Lots of great questions. Joe Griffin. Joe has been doing lots of sessions, throughout this period, and it was a great pleasure. And a lot of you found that very interesting because of the limitations with the existing pricing module, and so Joe showed how you could overcome that. That was really good. And then we had Vicky. Who covered obviously the difference between click dimensions and marketing, and then obviously Eric covered the team. So I was hoping that was obviously we missed out on some good sessions. I think with the mixed reality, I think we definitely need to touch base on the mixed reality. I think the world of sales is definitely changing. It's evolving, and the mixed reality side is going to definitely play a big important role. And that's why we do have an event on retail commerce. So next week, believe it or not, we do not have an event next week. Believe it or not, we do not have an event next week. It's the first Saturday we do not have an event. It's because we're moving to the new Power Community platform. So Power Community will be our new platform, powercommunity.com. It's not live yet. It will be live next week. So all our events will now be hosted on powercommunity.com. And so we're switching over to that site next week. And so next week we don't have an event, but the week after that we do. We have retail commerce. It's a new product launched by Microsoft. It's been rebranded. Previously retail, now it's commerce, Dynamics 365 commerce. Again, so what I'll try and do is get the mixed reality sessions included in there, so that you don't miss out on that, because mixed reality is going to be a game changer for retail and for sales, giving an immersive experience to users with mixed reality. So that's going to be the week after. We also have field service as well. So for those who are heavily involved in the customer service aspect, we have a boot camp. We have a 4-day boot camp on field services. So someone who does not know about field services, who wants to learn about field services, then that is the most bestest opportunity for you to learn about field services. 4-day boot camp. It will be a few hours on Wednesday, on Thursday, on Friday, and then the whole day Saturday, giving you continuous sessions. I would be surprised if you're not an expert on field service by the end of that. Then how can you be? It's an excellent opportunity. So we've got commerce, we've got field services. We also have other events followed by we've got Power Apps Portals Saturday. So if you want to learn how to develop Power Apps Portals, we have Power Apps Portals Saturday coming. We have some developer sessions coming up as well on TypeScript and PowerShell. We've got cybersecurity happening. We also got we got a German event. We got an event focused in German, in French. We have some new events to be announced as well. We have some new events to be announced. Around governance, Dynamics 365 Power Platform governance, that will be announced shortly. We have events around CDS Saturday, which is now DataFlex Saturday. So we have all these events happening. Some have been announced, some are yet to be announced. We'll be announcing them on the new website as well. Cheryl says she's been struggling to get a ticket for the field service boot camp. The link doesn't work. I'm guessing, on the new website, Cheryl. So if you're registered on the portal, which is the current website, you will definitely get a ticket. Okay. On the new website, however, that's still yet to go live. I know people have started to share that already. It's because it's still not ready 100%. Okay. But yes, if you've registered, you've clicked the link, get the ticket, it will take you to the portal and you should be registered and good to go. But you should all be receiving emails by next week. But everyone will get a ticket. No one gets turned down at our events. We make it free for everyone. So you should all be getting tickets. Just make sure you've registered via the portal. Next week, we're going to move over to the new website. And then, we will also be sending out email confirmations on we're implementing a new ticketing system. So, yeah, so there are lots of things happening. But again, Cheryl, it's been a great pleasure. These little things mean a lot to us, Cheryl. So, your constant, reaffirmations mean a lot to everyone, to all the speakers. And I know you're also getting involved in the community. So, again, it means so much, Cheryl. So thank you so much. And James, Jory, James, look, hi there, Cheryl. Hiya.
Honestly, thank you guys. You just teach everyone so much, right? I think I probably speak for everyone. We just can't say thank you enough for everything you do.
Well, look, Cheryl, it's the feedback like yours that makes it worthwhile. And it's like, look, it's one person to another person. And, it's just great that you're there to appreciate it. So we really, really do appreciate that, Cheryl, really do. And as well as James, Jory, you're saying as well, James, I've noticed you've been regularly attending. Again, big thanks to you for your comments and your questions. Coquelin as well. Coquelin, where are you from, Coquelin? Just out of curiosity, is it Asia somewhere? Sri Lanka. Okay, fantastic. So, and then Ricardo as well. Thank you for your suggestion on integration with ERP and be central with custom entities, not only the standard entities. Suggestion. Okay, so I'm not sure if that's a question or a comment. So, guys, we will be on the new website. We're going to be having a feature case where we're going to be having community showcase. So, people who attend the events, we want to showcase you on the new website. So if you have any testimonials, where we'd be grateful for to include your profiles on the new website. So if you've got any testimonials, please include it in the chat or send it via email. And we're going to be awarding prizes for the best testimonials, so we can include them on the website. So that's going to be on the new website. There's going to be all the content, all the material that you've been. So if you've missed an event, then at least you'll be able to access it all on the new website, and be able to see all the events. We're ramping up. There's lots. If you think we're having a lot of events now, it's going to be a lot more things happening. A lot more boot camps, certification boot camps, all that stuff is going to be hosted on the new website. So looking forward to that. People have been viewing the YouTube channel as well. We do have a YouTube channel. Please use the Powerthon YouTube /Powerthon YouTube channel, where we've been uploading the videos from the events. And again, we're going to be sharing all that content on the new website. So there's no event next week. But again, we do appreciate if you've got any testimonials and you want to be featured on the new website, make sure you either drop it into the chat or you send it via email. We'll probably fire out an email to you all at some point this week to remind you of the opportunity to probably a competition for those who get featured on the new website with their testimonials. And again, we want to hear your feedback. So that's essentially what's more important to me more than anything is feedback, so that we can improve things. Whilst I've got you on the call, I might ask you all a question. Are you interested in industry-focused events? Industry-focused. So we're thinking of running some events in the next month or so, because as you know, over the past few months, we've been covering all the different areas of Dynamics and Power Platform. We're thinking, should we cover something more specific to an industry, such as, education? I work in the education industry. Would you like an event purely dedicated to education, public sector? Would it be banking? Because there you go, financial services. Well, I tell you what, a lot of my career was spent in financial services as well as public sector. So definitely, so it's great to hear that some people are interested in that. So banking is huge when it comes to Dynamics, and housing as well. Yes, that's right, Coquelin. Housing is huge. A few years ago, I worked on a very big housing project as well. So housing is huge. So a lot of people are interested in in that. And Eric, you mentioned about public sector. So what we'll do is we'll get you involved in our public sector event, if you like, Eric. I'm sure they would all be very interested in hearing about Teams. So we have, so look out for them. We will be announcing them in the next week. Lots of events to address more very specific scenarios, really, and address very, very specific industry niche scenarios that they face. Often it's around governance, often it's around the ways of working and how to deliver, quick solutions to address specific industry scenarios. So those are the things that we're looking to address in the upcoming months. We will definitely be addressing those topics, those areas, as we've actually covered throughout COVID. We've covered the vast majority of the platform now. So I believe the last topics to cover is portals and the commerce solution, are the last topics of the dynamic stack that are left. And then we'll be on to the other topics, which is around CDS, data flex, deep dives, administration and governance deep dives we'll be covering, and then industry events we'll be covering, as well as certification bootcamp. So I'll be looking to cover some certification bootcamps as well. So again, we'll be covering those are things to look out for over the next few months. We'll definitely be covering them. All announced on the new website. We've got language specific events in German, in French, in Spanish as well, all coming up very, very shortly. So yeah, if there's any specific request you have for a specific event, please let us know. We have a cybersecurity event as well. We're doing events outside of Dynamics and Power Platform, because as you know, it's all coming together. So we'll be covering some topics more on Graph API and Microsoft 365 development. Again, that will be announced very, very shortly. So we have a lot to come. If there is a specific certificate, Cheryl, yeah, portals. We have a whole day on portals. By the end of that day, Cheryl, you will know everything about portals. We have a whole day dedicated to portals. And Gulshan, you mentioned Microsoft List. So we do have an event on Microsoft 365, which will be entirely on Graph API, Microsoft List, SharePoint, things like that. So we do have an event dedicated to that as well coming, again, in the following months. Nishan, it'll be interesting to know which certifications you'd like to cover. So far, we're covering Azure 900. I think we'll also be covering the Dynamics MB200. If there's anything else that you'd like us to cover, please drop it in and we will look forward to covering it. But non-for-profit, that's a good one, Gulshan. Yeah, maybe we should cover something on non-for-profit as well. The problem with non-for-profit is it's hard because it covers multiple industries, doesn't it? It can cover membership, it can cover housing, because some of the housing organizations are non-for-profit. So the non-for-profit would probably fall under the other industries, I would have thought. But maybe it covers under membership. So membership and charity, that's the one, Gulshan. So yeah, so there's lots of topics to cover. And we will be covering it all this year. Over the next few months, we will be covering all of those topics. So we look forward to seeing you all. So next week, take a rest. Just provide your feedback and give your brain a rest. Maybe book some exams for yourself. Get your exams booked. And obviously, we want you to pass those exams. Yeah, we just want your feedback. So this week, I personally just want your feedback. I want your testimonials so we can publish them and feature you on the new website. And I just want your feedback on topics that you want us to cover so I can make sure they're covered in the forthcoming weeks. So without further ado, guys, I want to thank you all again, all the speakers, again, for fantastic sessions. My heart goes out to those who are ill. I hope you fast recovery. And I will see you the week after next, whether it's on the retail commerce event or if it's on the field service event. You're guaranteed a ticket, guys. Don't worry. You definitely have a ticket. It's just the new website probably has a few kinks in it. But if you registered via the portal, you definitely have a place. And yeah. So without further ado, have a great weekend, everybody. It was a pleasure. Thank you again, Cheryl, for your kind comments and everyone else. And So thank you all. Have a great weekend. Have a rest. Get your exams booked, and see you the week after next. Godspeed, everybody. Thank you, Asina. Thank you once again for your kind comments, and Narayan as well. Yep, Narayan is. Thank you again, Narayan, for helping with the hosting of the event and with the recording, streaming to YouTube. He's currently not here. He's had to go shopping. He's going to get his laptop fixed at the Mac Center. Believe it or not, Microsoft people do have Macs. I don't have Macs. I actually have several Dell laptops, which I struggle with. Hell, no, not Dell. Sorry, I've got HP laptops, and I'm struggling with mine, to be honest. Maybe I don't have enough. I always tend to buy the cheap ones that cost around £500, and then I end up having to buy another, and so I'm struggling with mine. So I do need a new laptop. So maybe next week's a great opportunity to get a new laptop, so that I can deliver better experiences myself. So I often get afraid of buying these expensive laptops. I get worried if, paying like £1,000 for a laptop, if it breaks and having to look after it, it constantly worries me. So I end up buying the cheaper ones and then having problems with broken drivers, constantly with the Windows updates and running out of space and all sorts of stuff. So again, if anyone can recommend a good laptop, solid build laptop, please let me know. I will probably be looking to get something that's a bit more reliable. But yeah, so everyone, thank you. So Service Book, yeah, you're recommending the Service Book. So a lot of people do recommend the Service Book. But then again as well, what chipset? Intel chipset, AMD chipset, which is a bit cheaper. It's one of those scenarios, I guess. Which graphics card, things like that. Right now, graphics cards actually play a massive role, especially when you're running Teams. Teams are sucking up a bit of memory, and with a better GPU on your laptop, you can handle, a better performance, slow down the crashing rates. So yeah, things like that you have to consider with laptops. So again, I'm going to have to think about that. But again, I want to thank everyone. I want you all to switch off now. Enjoy that time with your families. And see you the week after next. So have a great weekend, everybody. It was a pleasure. You all make my weekends worthwhile. Great to hearing from you all and hearing how you're doing. And I'm wishing you all the success in your upcoming exams that you're going to get booked. So
Thanks,
good luck
Rob.
with all your exams. Cheryl, what was that, Cheryl?
I was just saying thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. No, thank you. Honestly, thank you. And look forward to seeing you soon on the Field Service Bootcamp, portals, workshops, everything.
Yep.
Really, really looking forward to that.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome,
Bye-bye,
guys.
everyone.
Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Bye-bye.